Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Hungry for Her Wolves, a reverse harem paranormal romance by Tara West, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Chapter 1.
Amara, I need you to look at the Great Dane in room 2.
Back turned, Amara jumped at the sound of her boss's voice.
What's wrong with you?
Dr. Tanner said, his voice laced with concern. Too much concern. If the man showed her any more attention, she'd drown in it. Nothing. She moved aside when he tried to place a hand on her shoulder in that all-too-familiar gesture. Though she spent a good part of her workday refusing his advances, nothing worked. Even after she'd told him she was different, he seemed to want her more. Human males were so strange. But now wasn't the time to dwell on that. Now was the time to focus on him. The man who'd walked into the clinic moments earlier and literally turned her universe on its head. Where he'd come from, she wasn't sure, though she swore she knew him. Something about his scent was familiar and far too feral. That's when she knew he was not human. Then again, why would he stroll into the veterinary clinic and take a seat like he was here to get his pet when all the animals scheduled to go home that day had already been picked up? Out of the corner of her eye, she saw him pull his flannel sleeve down over his wrist, concealing an ugly red welt. Heat crept into her cheeks when he looked at her with penetrating golden eyes. She noticed a bruise under his right eye, a swollen upper lip, and a fresh, jagged cut on his neck. He was a native, judging by his high cheekbones and tanned skin, possibly military, with his dark, cropped hair.
Who's that guy?
Dr. Tanner whispered, hot and heavy, in her ear. She scooted away as if his breath was on fire and shuffled a stack of papers. I don't know. Though the other girls in the office thought Dr. Tanner was attractive, with his wavy blonde hair and blue eyes, he wasn't Amara's type. Nobody had ever been her type. At least, not until now. The man staring at her from across the room, with his lean frame and wiry muscles, did things that both shocked and aroused her. She'd no idea why, but she was sorely tempted to vault the counter and crawl into his lap, kissing him senseless. Dr. Tanner scooted closer.
Where's his pet?
She continued to shuffle, cringing. I don't know.
What do you know?
Dr. Tanner's tone was laced with sarcasm. She stiffened, glaring at him from under heavy eyelids. Dr. Tanner puffed up his chest, reminding her of an oblivious rooster parading before a pack of wolves.
Excuse me, sir. May we help you? I'm here to see her.
When Golden Eyes nodded at Amara, the glint of steel in his expression made her knees go weak. She bit her lip and clutched the counter for support, the feeling between her legs intensifying and turning into a dull, teasing throb. Dr. Tanner turned to her with raised brows.
What's this about?
She shrugged, at a loss for words. Golden Eyes folded his arms and leaned back.
Hurry up and finish with your patient, so we can talk.
She swayed toward him like a reed bending in the breeze, drawn to him in an inexplicable way. Dr. Tanner cleared his throat, drumming his fingers on the counter.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
Golden Eyes flashed a feral smile.
I'm not going anywhere.
Her boss stood his ground.
She has things to do. I must insist. I'm not leaving. That's it.
Dr. Tanner pounded the counter and then opened the waist-high pony door, foolishly marching up to the stranger. When Golden Eyes unfolded himself from the chair and stood, hovering at least a head above Dr. Tanner, Amara swore she saw his nose lengthening for just a heartbeat before he balled his hands into fists. Holy shit. Was he a shifter? Was he like her? Looking down at Dr. Tanner, He let out a low, powerful growl that made her hair stand on end. Holy fuck. He was a shifter. Other than the man who'd sired her and his brothers, she had thought she was alone in the world, amid a mistrustful and unsympathetic species. Dr. Tanner wisely took several steps back.
Did you just growl at me?
He fished a phone out of his lab coat with a trembling hand.
I'm calling the cops.
No, don't, she blurted, rushing around the counter and latching onto Goldeneyes' arm. Come on. She dragged him toward the door.
Amara,
Dr. Tanner whined.
You have one more patient.
It's parasites, she said over her shoulder.
Parasites?
He said as she pushed open the door.
Are you sure?
I'm always sure, she grumbled, pulling the stranger outside and relishing the feel of the mild Alaskan summer air. As soon as the door shut behind them, she turned to Goldeneyes, nearly losing her nerve as she looked up at him. His bruises appeared worse in the glare of the sunlight. What had happened to him? Okay, so talk.
Not here.
He nodded at a newer model, extended cab truck parked in the drive. Her jaw dropped when she noticed the rims, which would have easily cost her 3 months' salary. Her rusty hunk of junk had sputtered and died behind the veterinary clinic 2 weeks ago. Dr. Tanner had been bugging Amara to dispose of it, but the tow cost more than the scrapyard commission. I'm not getting in your truck. The thought of being alone in a cramped space with this man both excited and terrified her. In the end, terror won. She had no idea who he was or what he planned to do to her.
I won't drive anywhere. You have my word.
He coursed a bruised and battered hand through his cropped hair. Holy crap. Had this guy been in an accident, or had something far more sinister caused his injuries? She could tell by the rigidity of his movements and the lines framing his eyes that he was in pain. Most likely, suffering from exhaustion, too. She fought the urge to touch him and sense his injuries. She suspected the empathy she used with her animals would work on him. She jumped at a sound behind her. Dr. Tanner was staring at them from behind the window blinds. Though the doctor's presence brought her a small measure of comfort, she was also annoyed that he'd chosen to remain behind the safety of the window. If Goldeneyes shifted, she had the feeling her boss would run screaming, leaving her at the wolf's mercy. She heard a low growl. Goldeneyes was looking at Dr. Tanner like a wolf guarding a bone. I don't know you. How am I supposed to take your word on anything? She asked. The steel in his eyes vanished, replaced with a weariness that made her heart ache.
Because your instinct tells you I'm not lying.
She stepped back, hating how her limbs trembled. What do you know of my instinct? Had he picked up on her scent, as she had with him? He must have. Why else would he be here? A black, nondescript truck with tinted windows parked by the horse corral. With her superior eyesight, she saw 2 men inside the vehicle, both wearing suits and sunglasses. One was an older black guy with graying hair, and the other a bald, middle-aged white dude. An uneasy feeling made the hair on the back of her neck stand up. "Who are those men?" she whispered. Goldeneyes swore under his breath.
They're watching me to make sure I don't cause trouble.
They look like government agents.
They are. They won't hurt you. I promise. They're just keeping an eye on me until my family gets here.
Her jaw dropped. Your family? He grimaced.
They think I've gone lone wolf.
She gaped at him. Had he said wolf? She already knew he was a shifter, but him voicing it aloud made this situation more real, more terrifying, more enticing. His thick brows dipped over his eyes.
Your family never explained lone wolves to you?
I don't have any family, she blurted. Damn, why'd she tell him that? She didn't want him to know she was all alone.
Would you get in the truck, Amara? Please?
He motioned to the big, shiny hunk of steel.
We need to talk.
Her heart clenched at his pleading tone and the desperation in his eyes. Warning sirens in her head were overruled by her heart, and her legs propelled her forward. I can't believe I'm doing this. He opened the door and steadied her while she climbed inside. She sat and quickly pulled away from his touch, which seared her skin and sent warm pulses through her, liquefying that spot between her legs. Holy shit. No human man's touch had made her feel anything except annoyance. His truck was spotless inside, with a leather interior and a nice nav system. Something told her he didn't need the navigation, that he relied solely on instinct. When he climbed in next to her, all common sense flew out the window, and she stared at him like a love-struck pup. He was strikingly handsome in a rugged sort of way. More moisture pooled in her panties when he looked at her with smoldering eyes, nostrils flaring. She shifted at an unfamiliar ache pulsing between her thighs. Was this what it felt like to be horny? She instinctively leaned toward him, reaching for the collar on his flannel shirt. To her disappointment and relief, he pulled away, clenching his hands and looking at her with a face screwed up so tight it was almost comical.
We need to control ourselves,
he groaned, panting like a wounded animal.
I can't take you here. My brothers would never forgive us.
What was he saying? She shook her head as if to shake off a fog of lust that was so thick it permeated the air, making a bead of sweat run down her forehead. He held out both hands in a gesture of surrender.
Control yourself.
She blinked hard, a wave of embarrassment overcoming her. Could he smell her desire? Could one man turn a woman's brain to mush and make her want to spread her legs?
What do you mean? You don't have any family?
He asked. She rubbed shaky hands down her legs, forcing herself to regain her composure. I'm asking questions first. She tilted her chin, proud of herself for asserting dominance, though not sure how long her courage would last.
Okay.
He flashed a slanted smile, his cheeks reddening slightly.
Ask.
His canines were pronounced, longer than his other teeth, just like hers. A dentist had offered to file them down, but she'd refused. They were the only trace of her wolf when she was in human form, reminding her of who she was. She cleared her throat. What's your name?
Luke,
he answered.
Luke Thunderfoot.
She arched back, squinting at him. Thunderfoot?
It's an old family name.
He chuckled.
If you met the alphas in my family, you'd understand.
Alphas? He gave her a long look.
The heads of our pack. Are you going to tell me about your family?
It's pretty straightforward. She shrugged, turning her gaze to the window. Her boss was still looking at them through a small slit in the blinds, trying to remain inconspicuous. Didn't he have a clinic to run? I don't have any family, except my dogs. She'd left them in the run behind the clinic. She'd heard them barking before Luke arrived, warning her a stranger was approaching. She wondered why they'd gone silent. Did they know Luke was a friend?
What about your fathers?
He asked. Fathers? Was it a wolf thing to call more than one man dad? I only had one, and he's somewhere in Eastern Europe. His eyes darkened.
You never met him?
No. Flames lit his eyes, and anger pulsed off his skin in waves. Was he angry with her or her father?
Do you know anything about him?
He asked, scraping his knee against hers. Just that one little touch was enough to make her jerk back as a bolt of lust zinged through her. She rubbed heat into her gooseflesh. Just what my mom told me, but she was prone to exaggeration. He looked her over with unwavering eyes and a tight smile.
Try me.
She released a shaky breath, recalling the ugly story of her conception as told by her mother, a.k.a. Kathy, a.k.a. evil bitch from hell. My mom had a one-night stand with him when she was traveling through Europe. Not even one night. While they were having sex in his barn, his brothers broke down the door and beat the shit out of him. She said she barely escaped with her life. Because of that night, Kathy claimed to have been mentally scarred for life. She'd said that's why she turned to drugs, to escape the terror of watching those demons tear down walls and throw her lover around the barn. The shadows over Luke's eyes lengthened, making his bruises more pronounced. For a moment, she thought he was shifting. "What happened to your face?" she blurted. Why had he come to her all broken and bruised? And who'd hurt him? Was he in danger? Was she in danger? He waved away her concern.
My brothers and I got into a fight.
She looked outside. The black truck was still there. The men inside, looking at them through binoculars. Why are government agents here?
Their job is to help conceal us.
Her hand flew to her throat. So the government knows?
Yeah,
he said casually, as if 2 agents on his tail was no big deal. All these years she'd been careful to conceal her wolf, only exposing herself when she was in danger or to save her foster family from getting killed. She'd had nightmares about the government finding out about her wolf and bringing her to a top-secret lab to test her DNA. To think, if they'd discovered her, they might have reunited her with her kind long ago. And they haven't tried to experiment on you or kill you?
Are you kidding me?
He chuckled.
We're the Army's secret weapon.
You're all in the Army? Would they try to force her into the Army, too? Not that she wasn't patriotic, but she wasn't keen on being told what to do. She'd lived independently for almost 4 years, and she wasn't about to start taking orders from anyone.
Usually just the 3rd son from every pack,
he said proudly.
We're the best trackers.
Her shoulders fell in relief.
Okay,
he said.
My turn for more questions. Your father was a lone wolf?
I don't know what he was. She looked him over, wondering if his long-sleeved shirt covered other injuries. Why would your brothers give you black eyes?
I went a little nuts when I caught your scent.
He let out a low, dark chuckle.
They were trying to calm me. Did your mom notice anything different about your dad and his brothers?
She said they were demons, that their eyes changed and they grew bigger and hairy. That's all. She paused, scratching the back of her head. I don't understand. You went nuts when you caught my scent?
I'm the best tracker in my tribe. Our reservation isn't too far from Fairbanks. I scented you from 400 miles away.
He leaned so close, she could smell the dried blood on his lip.
Do you understand what your dad's brothers were doing? They were trying to stop him from going lone wolf. We're not supposed to mate with outsiders.
What little moisture she had left in her mouth evaporated. You mean humans?
Yeah.
She swallowed a lump at the back of her throat. So, I was a mistake? He flashed the faintest of smiles as he reached for the lock of her hair that had fallen from the confines of her tight bun, twirling it around his finger.
You're not a mistake to me, and the ancients clearly didn't think you were a mistake. I know it's no accident your name is Amara.
She blinked through a thin mist of emotion. I'm not sure what you mean. My mom named me after her friend. I don't know what I am. She looked at her hands, fisted in her lap, willing her tears to recede. The last thing she wanted was to let this stranger see her cry.
Amara happens to be the name of our ancient goddess, mate to our god, Amarok, and his brothers. You're a wolf shifter, an Amaraki,
he said.
Like me.
She shared a name with an ancient goddess? How odd. But that didn't matter as much as the fact that she was in the company of another shifter. So you can shift? Even though he'd just told her as much, saying it aloud made it more real. She was mesmerized by the smell of earth and pine that permeated his skin, and in awe of the warmth he exuded.
"My whole family can,"
he answered.
"and all of my tribe."
Oh my God, an entire tribe of shifters? This was too much. He released her hair, peering at her through thick lashes.
"What happened to your mom?"
The conversation was about to go from awkward to really awkward. "I don't know. Last I heard, she died of cancer." His jaw dropped.
"You weren't there when she died?"
She hated having to explain her relationship with Kathy to strangers. They didn't understand the evil that had blackened her soul. "The state took me from her when I was 13. She hung her head as shame and sorrow washed over her. She wasn't exactly the best mom." He cupped her chin in a firm yet gentle grip.
"What did she do to you?"
The sincerity in his gaze was enough to make her heart do a backflip. They'd only just met, but she was inexplicably drawn to him. "Put her cigarettes out on my legs, told me almost daily how much she hated me, and I was the spawn of a demon," she said on a rush of air, then clamped her mouth shut and desperately tried to hold back the tears. She decided to leave out the part about Kathy siding with her stepfather after he tried to rape Amara. Instinct told her Luke wouldn't handle that revelation well.
"I'm so sorry."
He wiped away a stray tear. Damn that stupid tear. She'd tried to hold it back. Why had she told a stranger about her mom anyway? She'd only ever told her first foster parents about the cigarette burns, and they'd given her back to the state. It is what it is. She pulled away, looking out the window, scowling as the agents stared at her. It's taught me to be independent and resourceful. Besides, I have my dogs. She swallowed and let out a slow breath. I don't need parents.
"Where did you go after you left your mom?"
His voice was a hoarse whisper. Had her story made him emotional, too? When she turned back around, she was surprised to see color fanning his tanned cheeks and neck. I spent 2 years with some foster parents. That didn't work. She pretended their rejection hadn't crushed her, hadn't turned her into a bitter loner. I stayed with a few other foster families for a while, and then my uncle suddenly decided to be charitable and take me in, but that was only because he needed a slave. I ran away from him when I was almost 18. I've been on my own ever since. A visible knot worked down his throat as he swallowed, his eyes glossing.
"The females in my tribe are cherished and protected. If we'd known about you then, we would have taken care of you."
Cherished and protected? How badly she wanted to believe him. He seemed sincere, and her instinct wasn't raising any alarms. But she'd been fooled before. She wasn't about to be fooled again. She crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. "Why did you come here?"
"I knew you were mine."
He said it with such cutting finality. She knew it to be true. Fuck, she wasn't prepared for that. "I don't belong to any man. Or wolf." He leaned into her, overpowering her with his heat and sending her libido into a tailspin by gently squeezing her knee.
"You do now."
She released a shuddering breath, struggling to keep her lust under control as that throbbing between her legs returned with a vengeance. She needed to get away from this man, this wolf. "Well, it was nice talking to you." She grabbed the handle and shoved the door open, filling her lungs with fresh air. Anything to get rid of the scent of him. "I have to get back to work."
"Hang on."
He latched onto her arm, pulling her back inside, then reached over her and jerked the door shut with a bang.
"You can't just leave."
While the virile man pressed against her, she tried to ignore her growing desire, but it was no use. Her breasts molded to his hard angles, her nipples pebbling in response. She breathed harshly as her chest tightened. "My boss is watching us." She nodded to a shadow behind the blinds.
"My family's going to be here any minute."
He spoke, through clenched teeth, tension in every line of his body.
My brothers have caught your scent by now. They'll rip that doctor apart if you go back in there.
Panic seized her. What? Why would they do that? Were all wolf brothers this vicious? Shit. All this time she'd longed to meet others like her, and now she wasn't so sure she wanted anything to do with her species. Luke's eyes narrowed.
I saw the way he was looking at you.
She scowled. Why is it any of their business how my boss looks at me? He flashed a knowing smile.
They're very possessive.
She pressed her back against the door, made uneasy by the feral look in his eyes. So whose girlfriend am I supposed to be? Yours or theirs?
Yes,
he answered evenly, a muscle twitching in his jaw. She blinked hard, looking at him as if he'd grown a second head. Yes, what?
We mate as a pack. 1 female and 3 to 4 brothers, depending on the size of the pack.
She stared, waiting for him to break into laughter and tell her he was only joking. When he didn't, her stomach tied itself in a knot. He couldn't be serious. That's odd, she managed to rasp, feeling like a wad of cotton was stuck in her throat. 3 to 4 males for 1 female? What was one girl to do with all those mates?
That's how it's done in our species,
he said, matter-of-factly, as if sharing a girl with his brothers was the most natural thing in the world.
1 she-wolf bears a daughter and 3 to 4 sons.
I'm not having all those kids, she blurted. What the hell did they think she was? Their sex slave? Their queen bee?
You're used to humans,
he snickered.
Once you assimilate into our culture, you'll see it's normal.
He thought this was funny? Well, she was done with the jokes. Who said I was assimilating into your culture?
You can't stay here. You need to be with your own kind. Your mates will keep you safe.
She stuck a thumb in her chest. I keep me safe. And I keep Buster, Gremlin, and Scrooge safe, too. A low rumble sounded from his chest.
Who are they?
Gah! He sounded like Buster protecting his football. She cocked her head, smirking. My dogs. The tension lines around his mouth melted away.
Your dogs are welcome to live at the reservation with us.
I'm not going to a reservation. Her spine stiffened, and she glared at him through slitted lids. The animals here need me. He held out both hands in a gesture of surrender.
Your mates need you.
I don't think you understand how important my work is. I can diagnose any animal without examining it. She'd built a reputation as a dog whisperer. People came from all over Alaska to let her examine their pets. She'd become somewhat of a local celebrity after detecting a slow-growing cancer in the police chief's favorite husky last month. The people here admired her and treated her with respect.
You can really do that?
He scratched the back of his head, looking like Buster when he was searching for the origin of his fart.
My father said his great-grandmother had a similar gift, but I don't know any other females who can do it.
He patted her knee in a patronizing gesture.
It will come in handy when you're raising our young.
I'm not a breeding machine. She jerked her leg away, ignoring his frown. Last thing she needed was him touching her and hormones muddling her brain. She was about to shove open the door again when his face fell, his body going rigid. What is it? His nostrils flared.
My brothers are here.
Good. She turned up her nose, squeezing the door handle. Tell them I'm not interested. I'm going back to work.
Do not get out of the truck.
He yanked her away from the door so hard, she cried out.
My brothers have scented you. They know you're in heat. You don't want to piss them off.
They knew she was in heat? Was the smell of her desire that powerful? How embarrassing. She shook off his hand. Are you serious?
Stay put.
He climbed out of the truck, leveling her with a hardened stare.
For your own safety.
He slammed the door, gravel crunching under his boots as he stalked over to a big silver truck that had barreled into the driveway, throwing up rocks and dust before screeching to a halt. Her jaw dropped when she saw 3 broad-shouldered men get out, their iron-eyed gazes homing in on her. Holy heck. They looked much bigger than Luke and far more lethal, especially the guy with the smooth, black hair falling to his shoulders. When he looked at her, her insides liquefied. She quickly averted her gaze, her heartbeat hammering in her ears. These were more monsters than men, and they wanted to be her mates? How was she supposed to say no to them? Luke cautiously walked up to his brothers. Every muscle in his body ached. He hadn't slept in over 3 days, and he was pretty sure a few ribs were bruised, but all that mattered was keeping Amara safe.
"Hey,"
he said to his brothers, keeping a wary eye on Drasko, the second alpha, and therefore the most temperamental and unpredictable of their pack.
"You found her."
His oldest brother and head alpha rushed forward, flashing a broad grin.
"You weren't fucking crazy. Back off, Håkon, okay?"
He braced his legs and held out his hands, inwardly cursing when pain lanced up his left side.
"She's scared. She doesn't understand what's happening."
Drasko and Håkon frowned at his truck. Luke tossed a glance at the beautiful blonde with the wide, frightened eyes. Poor Amara must be scared shitless. His alpha brothers were a few inches taller than him, with broad shoulders that would rival professional linebackers. They made a formidable pair, the largest protectors in their tribe, even bigger than their fathers, the tribal chiefs. Behind them, their youngest brother, Roan, peered over Håkon's shoulder with wide, eager eyes, shifting from foot to foot. He wasn't as tall as the alphas, but like them, he was broad-chested and strong, built to help their mate haul around the children.
"Where did she come from?"
Håkon asked.
"Her father was a loner."
Luke heaved a sigh.
"She was raised by humans and abused as a child. She's had a rough life. In other words,"
he projected into their heads,
"go fucking easy on her. When I find her father,"
Drasko rumbled,
"I'm ripping him apart."
After Luke's thorough thrashing by his older brother, he had no doubt Drasko would keep his word. Somehow he doubted Amara would appreciate her mate shredding her father, even if it was to avenge her honor.
"I don't think he knew about her."
He kept his voice steady in an effort to calm his brother.
"Her mom ran off after they mated. I'm still killing him."
Drasko spoke between clenched teeth, letting the deep baritone of his protector take over.
"Calm down,"
Luke urged, glancing again at the girl. Even from a distance, he could smell her fear.
"She's scared."
Håkon grimaced.
"We need to get her back to the reservation. What's her name?" "You're not going to believe this,"
Luke answered.
"but it's Amara. She said she was named after her mother's friend."
His brothers simultaneously gaped at him.
"Do you think our goddess paid her mother a visit?"
Roan asked. Håkon stroked his lightly stubbled chin.
"I'm not sure. Anything is possible. For now, I'm going to take it as a good sign." "When's the honeymoon?"
Roan asked a little too eagerly. When Roan wasn't cooking up something in the kitchen, he was dreaming of their mate, fantasizing about her hair and eyes, and especially her tits. The poor pup was so horny, they went through several jars of lube a week at their house, and a shitload of socks and washcloths. His truck door opened, and Luke spun around.
"Amara."
He pointed at her, ignoring the pain the motion caused him. Panic iced his limbs when he felt tension rolling off Drasko in erratic pulses.
"I said to stay in the truck."
She pushed a strand of honey-blonde hair behind her ear, leveling him with piercing silvery blue eyes in a beautiful act of defiance. "You're not my boss. I need to check on my patients." She stomped toward the rusty brown front door of the clinic that looked more like a shack waiting to be condemned. Too bad for her, Drasko was faster, reaching the door in a few long strides and blocking her path. Luke's legs felt encrusted in concrete blocks as he chased after them.
"Please don't lose your cool, Drasko,"
he silently pleaded. Putting both hands on her hips, Amara glared up at the solid, tall hunk of tattooed man-flesh with long, dark hair. "Would you move, please?" Tattooed Stud spread his legs, scowling at her with eyes that shifted from gold to brown, before gesturing at the window behind him.
"Who is the man looking through the blinds?"
Oh boy, Luke wasn't kidding when he said his brothers were possessive. "My boss."
"Not anymore."
Tattoo Stud's command was a deep rumble, rattling her bones and the ground under her feet like the tremors of an earthquake. His eyes turned from brown to gold again, but they weren't like a wolf's eyes. For a moment, she feared there was a different creature inside him, like maybe the demon Kathy had warned her about. She shook her head at the thought. Hadn't Luke said they were all wolf shifters? She splayed a hand across her chest, rapidly losing patience with the big beast who breathed down her neck. She would not back down, no matter how much he rattled her. "I beg your pardon?" He spun her around so fast, the breath whooshed from her lungs. He backed her against the door and then leaned against her, trapping her when he planted a hand on either side of her head.
"Pack your things. You're leaving with us."
It wasn't a request. It was a command. "Oh, you think so?" She cocked a brow, inwardly smiling when Luke and another brother pulled him away.
"Ease up, Drasko,"
Luke growled. Drasko, huh? Somehow, the name fit. Her chest heaved as Drasko stared her down, and she read the meaning in his predatory gaze. You belong to me. The throbbing between her legs returned with a vengeance, and that slow drip in her panties turned into a steady trickle. Damn libido. Why would she get all hot and bothered by this beast? She pushed off the door when it rattled behind her.
"Amara, is everything all right?"
Dr. Tanner poked his head around the door, eyes widening when he looked at Drasko. "Yes." She expelled a shaky breath, willing herself to stop trembling. "It will be."
"What if it wasn't all right?"
Nostrils flaring, Drasko looked ready to charge Dr. Tanner like a raging bull.
"What would you do about it?"
"Oh my God," she spat, eyeing Drasko with derision. "Are you serious?" Even if she wanted to leave her life behind, there was no way she would mate with this jerk, no matter how horny he made her.
"Our parasite case has taken a turn for the worse."
Tanner's hand shook as he mopped sweat off his brow, his gaze nervously flitting from one brother to the other before settling on Drasko.
"I need you to tell me what's wrong."
"He needs fluids," Amara said.
"Aren't you supposed to be the doctor?"
Drasko said on a low growl. Tanner nodded at Amara.
"I am, but she can diagnose faster than I can."
Drasko looked at Amara, eyes bulging.
"You can diagnose illness?"
"Yeah, it's no big deal."
"It is a big deal."
He crossed his arms, looking down his nose at the doctor.
"I bet you pay her a meager wage and force her to do all the work." I pay her fairly,"
he stammered. He didn't pay her fairly at all. A doctor in Oregon had given her twice as much, and the cost of living there was half what it was in Alaska.
"I don't think you do."
Drasko smirked as he gave Tanner a long look.
"I think you're a cheap ass. What I pay my employees is none of your business."
Tanner turned up his chin, looking at Amara with a trembling lip, as if she had the power to save him.
"I also give her food and housing."
By food, he meant packaged dorm room noodles, and by housing, he meant the rundown 16-foot travel trailer parked behind the horse stalls, leaving her as unofficial night watchman and handler of horse dung. One good thing had come from her living quarters. She knew what a sick horse's shit smelled like, which came in handy when diagnosing her patients.
"She won't be needing your assistance anymore."
Drasko waved the doctor away, as if he was a fly buzzing about his head.
We'll take it from here.
Her boss's jaw went slack.
Amara, are you quitting?
No, she said firmly, shooting a glare at Drasko.
Yes.
Drasko smirked, issuing her a challenging look. This beast certainly was sure of himself. She almost wanted to go with him, just to teach him some manners.
Folks, as touching as this reunion is, I think we should take this to the reservation. We're handling it, Johnson.
Drasko rumbled without taking his eyes off Amara. She hadn't even noticed when one of the feds got out of the truck. Johnson slowly approached them, his eyes trained on Drasko with each step. Even the agent knew this wolf was out of control. She impatiently tapped a foot on the concrete. I'm not leaving. Drasko had the nerve to chuckle. He shook off his brothers with a grunt and stepped forward, holding out a hand.
Stop this nonsense. You're coming with us.
Her traitorous body swayed toward him, nearly compelling her to obey. She forced herself to take a step back. No easy feat while looking into Drasko's mesmerizing eyes, which shifted from brown to gold and back again. The wolf continued his advance, so she retreated farther, bumping into Dr. Tanner. Drasko snatched her arm and pulled her away from the doctor. She slammed into his hard chest with a grunt, then gaped up at him in wide-eyed shock, a fog of lust clouding her thoughts. She knew she should be angry, but she was so damn horny.
Drasko,
one of the brothers said.
You need to chill.
He stroked her cheek with the back of a calloused hand.
Back off, Håkon. I'm handling this.
She felt like a rabbit caught in a snare, the throb between her legs pulsing like a heartbeat. Holy shit, this beast made her so angry, and hot damn, she so wanted to fuck him.
You boys need me to lend a hand?
Johnson said behind her. Everything, even her thudding heartbeat, sounded distant, while she was trapped beneath Drasko's gaze.
We don't need your help,
he growled, grazing her cheek again and causing a soft moan to escape her lips and her eyelids to involuntarily flutter.
You want me.
His warm breath in her ear turned her knees to jelly.
Don't deny your instinct. Who are you people?
Tanner squeaked like a prepubescent mouse. It was at that moment she realized why she wasn't attracted to the doctor. It wasn't just because he was human. Dr. Tanner was a wimp compared to her mates. No, wait, not her mates. Why had she thought that? She wasn't going to mate with anyone, especially not this hulking testosterone-induced beast holding her. She blinked up at Drasko, struggling out of his grip as he dug his fingers into her shoulders.
You have 10 minutes to pack your things.
His commanding voice was like an invisible rope, tethering her to him. Holy heck, how could she refuse him when he looked at her like he was mentally fucking her? When she wanted so badly for him to push her into Luke's truck, rip off her pants, and hump the living shit out of her. In all honesty, she wanted Luke to join them, squeezing her tits and sucking her nipples, while his brother fucked her. For that matter, the other brothers could come along too, each fucking her senseless until she melted in a pool of lust.
You heard her,
Tanner squeaked a little louder.
She's not going anywhere.
She managed to tear her gaze away from Drasko long enough to glance at the doctor. Go inside, Dr. Tanner. Was he for real? Did he really think he had a chance in hell against these four? The doctor turned up a quivering chin.
Not without you.
Then he did something really stupid. He lunged for her, grabbing hold of her elbow and trying to yank her out of Drasko's arms. Drasko spun her behind him so fast, she tripped over her own feet and would have fallen flat on her face if she hadn't fallen against another brother. The brother pulled her close, awkwardly holding her like she was made of glass, his tanned cheeks turning 10 shades of red.
I got you.
The guy wasn't much older than her. He still had a youthful glow in his eyes and squeezable cheeks, plus the most infectious grin. Instinct told her he was the youngest of them, and despite her desire to put distance between herself and these beefy brutes, she couldn't help but enjoy being wrapped in his arms, while the booming voices behind her seemed to fade away. But her reprieve was short-lived. Dr. Tanner's ear-piercing girly squeal hurt her ears as the telltale sounds of a scuffle broke out, followed by the loud crunch of bone and the thud of a body hitting the concrete. "Dr. Tanner!" She reluctantly jerked free of the young brother's warm embrace and fell to her knees, reaching for her boss as blood gushed from his nose and his eyes rolled back. She turned on Drasko with a snarl. "You asshole! What the hell is wrong with you?" He jerked as if he'd been slapped.
"He put his hands on you."
"He grabbed my arm. He didn't hurt me." She felt for Dr. Tanner's pulse while he lay eerily still. Too still. "I think you killed him."
"I didn't kill him."
Drasko kicked the wall so hard with the tip of his boot, a flower pot rattled on the windowsill before shattering beside his feet.
"Drasko, you need to calm down."
The brother Amara thought was called Håkon clutched Drasko's shoulder with white knuckles. Though his eyes changed from black to bright gold, there was something in the proud turn of his chin and rigid shoulders that told Amara he wasn't as unhinged as Drasko. He exuded raw male power in a subtle, confident way. And he was devastatingly handsome, too. He had an unruly mop of dark hair and a beard-shadowed jaw, tight denim jeans, and the sleeves on his flannel shirt rolled up just far enough to reveal thick biceps, reminding her of a native Paul Bunyan.
"Don't tell me to calm down, Håkon."
Drasko tried in vain to shake off his brother.
"Do you expect me to stand by while this human puts his hands on our mate? Brother, control yourself."
Håkon's rumble shook the earth with the force of an earthquake tremor. Luke knelt beside the doctor, feeling his pulse before waving to his younger brother.
"Roan, help me get him inside."
Amara smiled at Roan as he knelt beside her. She bit her lip when he smiled back and blushed from the exposed skin of his smooth, broad chest to the roots of his sandy brown hair. "Thank you," she said, as he helped carry her boss into the hospital. Honestly, Roan was so big, he could have carried the doctor by himself.
"Anything to make you smile,"
he said with a wink. It was her turn to blush. She followed them, admiring Roan's round buttocks in his tight jeans. "Take him to the back room." She waved at a door, then indicated the table reserved for large animals. Thank goodness the other lab techs had gone home. What would they have said if they'd seen the spectacle her mates had made at the clinic? She leaned over the doctor after they laid him down. "Dr. Tanner, can you hear me?" He groaned when she examined his swollen and bloody nose. Luckily, Luke had already made himself useful and found an ice pack.
"Let me help,"
he said, holding it over Tanner's nose.
"I'm trained in first aid." "Are there any other employees here?"
Roan asked, edging closer to her. She didn't scoot away when his hip grazed her side. "No."
"He's okay."
Luke lifted each eyelid.
"Just knocked out."
The doctor groaned again, his head falling to one side while his nose literally expanded before her eyes. It had to be broken. Damn, what a mess. Drasko deserved to get arrested for assault. She straightened at a knock on the door.
"Miss, I need to ask you a few questions."
Johnson, the black agent, popped his head inside.
"Where is your family?"
Just because these wolves trusted him didn't mean she had to. "I'm not talking to you unless I have a lawyer." Roan laughed. Amara glared. He frowned, hanging his head like a puppy who'd been caught messing on the carpet.
"Sorry. Leave her alone,"
Luke said.
"Her dad was a lone wolf. She doesn't know."
The detective ignored Luke, slipping inside and shutting the door behind him.
"I need to know who else knows about your wolf." "Johnson,"
Luke growled.
"I said to leave her alone."
When the agent stared pointedly at her, she said, Nobody. Actually, that wasn't true. A few humans knew about her wolf, but they'd all been scared shitless, and she knew they wouldn't tell.
Are you sure?
The agent glanced at Tanner.
What about him?
Luke growled louder. This agent was either really stupid, or he knew Luke well enough to know his limits. Dr. Tanner? He knows I'm different. That's it. Last week, she'd finally relented and told her boss she wasn't human after one of his many advances. When he'd chuckled and said she was playing hard to get, she shifted her eyes just enough to reveal her inner wolf. That was enough to get him to take a hesitant step back. He'd done a good job keeping his distance until today. What had changed, and why wouldn't he give up already? Agent Johnson stood behind Luke, looking at her over the rim of his sunglasses.
Has the doctor seen you change?
The door flew open and slammed against the wall. Håkon stood there with a sheepish Drasko behind him. Håkon marched up to the agent, bearing down on him with a scowl so dark and menacing, she thought she saw steam pouring from his nostrils.
She's not answering any more of your questions. Fine.
The agent threw up his hands.
Can someone at least put a necklace on her?
Håkon fished something out of his pocket, then placed it in her palm.
Put this on,
he said, in a tone leaving no room for refusal. She looked at the amethyst gemstone dangling from a black leather band and remembered her grandmother had left her an amethyst ring when she died. Because it was too big, Amara had worn it on a cord around her neck. Though Amara had wanted to keep the family heirloom, she'd hawked it because she thought it had brought her bad luck. She wasn't able to shift when she wore it. She looked at Håkon. Why? He swore under his breath.
Because Johnson doesn't know you, and he's worried you'll shift in public. You only have to wear it until we get to the reservation.
She hadn't realized it was the amethyst that trapped her inner wolf. She slipped the necklace over her head with trembling hands. But I'm staying here. She said it without conviction. Was she changing her mind? No. She couldn't go off with these men. Maybe she could mate with Luke, Håkon, and especially with Roan. But no way in hell was she mating with Drasko, no matter how wet he made her. A booming rumble from the front office shook the building.
What in Ancient's name is going on?
Agent Johnson shot Håkon a sly look.
Your dad doesn't sound happy. We ditched them on the highway when we caught her scent.
Håkon winked at Amara.
We can't help it if they drive like old men.
She shifted uncomfortably when Håkon looked at her. Something about the power emanating from him put her on edge. A man who looked like an older version of Håkon filled the narrow doorframe with broad shoulders. His chest heaved and his nostrils flared when he looked at the brothers, then at the doctor's supine body.
Luke didn't go loner.
Håkon nodded at her.
This is Amara. Her father was a loner.
Her knees weakened when the older man looked her over like she was a prized cow.
Amara, as in the goddess?
He gnawed on his lip.
From the Romanian tribe.
It wasn't a question, but a statement, as if he knew it to be true. How did he know her father had been from Romania? That was where Kathy said she'd met her sperm donor. Håkon nodded.
Smells like...
Their noses were better than hers. She couldn't tell where these men came from by sniffing them. She just knew they smelled different, yet familiar. The older man frowned, deep lines framing his eyes and mouth.
They never told us of a lone wolf. I'll contact their chieftain when we get home.
Good. Drasko's eyes shifted again, his golden pupils elongating and making him look like that demon Kathy had warned her about.
When you find out who her father is...
Drasko's voice dropped to a baritone so low, he sounded like a recording playing in slow motion.
I'm flying to Romania and tearing his limbs off, one by one.
Drasko was going to kill her father? Her world tipped, then spun, and her legs buckled.
Amara!
She thought she heard Luke scream. before her world darkened. Chapter 2. Something was off. Amara wasn't at the clinic. The low rumble beneath her told her she was traveling in a truck. She heard the excited squeals of her 2 little dogs, followed by the erratic wagging of their tails. She smelled their excitement. Then she smelled 3 familiar, yet foreign scents, and her memories came rushing back. She twitched, and her eyelids fluttered.
She's waking up. What do I say to her?
She recognized Roan's voice, the adorably sexy shifter, the youngest of the 4 brothers who were supposedly her mates.
Just talk to her, Roan,
an unfamiliar voice answered. She opened her eyes and stared across the bench seat at Roan, who was looking at her like a jackrabbit caught in a wolf's line of sight. Her traitorous dogs were climbing all over him, smothering him with kisses and demanding to be petted. Weird. Her grumpy black schnauzer, Scrooge, usually didn't like anyone but her. Her brown terrier mix, Gremlin, hated men, especially Dr. Tanner, yet they were showering Roan with affection.
Hi.
He flashed a soft smile, his cheeks coloring while he scratched Scrooge behind the ears.
Are you okay?
She sat up, dragging a hand down her face and looking out at pine trees moving past in a blur. When Amara looked out the back window, her breath caught in her throat. They were being closely followed by a truck. She barely made out Håkon in the driver's seat. Drasko was beside him, and Luke was sitting in the back cab, beside a familiar big yellow head. They'd brought Buster, too? Her relief at not being parted from her lab was short-lived when she saw her bulging backpack on the floor. They'd packed her things. She wasn't just going on a trip with these guys. They were taking her from the clinic for good, rehoming her in a foreign place with big, brooding wolves. She observed the interior of the truck. She could tell by the old stereo and missing nav system that it wasn't as new as Luke's, but it was still well maintained. 2 older men sat in the seat in front of her. She recognized the driver from the clinic. He was Håkon's father and the alpha of the pack. When she caught him looking at her in the rearview mirror, she felt compelled to look away. He scared her for some reason. The man sitting next to him reminded her of Luke, with the same wiry frame. She guessed he was the tracker's father. He looked at her briefly, nostrils flaring, then turned up his nose, sniffing the air.
Slow down,
he said to the driver.
I sent a herd of elk ahead. Over a dozen.
As the truck slowed, she made out highway markers. They'd left Anchorage and were heading north. Where are you taking me? She asked Roan.
To the reservation,
he answered.
You need to be with your own kind, Amara.
But you're not my kind. She knew these men were more animal than her. She couldn't scent any elk. She couldn't drop her voice low enough to rattle the walls. She didn't think she was wolf enough to fit in with this pack. I'm part human.
Amara,
Roan chuckled.
We're all part human.
But what about Dr. Tanner? She hadn't even examined him. What if he had a concussion? Roan's smile faded.
He'll wake up with a painful break, but he'll be fine. The agents called in backup to take care of him.
She wondered what the animals would do without her. There were sick ones who needed her help, some terminal, which she'd hoped to help comfort in their final days. Then there were her things. Were they all in her backpack? She wanted to grab it, but it was wedged under the front seat, and she was too afraid to ask the intimidating wolf in front of her to move. She only had one other bra, the one with the safety pins that she was forced to wear on laundry day. And what about her photographs and her camera? As if sensing her distress, Gremlin and Scrooge climbed into her lap, nuzzling her chest. She held tightly to her pups, doing her best to hold back her tears. "We have to go back," she blurted.
No, Amara,
the alpha driver answered on a low grumble.
You're not safe on your own.
But my parasite patient needs attention,
Luke gave him an IV, Roan said. He's had lots of first aid experience in the army.
Amara was glad the Great Dane had received care, but she still wanted to go back. But you forgot my other dog. She thought of Max, the sweet shepherd left behind. He was Dr. Tanner's dog, but he liked Amara better than the doctor, and they'd formed a tight bond over the past few months. The alpha's eyes narrowed as he looked at her through the mirror.
Luke said you only had 3.
No, she bit her lip, feeling intense pressure under the scrutiny of his glare. There's Max, my shepherd. Luke's father turned to her.
Amara, look at me.
When she looked at him, she felt like a flower wilting under a heat lamp.
There is no Max,
he said.
I can tell when you're lying. I know you're scared, but you're not going back. Understood?
She swallowed a lump of emotion, then looked down at her hands, fisted in her lap. Yes, she murmured. There is a Max, though.
But he wasn't your dog,
Luke's dad said accusingly. She sniffled, doing her best to hold back the tears. Poor Max. She knew he'd miss her and her dogs. How excited he was to see her every morning. How he loved to play with Buster. She wiped a tear as it slipped over her cheek. I'll still miss him. Roan leaned forward, looking at her with big, amber eyes.
I promise, Amara, once you get used to your new life, you won't miss your old one.
She vehemently shook her head as more tears escaped. I'll always miss Max. She ended on a sob, covering her face with her hands. How could they take her from her life and not at least let her have closure? Her pups whimpered, coating her hands with kisses.
Can we go back and get him?
Roan begged. She looked at him through a crack in her fingers. He was leaning against the front seat, giving the men a look like Buster begging for scraps.
Quiet, Roan,
the alpha grumbled, eyes on the road.
You're not helping.
Her shoulders fell when she realized she'd lost. She'd never see Max or anyone from her old life again. Not that she cared about the people, but she'd sure miss the animals. She wiped more tears and then giggled when Scrooge and Gremlin showered her face with kisses. Her dogs were her children. She'd go crazy if she'd been forced to leave them behind, too. She petted them for a long while, smiling when Gremlin rolled on his back, demanding tummy scratches. She looked at Roan, who was looking back at her with longing in his eyes, as if he wanted his tummy scratched, too. Her nostrils flared when she picked up a tempting, warm, and musky scent. He shifted his legs, not too subtly adjusting a bulge in his crotch. She repressed a grin when his cheeks colored. Her body involuntarily reacted, the spot between her legs warming and swelling. His eyes widened as he looked at her. Now it was her turn to blush.
Do you have any hobbies?
He asked, smoothing his hair. Good distraction, Roan. Switch to hobbies, so maybe my girl boner will go away. They needed to think about something else before she was tempted to straddle him right there in front of his family. Other than taking care of dogs? I like photography. Until she'd cracked her camera lens, that is. Her dream had once been to start her own pet photography studio, but that was put on hold because dreams didn't pay bills.
What's your favorite food?
He licked his full lips. She wondered how those lips would feel sucking her pussy. She shook her head, trying to push wicked thoughts of Roan out of her mind. I like all food. He eagerly nodded.
Me too.
Her stomach rumbled, reminding her she'd only had a granola bar for breakfast, and she'd refused to take a lunch break. I think hamburgers are my favorite, with fries and a strawberry milkshake. She could go for a hamburger at the moment, smothered in bacon and onions, and dipped in lots of ketchup.
I'll have to make you my famous moose burgers and seasoned fries.
She frowned. Though moose burgers sounded delicious, she worried that her mates would probably expect her to be skilled in the kitchen when she wasn't busy popping out their babies. I'm not a very good cook. He flashed a broad grin.
Don't worry. I can teach you.
She couldn't help but smile back. He was so cute, so sweet. Maybe having him for a mate wouldn't be such a bad thing. She liked Luke, and Håkon too. If only they didn't come with Drasko. "You cook a lot?" she asked, absently petting her dogs. He puffed up his chest.
Håkon and Drasko kill 'em, and I grill 'em.
She wondered if Håkon and Drasko killed them in wolf form, or if they hunted as humans with guns. The thought of Drasko with a gun didn't sit well with her, and then she sucked in a sharp breath when she remembered she'd blacked out right after he said he was going to rip apart her father. "Is your brother really going to kill my dad?"
Nah.
His amber eyes danced with laughter.
Drasko talks out his ass when he's pissed. Typical second alpha. I'm Roan.
He jutted a thumb in his chest.
I'm the youngest of the pack. We didn't have a proper introduction earlier.
That's okay. She bit her lip as an overwhelming desire to run her tongue over the dimples in his cheeks and across his full lips came over her. "I caught your name from Luke."
You're very pretty,
he blurted. Heat flamed her face like wildfire. "Thanks." The tracker turned to them, nostrils flaring.
No flirting.
Roan shrugged.
I can't help it.
The older man arched a brow.
Do we need to trade places? No, sir.
Roan frowned, then nodded to the front seat.
Those are my dads, Tor, the alpha of our family, like my brother Håkon, and Van, the tracker, like my brother Luke.
She thought it odd how he called them both his fathers and not his uncles. They couldn't be his true fathers. She smiled at the men up front, not surprised when they returned her smile with stony looks. They didn't seem unfriendly, though, just on edge. Was it because of her? "Roan," Amara said, "I don't know anything about packs. Can you explain them to me?" She didn't want him getting into trouble and having to switch places with one of his stern fathers.
Okay.
He shrugged.
Most packs have 3 or 4 brothers. The strong packs have 2 alphas. We're the strongest pack in our tribe because we have 2 alphas and the best tracker.
Tor loudly cleared his throat, clutching the steering wheel with white knuckles and giving Roan a stern look in the rearview mirror.
Second strongest. Sorry.
He bit his lip, sharing a sly look with Amara.
Second strongest after our dad's pack. You already know Luke is the tracker. We call trackers betas.
He said he's in the army.
He just got back from a tour in Afghanistan. We were celebrating his safe return when he caught your scent.
Roan's eyes widened.
Drasko beat the crap out of him, trying to restrain him. He thought Luke had gone lone wolf.
She grimaced. Luke told me. One more reason she wasn't fond of Drasko.
My dads and brothers chained him up for 3 days, thinking they could subdue him. He faked being better, and then he escaped.
Luke hadn't told her he'd been chained up for 3 days. That's how he must have gotten those welts on his wrists. She felt bad for giving him a hard time after what he'd been through.
Håkon is the oldest,
Roan continued.
He's first alpha. Drasko is second alpha. They both work in the oil fields. Håkon is a foreman, so we have lots of money. If you need us to buy you anything, just let us know.
I have my own money, thanks. She straightened. Why was he offering to buy her stuff? Had he noticed her tattered clothes, her second-hand camera? She didn't have nice things, but her dogs ate the best food, and she had an important job. And what is your role in the pack? He puffed up his chest again, looking so adorably sexy, she had to fight the desire to climb on top of him and kiss him senseless.
I'm a gamma. My job is to stay home with you, help raise our offspring, and keep you sexually satisfied. Damn it, Roan!
Tor bellowed so loudly, the dogs cowered and whimpered while Amara covered their ears.
Sorry.
He grinned sheepishly.
It just slipped out. I don't talk to girls except for our mother and sister.
She covered her mouth to hide a smile. I can tell.
I was starting to think we'd never find our mate.
He continued, his eyes lighting up like a kid in a candy store.
We should have found you like 3 years ago.
Oh. She wondered how different her life would have been if that had happened. She wouldn't have Gremlin and Scrooge if she hadn't moved to that clinic near Portland. How sad her life would have been without them. They'd been abandoned at the vet's office, neglected and mistreated. Even though the past 3 years had been sort of hellish, she still didn't regret her detour to Alaska. She and the dogs had been homeless for almost a month at one point, living out of her run-down car while she searched for work. But she'd managed to keep her little family together, and the low points in her life had only made her stronger. Roan licked his lips and rubbed his hands together, as if she was a slab of prime rib, and he was a starving wolf.
Your hair looks so soft, and your eyes shine like diamonds.
That's it,
she gasped, clutching her dogs, when Tor slammed on the brakes. Roan's hand flew across Amara's breasts, stopping her when she lurched forward. She thought this gesture was gallant, though she wondered if he was also interested in copping a feel, because his fingers dug into her flesh, lingering a little too long. Not that she minded. In all honesty, it felt rather good being branded by his thick fingers. When the truck finally skidded to a stop, he pulled back, giving her an apologetic smile.
"What are you doing?"
Roan pleaded as his alpha father put the truck in park. Tor unstrapped his seatbelt, shooting Roan a look that made him cringe.
"You're riding with your brothers." "I'll behave,"
Roan begged.
"I promise."
Van's nostrils flared, and he shared a knowing look with Tor.
"You're reacting to her scent. You think we can't smell it?" "I can't help it,"
Roan whimpered.
"She's the prettiest girl I've ever seen." "Get out and bring her lab here."
Tor jutted a finger toward the door.
"Go."
Roan gave her one last apologetic look before slipping off his seatbelt and stumbling out the door. Her heart plummeted as he slunk like a dog with his tail between his legs to the truck parked behind them. She was bummed she wouldn't have anyone to talk to. She loved her big, affectionate lab, but she craved Roan's company. He made her laugh, and he was so cute. A mild breeze from outside hit her, the smell of diesel fuel accosting her senses as a bus drove by. She wondered if it was heading to Anchorage. And then a thought struck her. She couldn't be that far from the clinic. If she and the dogs bolted now, they could be back home by nightfall. She clutched the gemstone around her neck. The temptation to rip it off, shift, and run was powerful.
"Don't even consider it. You think 6 wolves can't track you?"
Van's sharp gaze practically bored holes through her skull. How'd he known what she was thinking?
"Once we get to the reservation,"
Tor said,
"we're contacting your father's family and finding out what the hell happened."
"You know how to reach my father?"
"Of course,"
Van answered, tapping his nose.
"It won't be hard."
She remembered Drasko's promise. She didn't want him hurting her father. Plus, she wasn't so sure he would want to hear from his bastard she-wolf, and the thought of being rejected by him filled her with shame and dread. She hung her head. "I don't think that's a good idea." Tor drummed his fingers on the steering wheel.
"Your father must face judgment for what he's done to you."
"I don't want anyone getting in trouble over me." She toyed with the smooth tips of Gremlin's pointy ears. "I don't think he knew about me."
"Amara, sex outside our species, outside our marriage bonds, is forbidden."
Van leaned towards her, so close she had no choice but to look into his eyes, surprised and relieved when she didn't see him judging her.
"If it hadn't been for Luke,"
he continued,
"you might have never been found. Then you and my sons would have lived lonely lives, without mates or children."
She gasped at that. "Your sons couldn't have found another mate?" Van shared another look with Tor.
"The ancients pick only one mate for us. If we never find her, we never marry. Your father was bound to someone else when he slept with your mother. He broke a sacred bond. He needs to atone for what he did to you and his designated mate."
She looked away, hating how Van's eyes pierced her, as if he was looking into her soul. "He didn't do anything to me."
The women in our culture are to be cherished and protected. Tell me, Amara.
The lines around Tor's eyes tightened as he looked at Amara in the rearview mirror.
Have you ever been cherished and protected?
She pulled her dogs close and looked out the back window. Drasko was heaving Buster into his arms as if he weighed no more than a toy poodle. "That's a very personal question."
Never mind.
Tor's voice was laced with pity.
I have my answer.
There was nothing she loathed more than being the object of pity. She'd been pitied nearly her entire life by people who made comments about her thrift store clothes. She hadn't always been unloved. Kathy had abandoned her in infancy, so Amara had been raised by 2 loving and kind grandparents. If their health hadn't failed, she'd still be living at their farm. But Grandpa died of lung cancer, and then Grandma succumbed to a stroke a few years later. Her grandma had adored her. She'd taught her how to sew and plant and tend to a garden. She'd fashioned Amara's hair in 2 braids with ribbons, and she took her for ice cream every Friday after school. Emotion welled up as she remembered her poor grandma's final moments, stroking Amara's face, telling her to be strong. "My grandmother cherished me," she answered, too choked up to say more. Tor arched a brow.
Where is she now?
"She died when I was 11. She rested her chin on top of Gremlin's head. "How will you find my father?" Worry gnawed her gut like a dog with a bone.
His tribe's chieftain will root him out,
Tor said.
But I suspect I know the family.
"You do?" She'd thought she'd never get the chance to meet her father, and this man was saying he could find him.
Yes.
Tor scowled.
The ancients never gifted them with a daughter. Now, I know why.
Drasko set Buster down beside her.
This slobber bucket is missing his mother.
"Hey, Buster." She wrapped her arms around her best friend's neck, refusing to look at Drasko. Buster coated her face with wet, sloppy kisses, his tail slapping the back of the seat.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
Drasko leaned into the cab, filling her space with the scent of raw male power.
Are you okay?
"I'm fine," she answered curtly, turning away from him. He made no promises not to hurt her father, which meant he wasn't really sorry. When Drasko slammed the door and marched back to the truck behind them, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was in no mood to deal with his mantrums. After Tor put the truck in drive and pulled back out on the highway, she sat quietly, holding onto her dogs like they were lifelines and wishing for her small, moldy bed at the clinic. She didn't want them seeking out her dad, and not just because she feared for his life. After the hell Kathy had put her through, she couldn't handle another rejection. Not from anyone, and especially not from her father. Håkon knew Roan wouldn't last long in the truck with Amara. The pup had been salivating ever since he'd caught her scent on the way into Anchorage. Now that his brothers were together again, they had to make things right with Luke. He cleared his throat, alternating between keeping his eyes on the road and watching Luke in the rearview mirror.
We owe you an apology.
Luke crossed his arms, his face lengthening, and his black eyes looking far worse after 3 days of sleep deprivation.
I'm waiting. Bro,
Håkon said.
I'm sorry for doubting you.
If Luke hadn't fought them off and escaped, they might never have found Amara. The thought made his stomach twist with guilt and dread. Luke was not as big or strong as his brothers, but thank the ancients, he was faster, slipping away when Drasko lost control and turned on Håkon. By the time Håkon had calmed Drasko and gathered his wits, Luke was long gone, following Amara's scent. How was Håkon supposed to know there was a lone female out there in the human world? It had never happened before. When trackers thought they scented their missing mates, It was usually a sign they were going crazy after suffering too long. Their mate should have come into heat years ago, relieving them of their perpetual boners, but she was nowhere to be found. Håkon had feared that their destined mate was from Romania, killed by poachers when she was young. That tribe had the highest mortality rate, for their country had been plagued by uprisings and unregulated hunting. Drasko, who sat beside Håkon, turned to Luke with a cross between a grimace and a smile.
I'm sorry for punching you in the face.
Roan elbowed Luke, frowning.
Me too.
Roan didn't have as much to be sorry about, though. He'd tried to get Håkon and Drasko to listen to Luke. If only they'd trusted him.
We owe you one,
Håkon said, studying the hard angles of Luke's face in the rear view.
I mean it.
Luke nodded.
You do. Just name it.
Håkon swallowed hard, worrying he'd given Luke an open invitation to claim first rights with Amara. Luke leaned back.
Let me think about it.
Drasko swore beside him.
I'm going to kill her father. Bro, don't say that around her,
Håkon admonished.
It upsets her.
The last time his brother said it, Amara fainted. Håkon was thankful for Roan's quick reflexes. The pup had caught her, then carried her to their father's truck, refusing to climb out of the truck after that. Their fathers had let him stay, saying it would be best if Amara woke to a friendly face. Roan had obviously gotten a little too friendly. Not even 10 minutes into their trip, and he was slinking back to their truck, his massive boner pointing at them like a sideways flagpole, threatening to bust the seam of his jeans. Poor pup. But at least he'd gotten to spend time alone with her. Too bad Håkon, the leader of their pack, and possibly the future leader of the entire tribe, was too afraid to be alone with her. Not because he feared what she'd do to him, but what he'd do to her. He'd wanted to bend her over and ram his dick up her with a primal roar the moment he'd laid eyes on her. Not to mention, his inner beast threatened to break out whenever she was near. And not the loyal protector beast, but the one who ripped pines out by the roots, hurling them down the mountain. He'd waited for her too long. Håkon's gut churned.
What about her mother?
He asked. Håkon cringed at Luke's audible sigh.
She said her mother abused her.
The crunch of steel filled their cabin when Drasko punched the roof.
This keeps getting worse,
he roared.
She's next.
Håkon scowled at the fist-sized dent above his head.
Control your rage, Drasko,
he warned. Drasko shot him a dark look and subsided.
The ancients already took care of the mother,
Luke said.
She died of cancer. A kinder punishment than I would have chosen,
Drasko mumbled.
What do you think about her ability to diagnose animals? Father said his great-grandmother had the same gift,
Luke said.
She knew their sickness just by touching them. Yeah, but I don't know of any she-wolf with that power now.
Håkon struggled to understand the significance of Amara's ability. Why had ancient magical powers faded only to return with a she-wolf who'd been raised by humans?
I don't think it's a coincidence she's named after our goddess, and has ancient powers. If the ancients had a hand in it,
Roan said, and rattled Håkon's seat.
Why would they let humans raise her?
Håkon shook his head.
I'm not sure. Do you think she's a virgin?
Roan asked.
I don't know.
Håkon grimaced.
And I don't want to think about it.
If she wasn't, they'd have to improvise during the wedding ritual, which would be awkward, and pointless, too. He wasn't even sure if the bonding would work if a human had taken her virginity. He'd had enough encounters with humans to know that sex in their world was oftentimes done with random strangers as a means of release. He prayed to the ancients that Amara was untouched, because the thought of another man touching her made his blood boil.
I'll kill any humans who touched her,
Drasko seethed.
Bro,
Håkon spoke through gritted teeth.
You need to control your temper. Don't tell me to control my temper.
Drasko clenched his hair by the roots, looking ready to rip it out of his head.
This is fucked up.
The tension in the cab was getting so thick, Håkon could feel the weight of it pressing down on his chest.
Relax, bros.
Luke chuckled.
I smelled her virginity.
Håkon, Drasko, and Roan heaved simultaneous groans of relief. Håkon looked at Luke in the rear view, forcing a smile.
Thank you, brother. I will never doubt your nose again. I didn't know you could pick up a scent that far.
Luke flashed a crooked smile, the circles under his eyes looking more pronounced.
Neither did I. You're tired,
Håkon said, again nearly consumed by guilt for what they'd put Luke through.
You need to sleep. I don't know if I can.
Luke's eyelids grew heavy.
She's safe now, thanks to you,
Håkon added.
Get some rest. Yeah.
Roan rubbed his hands together, bouncing in his seat.
We'll need our strength for the honeymoon.
Håkon inwardly cringed.
I don't think that will happen for a while. What?
Roan whimpered.
Why? She's scared,
Håkon answered, tired of trying to calm his brothers, but mostly just tired.
We're not taking her until she's ready.
Roan wiped a bead of sweat off his brow.
I smelled her desire. She was ready to jump my bones. I smelled it too.
Håkon tensed, trying to push the tempting scent of her out of his mind.
I'm talking about her mind, not her body. But she wants to mate with us,
Roan pleaded. Håkon shook his head.
Girls are more complicated than that. What do you know about girls?
Håkon ignored Drasko's jab. His brother was looking for a fight, but Håkon was sick of fighting. He still felt like 10 shades of bear shit for what they'd done to Luke.
We're going to have to wait. I have to get back to work, and her family will want us to wait, too.
Håkon had already taken too much time off. If he didn't get back soon, he'd lose his foreman position. The money was too good to let go, especially now that they'd be starting a family soon.
Her family doesn't get a say,
Drasko hissed.
If her fathers are who I think they are, her grandfathers are tribe elders.
Håkon did his best to keep his tone even.
They will have a say. Damn!
Roan kicked the back of his seat like a toddler throwing a tantrum.
What am I supposed to do with this?
Håkon didn't have to look behind him to know his brother's boner still hadn't gone down. He caught Roan's reflection in the rearview mirror, amused by the desperation in his big, sad eyes.
I'll carve a hole in a tree for you.
That elicited chuckles from his other brothers, which was good, because the tension in their cab was as thick as a 10-foot snowdrift. Everyone needed a good laugh, but mostly, they needed to calm the fuck down. Chapter 3. Sometime during the long, boring ride to the reservation, Amara fell asleep. She knew she was stuck in a dream, yet it felt so real. She was in a one-room cabin in the middle of the woods, and completely naked, lying spread-eagled on a large mattress. Håkon and Drasko had her legs pinned down. Her head was in Roan's lap, and Luke's head was between her legs. At first, he was just trailing kisses up and down her inner thighs, stopping a breath away from that sensitive juncture before blowing on her desire. She licked her lips with a groan, pushing upward with her elbows and thrusting her crotch in his face. He latched onto her, digging into the globes of her ass and then burying his tongue deep inside her before pulling out to lap up her juices with one blessedly long stroke of the tongue. Then he plunged again. Roan leaned over her, planting delicate kisses across her chin and lips, while Håkon and Drasko squeezed her breasts. She whimpered when Luke toyed with her swollen, sensitive nub, and Drasko pinched her nipple between his teeth, extending it before releasing and sucking her breast. The more Luke stroked and licked, the more an agonizing yet delightful sensation built deep inside her, threatening to explode. Despite her cries for mercy, they continued to lick, probe, and touch, holding her captive to the growing swell of desire. One final stroke of Luke's tongue sent her soaring and then tumbling over the edge, a beat deep inside her pounding against his tongue in sweet, euphoric release. It was a sensation unlike anything she'd ever imagined, so pure and so perfect. She panted Luke's name between each contraction. Tears pricked her eyes, and she went boneless, sinking into the mattress while they continued to shower her with touches and kisses. She heaved a sigh of contentment, then gasped when Luke and Håkon switched places. Håkon's gaze bored into her with such intensity, she was compelled to look away. Holy heck, were they going to torture her again? She certainly hoped so. Roan showered her face with sloppy licks. She tried pushing him away when his tongue darted up her nose. His face had turned into a long muzzle. Was he shifting? And why did he look like Buster? She swatted him again, calling for Håkon when he faded away. She woke with a start, Buster nuzzling her cheek. "Get off me," she grumbled, pushing him away. The truck had stopped, and she could hear the voices of her mates outside. She peered over the seat of the cab, looking straight at her mates' dads.
"Have a good nap?"
Tor smirked. Holy shitfire. Had she cried out in her sleep? Did they know she'd had a wet dream? Van and Tor nudged each other, sharing knowing looks.
"We'll leave you alone for a minute,"
Van said, avoiding her eyes as he and Tor slipped out of the truck. They knew. She wanted to die. She panicked when she looked down at the wide bull's eye that had soaked the crotch of her work scrubs. She felt moisture in her panties. She pushed Gremlin away when he tried to sniff her crotch. She reached for the backpack on the floor, yanking it out from under the front seat. She was relieved to see her jeans and clean panties stuffed inside, along with her few worldly possessions, including her broken digital camera. She stole a glance outside. Her mates' dads were pushing them away as they tried to approach the truck. Ignoring her dog's whimpers to go outside, she thanked her lucky stars the truck had tinted windows. She quickly stripped off her soaked clothes and slipped on new panties and her jeans. As she laced her shoes back up, she made a mental note not to sleep the rest of the trip and risk another erotic dream. This was her only pair of jeans. She balled up her wet clothes and shoved them in the bottom of her backpack. She looked out the window again. Roan was shifting from foot to foot, impatiently peering around his dad's. Håkon was leaning against the side of the truck, looking exhausted. Drasko and Luke were staring straight at her, nostrils flared. She quickly averted her gaze, focusing on the flashing yellow and red restaurant sign and the other vehicles parked in the lot. Luke's truck was at the end of the lot. The older federal agent was in the driver's seat. The black truck with the tinted windows was parked next to him. Did these feds go everywhere the wolves went, and the wolves were okay with that? They even let the feds drive their trucks? This situation was weirder than weird. Leaning over the seat, she checked her hair in the mirror, dismayed to see it looked like a bird's nest. She located a brush in her backpack and tried to make her ponytail more manageable. Then she found a bottle of expensive vanilla-scented lotion, a gift from one of her clients, after she'd found a small tumor in the dog's lung. She loved that lotion, but used it sparingly because she knew she could never afford to replace it. She thought of the hungry wolves outside and realized she'd need to use a lot to mask the smell of her desire. She lathered it up over her arms and neck, then lifted her shirt and rubbed it into her belly before quickly smearing it around her bikini line. She sure hoped it was enough. She was still majorly humiliated over the whole erotic experience. She'd never had a wet dream in her life. Heck, she'd never even had sex, or sexual urges for that matter. Of all the times for her libido to awaken, she'd always hoped one day she'd find a mate, and her first orgasm would be with him. Instead, Her first orgasm had been in front of 2 old dudes and 3 dogs. How fucking embarrassing. She pushed open the truck door, letting Buster jump down after her. Then she picked up the little dogs, holding them against her chest like a furry barrier as she walked past the men and deposited the dogs on a grassy embankment by the side of the road. While they marked their territory, she impatiently tapped her foot, cringing when Luke approached, nostrils still flaring. He flashed a devastatingly sexy grin.
Vanilla, huh?
Yeah, she shrugged, looking away. He scooted closer, his voice dropping to a sultry whisper.
So, what was the dream about?
She turned from him. None of your fucking business.
It's natural to go into heat when you find your mates,
he said to her back.
That's how you know we're the ones.
Her chest tightened, and tears pricked the backs of her eyes. It's embarrassing.
Not to us,
he said, his voice changing from sultry to soothing.
It's flattering. Believe me, I'll be having a similar dream tonight.
His eyes smoldered like twin suns while heat radiated off his body. He leaned into her, his dark, rich scent hitting her like a brick to the head and making her libido spring to life once more. Holy shitballs, she so wanted to straddle him. A wicked grin split his face in two.
You gonna tell me what it was about?
Her knees nearly buckled when a wave of lust washed over her and moisture filled her panties. Oh no, she couldn't soak her only pair of jeans. She fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, glancing at the others. His brothers were watching them like a pack of circling vultures. His dads were pointing at the restaurant. Your dads are waving to us, she said, trying to pull away when he latched onto her elbow. Even her dogs were ready to go, sitting impatiently by her feet. He pulled her to his side.
Just tell me.
She leaned into him as her legs went boneless. She felt caught in his web of desire, unable to break free. Your brothers were holding me down and you were licking me, she finally admitted.
Where?
He rasped, his breath tickling her ear. Heat flamed her face as more moisture soaked her panties. You know where. Her knees nearly gave way when his lips grazed the tip of her ear.
Did you enjoy it?
You know I did.
I'm going to do my best to live up to that dream, Amara.
He squeezed her arm, then laced his fingers through hers, sending a jolt of lust right to that sweet spot between her thighs. Soon, she'd need extra absorbent adult diapers to control the gushing. She pulled away, shaking him off as if his hand was on fire. Who says I'll let you?
Oh, you'll let me.
His rumble sent a shiver coursing down her spine.
You'll be begging for it.
She quickly scooped up her dogs, racing for the truck without a backward glance. She did her best to ignore his laughter. What a jerk. Did he think making her gush was funny? Seriously, what a major asshole. She despised him for getting her all hot and bothered, acting as if his flirting was some kind of joke. But mostly, she despised him because he was right. She so wanted him to lick between her thighs again. But this time, for real. And then, she wanted him to fuck her. Heck, she wanted all his brothers to fuck her. Even the jerk, Drasko. Especially the jerk, Drasko. If they didn't mate soon, she would have to beg for it. She wanted these wolves so damn badly, it hurt. Amara felt the heat of her mates encompassing her like a fog as they crowded into the diner.
Are you hungry, Amara?
Tor asked as he nodded to a large booth in the corner of the restaurant. Yeah, hungry for my wolves, she thought. When her stomach growled, reminding her that a she-wolf couldn't sustain herself on granola bars, she nodded. Starving. She yelped when someone stepped on the back of her foot.
"Back off, mutts,"
Tor snapped at his sons, his lips pulled back in a feral snarl.
"and control yourselves."
"I need to go to the bathroom," she mumbled before breaking from the pack. Apparently, she was not to be trusted on the toilet alone because Roan and Luke shadowed her. She gave them a quizzical look. They shrugged, having the decency to look sheepish, with hands thrust in their pockets. She watched Drasko and Håkon through the restaurant windows as they circled the building. Were they guarding all exits? Did they think she was going to escape through a bathroom window with her dogs locked in their truck? After she washed up, she used the sanitary napkin machine in the bathroom, getting an extra absorbent pad with the change in her pocket. Hopefully, it would soak up any more moisture should she fantasize about her mates again. No surprise, Roan and Luke were waiting by the door when she came out. She followed Luke to a nearby booth, Roan trotting closely at her heels. Tor stood, motioning to a spot by Van.
"You're sitting between us."
He motioned at his sons.
"I don't think these dogs will keep their paws to themselves."
She nodded, sliding in beside Van, while Tor flanked her other side.
"Human males are attracted to Amaraki females in heat,"
Tor whispered.
"That's why we have to be so protective of you."
She nodded in acknowledgement. Oh, wow. That explained why her boss had started to flirt with her again, and why he'd acted so nuts when Luke had shown up, and then had the temerity to challenge Drasko. Drasko and Håkon returned from bathroom window duty and sat beside their fathers, while Roan and Luke sat on the outsides of the booth. She felt weird when the brothers looked at her like dogs ready to attack a bone. Their eyes had faded from bright yellow to brown, with the exception of Drasko, who still had gold flecks around his pupils. She looked away when he caught her staring at him, heat flushing her face. She looked over menu prices and wondered if she was going to have to pay for herself. She'd forgotten to check her backpack to see if they'd found her savings, nearly $2,000 that had been tucked away in a sock in the cupboard beside her bed. Then she remembered today was payday, and she hadn't collected her check. Dr. Tanner usually put off paying her, and she had to literally bug him all day before he'd write her a check. She'd begged him to invest in employee management software and a payroll company, but he'd insisted in doing the bookkeeping himself, saying he wasn't paying anyone else to manage his money. No surprise she barely made minimum wage with such a tight-fisted boss. She gnawed on her lip, trying to find something affordable on the menu. This place was pricey for a roadside diner. Then again, everything in Alaska was expensive.
"Order whatever you want, Amara,"
Håkon said.
"Don't be shy." "Get the moose burger,"
Roan said.
"It's the best thing they've got."
Okay. She closed the menu. The moose burger was also twice the price of a regular hamburger. She sure as heck hoped they were paying. She tensed when a young, busty, red-headed waitress came to take their order. The skank refused to take her eyes off Håkon. After Roan whispered to Håkon, they ordered her a moose burger with fries and a strawberry milkshake. She inwardly smiled. Roan had remembered her favorite foods. The atmosphere was awkward, to say the least, while they waited for their food. She saw the agents sitting in a booth across the restaurant, sipping tea and checking their phones.
"Don't worry about them,"
Tor said.
"They don't mean us harm."
"Do they always shadow you?" she asked.
"They're not shadowing me,"
Tor answered.
"They're shadowing you."
She gasped. "Oh."
"It's only temporary."
Tor affectionately patted her hand.
"Just until they can trust you."
Amara flinched. "I'm no criminal."
"We know,"
Tor said, nodding to the amethyst that hung around her neck.
"But we have strict rules about shifting off the reservation."
She swallowed hard, thinking of all the times she'd shifted. More times than she could count, but only when she and her dogs were alone in the forest. She was careful that no humans saw her. Well, except for 3 incidents. But she'd had no choice then. Her nostrils flared when the waitress brought 3 steaming platters of appetizers loaded with cheese sticks, chicken wings, and onion rings. She set one platter in front of Håkon with a wink. The hair on the back of Amara's neck stood on end when the waitress placed a hand on Håkon's shoulder. "Your hamburgers will be up in 10. She coyly batted her eyes at Håkon. "Can I get you anything else, sweetie?" Sweetie? That fucking bitch.
No thanks.
Håkon didn't even look at her, which pleased Amara immensely. It also bothered her that she was so annoyed by the waitress. Why was she so possessive of a man she'd only just met? Were Håkon and his brothers truly destined to be her mates? Had Drasko been right that she couldn't deny her instinct? She swallowed hard when she noticed everyone alternating between staring at her and the appetizers. Were they waiting for her?
Do you want any, Amara?
Roan stared at her like Buster and Max, drooling at Dr. Tanner's feet every morning when he ate his breakfast burritos. Sure. She put a few items on a plate and added a dollop of dipping sauce. Tor waved to the others.
Go ahead.
She was glad she'd gotten first choice. The men attacked their food like wolves fighting over a deer carcass, polishing off the appetizers in a matter of minutes. These men were far more wolf than human. She was hungry, but she never attacked her food. She cringed, wondering if they hunted like real animals in the wild. She'd never had to kill to eat, and didn't know if she could. She feared she would be too human for them. The rest of the food arrived. Her sandwich was so big, she had to cut it in half. She pushed half to the side of her plate, along with some fries. Her pups would be hungry soon. Even though Tor had locked the doors and left the truck running with the AC on full blast, she felt bad leaving them while she ate. She'd looked at them several times during her meal, her heart plummeting when she saw them looking back at her with large, sad eyes. The men polished off their meals, leaving not a crumb on their plates. She wondered where they got their appetites. Was this a wolf thing? She'd never been a big eater. Then again, food cost money, something she'd never had in abundance. She'd always eaten well with her grandparents, but that all changed after they died. Her stepdad's fridge had had more beer in it than food, and her mom had always chased the latest diet fads, so there hadn't been much in the way of real food when she lived with them. She hadn't wanted to seem like a glutton when she lived with her first foster parents. Their modest teacher salaries meant the family was on a budget, and Amara didn't want to give them reason to turn her away. She'd had to live off small portions with her many other sets of foster parents, too. Living at her uncle's house had been the worst. Even though she'd kept the house spotless and taken care of the kids, her aunt still charged her for every scrap of food she ate. If she had only one cookie out of the bag, her aunt would dock her pay 25 cents. The snacks added up fast, and her aunt had inflated the prices, so Amara just got used to not eating.
Don't you want that?
Roan asked as he reached for her leftover moose burger. Tor slapped his hand.
It's for her dogs. We can order them food,
Håkon said.
You don't need to go hungry.
Amara shook her head. I'm not hungry. Drasko frowned at her plate.
You hardly ate.
Amara shifted uncomfortably when he turned his scowl on her. Why did he unnerve her so much? She'd eaten half her fries and burger and drunk almost all of her milkshake. She patted her stomach. I'm full.
Don't worry,
Luke said.
We'll fatten you up when we get home.
She suspected his idea of fat meant barefoot and pregnant. She couldn't imagine popping out a baby year after year. Besides, she wasn't sure she'd be a good mother. It wasn't like Kathy had been the best role model. Grandma had spoiled her so rotten, it made Amara's adjustment to her new life all the more difficult. No, she couldn't mate with these men, no matter how badly she was drawn to them. She didn't want to bring unwanted children into the world. She knew firsthand how unfair it was to the child. Håkon waved over the waitress. Amara gritted her teeth when the curvy redhead sauntered up to him. She leaned over the table exposing a generous amount of cleavage. "What can I get for you, handsome?" That slut had a lot of nerve, flirting with another woman's mate. Amara squeezed her fork so tight, she winced as the metal dug into her skin. How she'd love to jab that fork in the waitress's eye.
"We have 3 hungry dogs."
Håkon gestured to his father's truck in the parking lot.
"Do you have any scraps?"
"I'm sure we do," she cooed before sashaying away. Amara was startled by the sound of a deep, low growl, then realized it had come from her. Tor put a hand on her wrist.
"Easy, Amara."
She fingered the gemstone hanging around her neck, thankful they'd forced her to wear it. Otherwise, she might have shifted then and there, flying across the table and sinking her fangs into that whore's neck. She shook her head, trying to clear the fog of rage that clouded her reasoning. "Sorry." She sank low in her seat, feeling 10 times a fool for her behavior.
"Don't worry,"
Håkon said, grinning.
"She's not my type."
She sank even lower, wishing she could disappear under the table.
"Can't fight instinct, Amara,"
Roan said with a wink. Tor pointed at Roan.
"Not another word from you."
Roan threw up his hands.
"I wasn't flirting. I was being honest."
The waitress returned with a big bag of scraps and once again leaned much too close to Håkon. "Here you go, big guy. Some leftovers for your dogs." She thrust her cleavage dangerously close to his face. "You might want to pull up your top before your tits fall out." Amara spat. The waitress straightened, giving Amara a look. She matched the waitress's glare with one of her own, inwardly cheering when the redhead quickly looked away. Amara triumphantly smiled. "That's right, bitch." When the waitress presented the bill, Håkon snatched it before his father could grab it.
"Got it,"
he said, and pulled out the biggest wad of money she had ever seen, slapping down several 20s. "Of course you do." The waitress took the money with a giggle. "You a foreman for one of the oil companies?"
"Yeah,"
Håkon answered curtly, not even looking in the woman's direction. "My ex-boyfriend used to work in the fields," she continued, totally oblivious to Håkon ignoring her. "It's hard work." She gave Håkon the once-over. "He wasn't man enough to stay on." Amara grabbed the table, squeezing hard as her blood boiled. When Håkon didn't answer, she prattled on. "Where are you all headed?" Håkon cleared his throat, giving her a look cold enough to freeze water.
"That will be all. Thanks."
The waitress's jaw dropped before she stormed off in a huff. Amara smiled into her shake, drinking what was left while trying to conceal how much Håkon's rejection pleased her. She tried to drop her grin when Roan batted his eyes at her, but she couldn't help herself. When Håkon handed her the bag of table scraps with a smile, butterflies swarmed in her stomach, and she understood exactly why he was the alpha. He exuded a quiet dominance that made her want to strip off her clothes and spread her legs.
"Is that enough for the dogs?"
Roan asked, looking not at her, but at the leftover moose burger on her plate. She looked in the bag, surprised to find a big leg of meat, several pieces of bacon, and even fresh carrots. "Yeah, there's plenty here." Roan looked like he was trying to pop a bubble under his ass as he bounced in his seat. "Here." She couldn't help but laugh as she pushed her plate toward him.
"Thanks."
He bit into the burger with a groan. Van thumbed at Roan, rolling his eyes.
"That pup is a bottomless pit."
Roan spoke around a mouthful of food.
"I'm going to need to keep up my strength for—"
He paused, eyes widening. This day was getting more and more awkward.
"For what, Roan?"
Luke teased, stealing a handful of fries off the plate. Roan's cheeks flushed crimson as he pulled his food out of Luke's reach.
"For exercise and stuff?"
he mumbled. Their dads chuckled, and Amara turned back to her shake. She decided pretending to drink was better than making eye contact with them, as thoughts of her bending over while Roan slammed her from behind invaded her mind. It was looking more and more like she was going to be saddled with a pack of wolf babies if she couldn't get sex off her brain. If only the brothers weren't so damn tempting. Chapter 4. Despite Roan's pleas, his fathers wouldn't allow him to ride with Amara, so she was stuck in the back seat, with nothing to do but listen to old country music, while breathing in Buster farts. She made a mental note not to feed her lab table scraps before a road trip. She'd searched through her backpack, relieved to find her savings stuffed in a pocket, but dismayed when she couldn't find her cell phone. When she asked Tor about it, he said he'd given it to Agent Johnson. Why would they give the feds her phone? She found it alarming that the wolves put so much trust in the government. As they wove through mountain passes, she admired the towering pines flanking the road, wishing the lens on her digital SLR camera wasn't cracked, and wondering if she would ever travel this way again. She sure hoped she wouldn't be stuck on the reservation the rest of her life. She also wondered what type of home she'd live in. The more they veered off the beaten path, the more she feared her living quarters would resemble a rustic one-bedroom cabin, like the one in her wet dream.
Slow down.
Van pointed to a streak of smoke in the sky. Tor applied the brakes as they came around a bend, then swore when a crashed twin-engine airplane came into view. He slowed down enough for Amara to see the accident was fairly new. The plane had cut a path through the trees before landing upside down on the grass. She scented fresh blood and wondered if the pilot had survived the crash. She sure as hell hoped so. The rear of the plane was engulfed in flame. No sooner had Tor pulled over to the side of the road and put the truck in park than a man ran past her window. She blinked hard as Håkon ripped off his boots and jeans before racing straight to the flaming plane. She slipped off her seatbelt while her dogs whimpered beside her. Håkon was going to get himself killed. Tor let out a growl so deep and low it rattled the truck windows. He turned to her with yellow eyes and a widening nose.
Stay in the truck,
he bellowed. His strange eyes and booming voice nearly made her crap her pants. She was so terrified. She only nodded her agreement as he began undressing. She turned from him, not wishing to see her mate's father naked. He slammed the door so hard, the truck tipped on its side, then fell back on all four tires with a thud. She waited for Van's reaction, but he didn't seem shocked when Tor transformed into a giant, hulking beast who had to be at least 10 feet tall. Was he a bear? Another hairy beast was struggling to lift the wing of the plane. What the hell? Was that Håkon? Why had she thought this pack were wolf shifters like her? Had they lied to her? She sucked in a scream, fear icing her limbs as the two giants tipped the plane with the shattered wings back on its belly. The monster she thought was Håkon climbed up, busted through the cockpit glass with his fists, and pulled a body out, throwing the human over his shoulders, while he and the other giant raced away from the inferno, seconds before the plane exploded in a ball of fire. Holy shit! What did she just witness? And what the heck were those creatures? One thing was certain. They sure as hell weren't wolves.
They're protectors.
Van's penetrating eyes bored holes through her skull, as if he was reading her mind. What?
The alphas of the pack can shift into both wolves and protectors,
he said matter-of-factly.
All alphas can.
She swallowed hard, remembering her mom's retelling of the night she was conceived. After Amara's parents had sex, Mom said giant, hairy demons burst through the door, tearing them apart. Amara had thought her mom was exaggerating, but no, she had probably described the Alpha brothers. So protectors are big, hairy monsters? He laughed.
Yes.
She wondered what was so funny. Håkon and his father were terrifying. Can you shift into a protector?
No, I'm a tracker, not an alpha.
What about women? He eyed her.
You tell me.
She vehemently shook her head. I can only shift into a wolf.
Like all females,
he said, turning to the window. Håkon and his father had shifted back into human form. It was then she noticed the tribal tattoos on Håkon's chest and arms. As far as she could tell, he didn't have as many as Drasko, but the few he had were sexy as fuck. He and his dad were naked, save for their underwear. Their brothers and the federal agents had joined them. One agent was on the phone, frowning at the pilot on the ground, while Luke revived him. She clutched the door handle when she saw Håkon was covered in blood. Was it his, or from the pilot?
It's the Alpha's job to protect his pack from hunters, bears, and other wolves.
Her gaze shot to Van. They look like Bigfoots.
Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yeti.
He laughed.
Whatever you want to call them.
Oh my God. This just kept getting weirder.
God has nothing to do with it.
He leveled her with a hard stare.
We pray to the ancients, but that's another lesson. I'm sure your family will teach you all about Amaraki culture.
She vaguely remembered Luke referring to Amaraki. Was that their species name? What she didn't want to tell him was that she didn't want to meet her family. At the moment, though, what mattered was that Drasko and Roan were helping Håkon as he limped to the truck. He was injured. Disregarding Tor's earlier command to stay in the vehicle, she unlocked her door and jumped out, ignoring the heat from the blast and the strong smell of jet fuel as she rushed toward Håkon. He was leaning against his truck, drinking a bottle of water and wiping sweat off his brow with a bloody hand. Are you okay? She gulped when she noticed his arms were shredded by deep lacerations, most likely from shattering the glass and pulling the pilot through the window.
Yeah,
he hissed as he poured water on his wounds, washing blood onto the dry summer grass. Oh, Håkon!
It's nothing.
His pained smile said otherwise.
I heal fast.
She wrapped her arms around herself, emotion welling in her throat. I thought you were going to die.
Nah.
He laughed, then winced when Roan poured another bottle of water over his arms.
It'll take a lot to kill me.
She turned to Drasko, refusing to be intimidated by his permanent scowl. I need a first aid kit. Drasko nodded to Roan, who jumped in the back of the truck, pulled out a white plastic case with a big red cross painted on the side, and handed it to Drasko.
Here.
He slapped it in her hands. All Drasko had had to do was nod to Roan, and Roan did his bidding. She felt bad for Roan, and wondered if it was a dominance thing. Thanks, she mumbled, feeling compelled to look away when Drasko gazed at her with unnerving, penetrating eyes. She made Håkon sit on the tailgate as she wordlessly tended his wounds, cleaning them and adding antiseptic to each cut, hating how he winced when she touched the deep, jagged scar on his left hand. I'm sorry, she breathed. He stiffened beneath her touch.
It's okay.
But was it? She was vaguely aware of Luke off in the grass, still taking care of the pilot. Honestly, she was more concerned over Håkon than the pilot. Sickness soured her gut as she realized she'd almost lost her mate before she'd even gotten to know him. She sniffled and then let out a shuddering breath.
Hey.
Håkon lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes.
I'm okay.
She looked at him through a sheen of tears, unable to control her quivering lip. It was kind of you to save him, but you could have been killed.
Håkon is always putting others before himself. A good quality for a leader.
Drasko scolded, as if she needed reprimanding for caring about Håkon's safety. She glowered at Drasko before turning back to Håkon and wrapping a bandage around his bloody, mangled hand.
I knew what I was doing,
Håkon answered.
And now that pilot's family won't have to identify his charred remains in a morgue.
She looked into his big, dark eyes, not knowing what else to say, as the unspoken words between them carved a giant, gaping hole in her heart. There was so much she wanted to tell him, like how brave and amazing he was for saving that human's life. How she loved his kindness. How she longed to run her fingers through his thick, wavy hair. Mostly, she wanted to tell him how she admired his quiet and comforting dominance. No wonder he was a protector. She certainly felt safe when she was near him, like he could protect her from her past demons and future ones, too. How easy it would be to fall in love with this incredible man. Still at a loss for words, she told him of her feelings the only way she knew how, by wrapping her arms around his strong neck and giving him a soft kiss on his full lips. He let out a deep rumble when their lips touched, one that shook the marrow of her bones. She did not cower, though. She deepened the kiss, wishing so badly he could take her into the forest, lay her down on a bed of leaves, and make love to her. She fisted her hands in his hair, clutching it like a lifeline as she opened her mouth to him, allowing his tongue to probe her. He tasted of sweat and sage and pure male, and she couldn't get enough. She moaned into his mouth as he lifted her into his lap with ease, pressing her against the hard angles of his chest. Holy heck, this man had to have been sculpted from granite. She was vaguely aware of Drasko cursing and Roan complaining that he wanted a turn when the truck rattled so hard she tipped out of Hokon's arms. Luckily, he captured her before her head hit the tailgate. Startled, she looked up into his eyes, which turned from a fiery gold back to dark brown. He pulled her back into his lap, then growled at Tor, who was clutching the side of the truck.
"Break it up, you two,"
Tor commanded. She wiped Hokon's spit off her lips and cleared her throat, realizing she'd been publicly sucking face with a man she'd only just met. Agent Johnson came up to them with a frown, pocketing his cell phone.
"A medical chopper and the highway patrol are on the way. The troopers are going to want a statement. Did that pilot see you pull him out?"
Hokon shook his head.
"He was unconscious."
The wind shifted, hitting Amara with a blast of hot air. She turned into Hokon, who shielded her face with his hand.
"It was a company plane."
Johnson looked at the inferno with a sigh, his brow beaded with sweat.
"They probably had a camera in the cockpit. There's nothing left of that camera."
Hokon's deep, rich chuckle turned Amara's insides to mush. She crossed one leg over the other as desire swelled. Hot damn. Everything this man did turned her on. The agent's shoulders sagged, the wrinkles around his eyes deepening.
"I hope so." "Johnson,"
Tor interrupted.
"we don't have time for a statement."
He scowled at Amara as she clung to Hokon.
"I have to separate them before it's too late."
Too late for what? Weren't they destined to be mates? Why did Hokon's father wish to tear them apart?
"Just go."
The agent pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket, mopping sweat off his face.
"I'll handle it." "You sure?"
Tor asked.
"Yeah."
Tor expelled a breath.
"Thanks."
It was then Amara realized why the wolves put so much trust in the government agents. They didn't just shadow the wolves. They cleaned up their messes. When Tor pulled her from Hokon's lap, she cried out, and Hokon growled. She cringed when Tor snarled at Hokon, flashing long fangs that looked like daggers. His nose and eyes shifted, making him look part beast. How did he do that? Amara had mastered the ability to shift just her eyes, but that was it. Tor seemed to be able to control which body parts changed, making him look scarier than fuck.
"Back in my truck, Amara,"
Tor said as he set her on the ground. She gawked at him and then at Hokon, especially that large, stiff protrusion holding up Hokon's underwear like a circus tent. Heat crept into Amara's cheeks when she realized Hokon was hardly dressed, yet she'd climbed into his lap anyway, making out with him in front of everyone. She really had to get control of her urges. She cast Hokon one last woeful glance when Tor dragged her toward his truck. She sure hoped her mate's injuries weren't hurting him, though, judging by the intense look he gave her while stroking his erection, he didn't seem fazed by his cuts. There was only one thing on his mind, and it took all her willpower not to jerk free from Tor, run back to her mate, and give him what he wanted. Back in the truck, she berated herself for her lack of self-control. What was she doing, throwing herself at a man she hardly knew? If she made it with Håkon, she'd have to let his brothers sleep with her, too. She could end up pregnant with a litter of wolf cubs. Did she really want that? Desire and reason warred with each other, pulling her in two directions, and she had no idea which way to go. Not that her mates would give her a choice, anyway. Håkon turned the wheel over to Drasko and leaned against the passenger door with a shit-eating grin, thinking about that kiss.
Håkon got the first kiss,
Roan said in a sing-song voice from the seat behind Håkon's.
He should,
Drasko grumbled.
He's the lead alpha. But I found her.
Luke folded his arms and looked out the side window with a pout. Drasko smirked at Luke in the rearview mirror.
You should have kissed her when you had the chance. I had no chance,
Luke grumbled.
She was scared.
Håkon leaned back with a satisfied sigh. He didn't care how much his brother pouted. Nothing was going to ruin his good mood. His mate was safe, and she wanted him. He could have taken her right there in the bed of the truck if his fathers and the agents hadn't been present. He thought of their wedding ceremony, a day he was starting to fear would never come. It wouldn't be long, and she'd turn into putty in his arms again. The beast inside him howled at the thought. Roan bumped Håkon's seat and patted him on the shoulder.
She doesn't seem scared now, thanks to Håkon. She's scared of me,
Drasko interjected, clutching the steering wheel, his steely gaze focused on the road.
Can't say I blame her.
Luke laughed. Drasko scowled at Luke in the mirror.
She won't even smile at me.
Håkon was hoping he was wrong, but he sensed Amara's uneasiness around Drasko.
Maybe if you soften your edges a bit.
He knew he was asking a lot. Drasko had always had an edge. Most second alphas did. They took their jobs too seriously, as if they had something to prove. Even though Drasko was an amazing second alpha, he needed to lighten up. He was too critical of their brothers, and too hard on himself.
It's not that easy,
Drasko said.
Maybe after her father is punished. His tribe will handle him,
Håkon answered evenly, hoping Drasko wouldn't get worked up again.
We should be the ones handling him,
Drasko said through clenched teeth.
He has dishonored and endangered our mate. She's safe.
Håkon infused a quieting note into his voice, hoping it would rub off on his brother.
And right now, that's all that matters.
Roan rattled the back of Håkon's seat.
What was it like, kissing her?
Håkon silently thanked his youngest brother. He was good at diffusing a tense situation. A wide grin split his face as memories of her soft, supple body melting into him came racing back.
The second her lips touched mine, it was like a thundercloud exploded above my head and rained on my skin.
Drasko gave him a side eye.
You're exaggerating.
He folded his hands behind his head, his cock stirring to life as he recalled the way her sweet, round ass had molded to his thighs.
I'm not. How are your cuts?
Roan asked. He shrugged.
I don't even feel them.
One of the blessings of their race was that wolves healed faster than humans, and wolf protectors healed faster than wolves. Though his wounds were deep, they'd be no more than scars in a few days.
I figured out how you can make it up to me,
Luke said. He arched a brow. He'd been waiting for Luke to call in his favor, and he suspected it would have something to do with Amara.
How?
He asked, then held his breath. They all owed Luke big time for finding her. He just hoped the favor wasn't first rites during mating. He was indebted to Luke, but he wasn't giving up the chance to claim her first.
I get the second kiss,
Luke said. He breathed a sigh of relief, ignoring Drasko's low growl.
Fair enough.
He shot Drasko a look.
It's the least we can do after what Luke's done for us. Easy for you to say.
Drasko scowled.
You already got a kiss. And the first touch,
Luke said. Drasko punched the steering wheel.
Like hell you do.
Håkon froze. First touch had many implications. Was he willing to give those sacred rights to his younger brother? Traditionally, alphas claimed first kiss, touch, and deflowering. What would happen if they broke tradition? Would she get confused and look to Luke as her alpha? The thought filled his skull with rage.
Where?
He asked, afraid of Luke's answer. Luke's lips pulled back in a feral grin.
You know where. Tell me you're not going along with this, Håkon.
Drasko begged in disbelief. He'd promised Luke he'd make it up to him. If not for his amazing tracking skills, Amara would still be in that dump clinic, working for that annoying human and sleeping in a moldy trailer.
Actually,
Roan cleared his throat.
I already got first touch. It happened by accident when Father slammed on the brakes. I stopped her from hitting the seat.
He looked fearfully at Drasko. Drasko's nostrils flared, and he glared at Roan like a bull ready to charge a red flag.
Where? Her boobs?
Roan flushed.
It was an accident.
Håkon chuckled, waving Roan off. The pup looked ready to crap his pants. He didn't blame Roan for protecting Amara.
Accidents don't count. I would have been pissed if you'd let her hit the seat.
Roan's shoulders slumped, and he wiped sweat off his brow.
Thanks for understanding.
Håkon turned to Luke.
How will you pull it off?
Luke rubbed his thighs, a wicked gleam in his eyes telling Håkon he'd already thought this through.
I know how to be stealthy.
Drasko tossed back his head with a laugh.
She'll bite you.
Luke stilled.
She won't. Fine. Second kiss,
he said, ignoring Drasko's grumbling.
First touch. Make them count.
Luke's eyes sharpened.
Believe me, I will.
Somehow, he didn't doubt his brother's skill. What he doubted was Luke's self-control and Amara's willpower. What if it didn't end with touching, and they couldn't stop? There was only one solution. Håkon would have to supervise them, which meant he'd have to endure the torture of watching them grope each other. Ancients grant him the strength to keep his hands off her. Chapter 5. It was late by the time they pulled into the steep gravel drive leading to Tor's home. Despite the hour, it was as bright as day. Amara still hadn't gotten used to Alaskan summers. She sure hoped her mate's house had thick curtains so she could pretend it was dark at night. Roan was there to help her out of the truck, which was a good thing, because her legs were numb after Buster, Scrooge, and Gremlin had crushed her for most of the trip. The dogs jumped out, tails wagging as they raced around the yard, sniffing and marking everything. She breathed in the fresh mountain air, much cooler and crisper here than back in Anchorage. She smelled roasted meat, cinnamon, and other spices. Her stomach rumbled, and her inner wolf cried out for food. People stood on the wraparound porch, waiting to greet them. A beautiful, blonde, middle-aged woman, with hair twisted into two neat braids atop her head, rushed down the steps and into Tor's arms, passionately kissing him, before turning to Van and kissing him, too. Amara thought it odd how none of her mates' fathers seemed upset over sharing one woman. A pretty teen girl, who looked much like her mother, with the exception of her darker skin and hair, hugged Tor and Van while they affectionately kissed her cheek and tugged her braids. Two other men about Tor's age clasped hands with Tor and Van. Then everyone hollered and hooted, patting Luke on the back and hugging him. They treated Luke like a hero, which made her heart swell with hopeful, though apprehensive, joy. Tor nodded to the pretty woman.
Amara, this is our mate, Mihaela, and beside her is our daughter, Tatiana, plus our 2 brothers, Skull and Arvid.
The one called Skull reminded Amara of Drasko, with a scowl etched so deep into his features he had permanent wrinkle lines around his mouth. Arvid, who reminded Amara very much of Roan, had a jovial smile and wore an apron covered in flour and other unrecognizable stains. "Amara, named for our beautiful goddess," Mihaela squealed, in a thick, unfamiliar accent. She clasped her hands, beaming, before throwing her arms wide for a hug. "I'm so glad my son found you." She pulled Amara against her full bosom, hugging her so hard Amara thought her organs would explode. "Come inside," she whispered in Amara's ear. "You must be famished." She suddenly felt bashful. "We had a big lunch."
You didn't even eat half of it,
Drasko grumbled, marching past her.
I'm hungry,
he said gruffly, the monster inside him speaking.
Let's eat.
Mihaela rolled her eyes before giving Amara a rueful smile. "Forgive my son. His beast comes out when he's hungry." "That's okay," she said, when she really wanted to tell Mihaela that Drasko's beast was always out. Still, his mood didn't bother her as much as she'd expected. Maybe she was getting used to him. Or maybe she was just relieved to be welcomed so warmly by her mate's mother. She swallowed a knot of nervous tension when Skull gave her a look that was either a scowl or a smile, or both.
Have you been living among humans all this time, child?
Yeah. Unnerved by his penetrating glare, she broke eye contact, choosing to look down at her untied shoelace. "I didn't know there were others like me."
Have you been living like them?
She looked up as he assessed her with raised brows. I don't understand," she stammered. His lips pinched as if he'd sucked on a sour lemon.
I think you do,
he said accusingly.
What have you been doing with the humans while living in their company?
A nagging in her subconscious told her he wanted to know if she'd been sleeping with humans. How rude. As if it was any of his business.
Skull,
Tor interrupted, placing a hand on his brother's back.
Now's not the time. This is between Amara and our sons.
Skull turned a dark look on his brother.
We need to know if we must alter the ceremony, or if the bonding will work at all. We'll talk about this later.
Tor puffed up his chest, stepping close enough to Skull that they were almost nose to nose.
Let the girl get used to us.
She shifted uncomfortably, hoping the brothers weren't going to come to blows. With a low grumble, Skull finally backed away and stomped off. Amara didn't even realize she'd been holding her breath until she expelled a shaky sigh.
Forgive my brother.
Tor turned to her with an apologetic smile.
Second alphas take a little getting used to.
That was an understatement. How on earth did Mihaela tolerate such a brute for a mate? More importantly, how would Amara, when she suspected Drasko was just like him? Arvid loudly cleared his throat.
You are a beauty. Our sons are lucky.
He had an innocent, yet mischievous smile, just like Roan. Amara knew she was going to like Arvid most of all her mates' fathers. "Thanks," she said, flushing. Before Amara could stop him, the big man hugged her hard. He smelled strongly of spices. No doubt he was the family cook, judging by his worn and food-stained apron.
I hope you're hungry,
Arvid said as he pulled back, smiling down at her. The shine in his amber eyes, so much like Roan's, revealed his kindness.
We've prepared a feast in your honor.
Oh, Amara breathed. You didn't have to go through the trouble. She hated people inconveniencing themselves on her behalf, and not just because she worried she wasn't worth the effort. She feared they'd end up exhausting themselves and resenting her.
"But I wanted to."
He grasped her shoulders.
"We're so happy to have you join our family, Amara."
Her knees weakened. They considered her part of their family already, and were happy to have her? This was too good to be true. After they got to know her and learned of her past, of her nightmare adolescence, followed by years of rejection, their love and acceptance might be temporary. Tatiana took Amara's hand in hers. "I like your puppies." She nodded to her 3 mutts, who were all peeing over each other's pee spots. "Thanks," Amara said, as the 2 little dogs bounded up to Tatiana, happily dancing around her, and then scratching her legs and demanding attention. "I've never seen them this excited around strangers." Tatiana heaved them both into her arms, giggling when they showered her with kisses. "Let's bring them into the living room. The kitchen will get crowded." She followed Tatiana up the porch steps of the long log cabin. She sure hoped the hospitality didn't wear out anytime soon. Other than with her grandparents when she was little, she wasn't used to belonging with anyone. Then again, she'd never met other wolves until today. As soon as they walked through the door, delicious smells of roasting meat and cinnamon hit her like a brick. Her mouth watered when she spied platters of food on the kitchen island. She forced herself to look away, not wanting to seem like a glutton. She admired the rustic charm of the cabin, pleasantly surprised to see the inside was clean and spacious, reminding her of a hunting lodge, with tall ceilings, hand-carved polished wood, and leather furniture, and beautiful windows overlooking a tree-lined lake. The kitchen was the largest she'd ever seen, with rows of distressed wood cabinets. Her eyes bulged at all the steaming dishes, and she wondered if her mate's parents were expecting lots of company. Remembering how much her mates ate, she realized they could probably eat the entire buffet by themselves. "This is a nice house," she said, looking up at the living room's vaulted ceiling. One side wall had a moose head mounted above a magnificent stone fireplace that rose to the ceiling. "Thanks." Tatiana plopped down on a leather sofa. "Not as nice as my brother's house, but theirs is newer. You'll see it soon." Wow. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad living here if her mates had an even nicer house than this one. Amara sat beside Tatiana, surprised when 2 Maltese pups raced into the room through a doggy door and warmly greeted her dogs. "These are my mom's dogs, Duke and Duchess," Tatiana said. "They're adorable." They jumped on the sofa and gave her friendly kisses before jumping back down to play. "I can't believe they're all getting along." "They know they're going to be family soon," Tatiana answered. That should have bothered Amara, but somehow it didn't. She was getting used to the idea of mating with these 4 brothers, even if she wasn't prepared to have a buttload of kids. Amara shot up when her 2 small dogs followed Duke and Duchess outside through the doggy door. Too big to fit through, Buster whined, begging to follow. Tatiana jumped from her seat and opened the back door. "What about wild animals?" Amara asked, scanning the windows for signs of the dogs after they raced off the porch. "The backyard is fenced," Tatiana said as she sat down. "Besides, the only dangerous animals around here are over there." She nodded to her brothers in the kitchen, reaching over and around each other for food and drink. After seeing Håkon and his father shift into hulking beasts, Amara had to agree.
"Dinner looks good, Pops,"
Roan said to Arvid before shoving a handful of cookies in his mouth. "I've been helping my mom and daddy cook ever since Papa called with the news that Luke had found you." Tatiana stretched out on the sofa. "Venison pies, roasted squash, cabbage rolls, braised carrots, homemade cookies, and kozonok bread. Sounds delicious." Her mates shoved each other and laughed, showing none of the tension they'd displayed when she'd first met them. They were relaxed because they were back in their environment. She wondered if she'd ever feel that way about a home, or if she'd always be an outcast looking in. "Show some manners, pup." Mihaela shooed Roan away from the food. "You haven't even offered your mate a drink, and you're already stuffing your face." He hung his head and sulked up to Amara with his hands in his pockets.
"What would you like to drink?"
She offered him a warm smile, hating the way he was pouting. "Water's fine. Something easy. Nothing expensive or hard to make. Something she'd learned while in foster care. Be amenable and inconspicuous when relying on the hospitality of others."
"Are you sure?"
His frown deepened.
"We have tea and lemonade."
"Okay, a lemonade," she said, hoping her choice would lighten his mood. He returned quickly with a tall glass of lemonade. She thought it odd how these wolves lived off the beaten path, yet had all the conveniences of modern life. The lemonade was cool and sweet. Powdered, but she didn't expect fresh lemons in the wilderness. Roan helped Arvid and Mihaela set platters of cheeses, crackers, and pickled vegetables on the coffee table, along with what smelled like oatmeal raisin cookies, her favorite. Tatiana snatched 2 cookies and handed Amara one. "Before my brothers eat them all," she said, with an exaggerated eye roll. "Thanks." She bit into the cookie and cinnamon exploded in her mouth. It tasted every bit as good as one of her grandmother's homemade oatmeal cookies. She washed the cookie down with lemonade, wishing she could eat another, but not wanting to look like a pig. When the rest of the family piled into the room, she scooted to the far end of the sofa, making way for Mihaela and Arvid, who sat on either side of their daughter. Envy pricked her heart when Tatiana snuggled against Arvid, leaning against him while he kissed the top of her head. When Tatiana stretched out, draping her feet across her mother's legs, Amara looked away, jealousy eating at her. She'd tried snuggling with Kathy once, but was pushed off the sofa with a sneer. Kathy had laughed at her when she landed on the floor, telling her next time she should learn to respect other people's space. Her mates crowded together on a sofa across from them, backs to the fireplace. They looked awkward and uncomfortable, alternating between sneaking stealthy glances at Amara and looking around the room. Tor and Skull sat opposite each other in oversized leather recliners, each with a beer in hand. She knew those chairs symbolized that they were kings of their castle. Håkon squeezed his knees and cleared his throat.
"When are you calling Romania, father?"
Tor leaned back, taking a drink of his long-neck bottle.
"Tonight."
Drasko leaned forward, his eyes narrowing to slits.
"You don't want to call now?"
Tor raised a brow, a twitch in the corner of his mouth.
"After dinner, you're going home, and I'm calling Romania."
Drasko straightened.
"We want to be here when you call. You need to prepare a room for Agents Johnson and O'Brien,"
Tor said evenly, his tone a sharp contrast to Drasko's tenseness.
"But they always stay with you."
Drasko's face contorted, his eyes turning yellow and his nose widening.
"Amara is staying with us,"
Tor said with a smirk.
"Unless you think it's a good idea to let the agents stay here with her, too."
She recoiled when all 4 of her mates simultaneously growled. Holy shit, Luke wasn't lying when he'd said his brothers were possessive. What the hell did they expect was going to happen between her and 2 humans? She'd never been attracted to humans, and she wasn't about to start liking them now.
"Will you tell us what their chieftain says?"
Håkon asked, slouching. Tor nodded.
"But I suspect Amara's family will want her to visit them before she marries."
Drasko's eyes shifted again, large, luminous, golden orbs, and freaky as fuck.
"Her father doesn't deserve to see her,"
he said, in a dark and ominous voice. Amara didn't know how she should feel about visiting her father's family. On the one hand, she was curious to learn of her roots. On the other, she wasn't sure how the bastard daughter of a forbidden union with a human would be received. One thing she did know, she couldn't handle another rejection.
"I was talking about the rest of her family."
Tor took another long pull of his beer.
"I doubt they'll let her father see her. He'll most likely be banished."
Time seemed to slow to a standstill as she tried to process Tor's words. Her father was going to be banished on account of her?
His brothers knew too, Luke added. Amara's mom said they broke down the door and tore them apart when they were mating.
Why had she told Luke that? Would that information be used against her father's family? Tension squeezed her heart in a vice grip. Why had she told Luke anything? She should have pretended she didn't know how her parents had met.
If that's the case,
Tor said regretfully,
they'll all be banished for concealing his secret.
An avalanche of guilt crashed through her. She hadn't meant to be a burden to anyone, yet she was wreaking havoc on her father's life, and she'd never even met him. She choked back a sob, tears cascading down her cheeks. Roan rushed to her side and patted her knee.
Please don't cry.
I don't want anyone getting in trouble because of me. She covered her face with her hands, not wanting him to see her cry.
Amara, none of this is your fault.
Mihaela rubbed her back, trying to soothe her, which only made her cry harder. She didn't deserve their kindness after ruining her father's life.
Why would you talk about this in front of her?
Mihaela growled, her anger most likely directed at Tor and Drasko. She stiffened at Mihaela's tone. She didn't want anyone arguing over her. Her crying was making everything worse. She forced a smile and wiped her eyes. I'm sorry. I'll be okay. Tor's eyes softened.
I'm sorry, Amara, but you were going to find out one way or another.
This isn't the way. Mihaela wrapped an arm around Amara's shoulders.
She's had a trying day.
She tried really hard, but more stupid tears slipped out as Mihaela's words sank in. Damn those stupid tears. So much for her plan not to be a bother, but Mihaela was right. Today had been trying.
Amara, is there anything we can do?
Roan still knelt in front of her, resting a hand on her knee, looking so sweet and sincere. She wanted to melt in his arms. I just want to be alone, she stammered, out of everyone's way, so they wouldn't have to deal with her tears. Tatiana stood. I can take her to my room.
Good idea.
Mihaela rose.
Let's go upstairs.
She wiped her eyes. But my dogs.
They'll be fine.
Roan jumped to his feet, holding down a hand to her.
I'll look after them.
Are you sure? She let him pull her up, feeling a sense of relief when his strength and warmth surged through her. I don't want to inconvenience anyone.
Oh, sweetheart.
Mihaela flashed a watery smile and touched her hair.
You're family now. You're not a burden to us. You never will be.
Her throat tightened with emotion. She hadn't been offered such kindness since her grandmother died. Fresh tears pricked the backs of her eyes. She had to get away from everyone before she made a fool of herself again. She followed Mihaela and Tatiana on numb legs, climbing a set of polished wood stairs up to a second-floor landing. She heard murmurs down below as Tatiana led her to a door at the end of the hall. Before she followed Tatiana into her room, Drasko's booming voice carried loud enough for her to hear.
I swear on the ancients, I'm going to destroy those men for what they've done to her.
His words pierced her heart like bullets of fire. She was hardly aware of her environment when she fell on Tatiana's bed with a gut-wrenching sob. She sent a silent prayer to those ancients, whoever they were, that they'd keep her family safe from Drasko's wrath. Mostly, she prayed she'd wake up and find out this day had been a bad dream, and this nightmare would all be over. Håkon and his brothers shared somber looks around the family dining table, staring at food that had gone cold while they waited for the women to come downstairs. Their alpha fathers sat at either end of the table. Tor, stoic, Skull drumming his fingers. Drasko reminded Håkon so much of Skull, impatient and quick to anger. It was a common trait among second alphas, and he knew it made Amara uneasy. She wasn't used to their culture or dealing with the different personalities in a pack. Mother was a pro at soothing Skull's moods. But tonight, Her mind was otherwise occupied, as was everyone's. Hokon's heart sank when his mother and sister finally descended without Amara.
How is she?
She frowned and took her seat across from Hokon and beside Tor.
She's sleeping.
But dinner's ready,
Roan said. Tatiana put a calming hand on his arm as she sat beside him, whispering that Amara needed her rest.
We'll save her a plate,
their mother said.
I have already set aside food for her and the agents.
Arvid set down a platter of reheated cabbage rolls and then took a seat between Mother and Roan. Mother leaned over and kissed Arvid's cheek.
Thank you, sweetheart.
Everyone joined hands and bowed their heads while his father sent a prayer to the ancients, thanking them for their meal. Hokon was pleased when father included a prayer for Amara. When he went on to include her family, Drasko and Skull growled. Hokon squeezed his father's hand, showing support. Though he wanted justice for Amara, he feared any punishment inflicted on her fathers would only bring her more pain. He wasn't sure punishing them was worth it, when what mattered most to him was her happiness. Hokon was hardly aware of the taste of the food as they ate in silence. A shame, because he knew a lot of effort had gone into the meal. The gloom that settled over the room, like a blanket of fog, didn't stop Roan from getting seconds, and then thirds. His father was right. The pup was a bottomless pit. After they finished, Arvid, Tatiana, and Roan stacked the plates. Mother tried to help, but Arvid insisted she rest. Tor cleared his throat.
I need to talk to our sons. I figured you would, Father,
Hokon said, leaning back.
You do realize she has to go to Romania?
Tor said.
Why?
Drasko snapped, glaring at Tor from the other end of the table.
They don't deserve her.
Tor expelled a weary sigh and leaned on his elbows, eyeing Drasko for a long moment. Hokon knew Tor was waiting for Drasko to look away. He was shocked when Drasko maintained eye contact with Tor for several tense heartbeats before finally averting his gaze.
Because if she doesn't go and learn our customs from her family,
Tor said,
she may not assimilate well as your mate. We can teach her our customs,
Luke said. Hokon caught Luke's eye, shaking his head in disagreement. He did not wish to go against his father on this, and not just because father was right that Amara needed to spend time with her family. As much as he desired her, now was not a good time for their wedding.
And you think she'll be okay with everything?
Father's gaze shifted from Luke to Drasko.
With your wedding night?
Drasko frowned.
We'll show her what to do.
Hokon laughed under his breath. None of them knew what to do, because none of them had ever been with a woman before. Their porn library and lathered palms didn't count.
Father is right,
Hokon said.
It will take months for us to teach her, and I need to go back to work before I lose my job.
Drasko pounded the table, rattling the dishes, and earning a dirty look from Mother.
You won't lose your job.
Drasko hadn't worked in the oil fields as long as Hokon. He didn't understand the pressure to keep on the big boss's good side.
I had to leave at the start of my rotation because I thought my brother had gone lone wolf. You know how many men would love to have my position?
After looking inside the dingy trailer Amara had slept in, and then packing her few modest possessions, he knew she was used to going without. But he intended to change that. He couldn't take care of her like he wanted if he lost his 6-figure job.
Her family is about to be banished,
Drasko argued.
She won't have anyone to teach her.
Her grandparents will take her in. Trust me.
Mother turned up her chin, challenging Drasko with a steely gray glare.
I know her grandmother well.
She needs to bond with them and her brothers, or she might not learn how to bond with you.
Tor continued.
If she doesn't do it now, she never will. She will grow to regret it, and she will resent you for forcing her into marriage too soon.
Damn, Drasko said, accepting defeat.
But there's one more thing you need to be aware of.
Dark shadows framed Father's eyes as he scanned the table with a heavy frown. Håkon swallowed the lump that had formed in his throat, a strange sense of foreboding making the hair on the back of his neck stand up.
What? Their chieftain's nephews are the Devora brothers,
Father said. Håkon vaguely remembered hearing their tragic story years ago.
The ones who lost their alpha and their mate to hunters?
Tor solemnly nodded.
There are 3 of them left. The second alpha has taken over. They are still a very strong pack.
Skull clicked his tongue.
3 years ago, they tried to steal the Stormwatcher pack's mate before the wedding.
Håkon felt an unexpected panic.
You think they'll try to steal Amara?
Tor's mouth was set in a grim line.
I know they will.
Håkon kicked his chair back and shot out of his seat, barely aware of his brothers mimicking him. He planted his fists on the table.
Then we can't let her go. If her grandparents demand her return, I can't refuse them,
Tor said calmly. Too calmly. But it wasn't his pack's fate on the line.
Do you wish to start a tribal war? Their tribe is weaker and smaller than ours,
Drasko snarled. Do you forget that I am Romanian and that you are half Romanian? Their mother said, her tone dripping with guilt.
No, mother,
Håkon answered. She threw up her hands. And yet, you wish to start a war with your own flesh and blood? Håkon stepped away from the table and paced.
Then what are we supposed to do? You must mark her before she goes.
Tor had spoken the words so softly, Håkon wondered if his father had said them at all.
You want us to mate with her before the wedding?
Håkon could hardly believe what his father was suggesting.
That will ruin the ceremony and anger the ancients.
Tor crossed his hands behind his head.
I didn't say mate. I said mark.
Håkon shared puzzled glances with his brothers.
How do we do that? You'll figure it out,
Tor said with a smirk.
Tor, you sly dog.
Skull chuckled, then took several swallows of his beer. When Håkon caught Luke staring intently at him, he remembered their discussion about first touch. Oh yeah, they were going to touch her all right. Håkon thought of all the ways he could brand his mate. He'd make sure, before she left for Romania, she knew who she belonged to. Amara looked down at the clouds that swirled along the ground, obscuring her feet. She hadn't dreamt of this mystical forest in many moons. Usually, a nameless woman emerged from the shadows. She'd first visited Amara after her grandmother died, reassuring her that protectors were watching over her. Then she'd sing to Amara in a soothing, beautiful voice, filling her heart with joy and warmth. This phantom woman had gotten her through some of the most difficult times in her childhood, offering comforting hugs and kind words. The dreams had always felt real, and she would wake up energized and at peace. Amara heard no singing as a lone shadow broke from the trees. The same beautiful woman, with long, black hair and alabaster skin, emerged from the darkness, her eyes shining like diamonds. She glided toward Amara as if carried on a cloud. We have chosen the most powerful pack in all the Amaraki for you. Why do you insult us by fighting the bond? Amara was stunned. Never had she been admonished by the woman before. And who were the others who'd chosen the Thunderfoots for her? Could this beautiful woman be one of the ancients her mates had spoken of? She took a step back as the woman floated closer. I don't mean to insult, but I don't know them. How could anyone expect her to rush to mate with 4 men she hardly knew, especially with Drasko? Your heart knows them, the woman answered. Your heart has always known them. Amara suspected this woman was right, that she'd always known them. Something in their scent, made them feel so familiar. But my mind does not. I know nothing of them, or the Amaraki. The woman splayed her hands. In time you will learn, and you will embrace them, and their love. How can you be sure? Again, she thought of Drasko. How could she embrace a man who wanted to kill her father? My instinct never fails me, the woman said. Tomorrow, I will show you your destiny. How? Amara asked, but the woman didn't answer. 4 hulking shadows emerged from the forest, their features shrouded in darkness, with the exception of their glowing, silver eyes. A chill swept through her when they let out low, deep howls. The woman cast a glance over her shoulder. My mates call to me. She broke into the beautiful melody Amara remembered from her childhood dreams, and just like always, the woman faded until she was gone. Amara's soul slipped back through the clouds, her spirit tumbling and falling until landing back inside her body with a soft thump. Her eyes shot open, and she blinked at a dark ceiling, wondering if the ancients had visited her in a dream. Chapter 6. Marius took one last look at the storm clouds gathering overhead before following his brothers into the gathering hall, apprehension making the hairs on his neck prick with unease. The chieftain hadn't called an emergency meeting of the clans since the Devora pack started their raids. The tribal gathering hall was an old barn that had been destroyed and rebuilt countless times through centuries of civil wars and strife. Its walls were stripped and cracking and in need of serious repair, though none of his tribe could afford to rebuild it. According to his fathers, their ancestors hadn't used gathering halls for meetings. They'd gathered in the forest, and not as humans, but in their wolf forms. But their laws had changed out of necessity. Because poaching was so rampant in the nearby Transylvania forest, shifting was forbidden except during sacred ceremonies deep in the forest or in the privacy of family homes. Marius hated being stuck in his human skin, but he'd no choice in the matter, not when hunters were determined to wipe out Romanian wolves. Marius and his brothers took their place at the center of the gathering hall, behind his parents. His fathers were tribal elders and distant cousins to the chieftain. His mate, Katerina, sat between him and his brothers. Their sons flanked them on either side, laughing and pushing each other, blissfully unaware of the tension in the hall. After every clan had taken their seats, a strange hush fell, like the eerie calm before a bloody battle. The barn door was thrown open, torn off its hinges, and hurled, nearly missing a pack of newlyweds who jumped out of the way. Tribal chieftain Oberon stood where the door had been, chest heaving, his long, graying hair blowing in the breeze, his eyes full of thunder. He shifted from protector back to human, and back again. Marius had never seen the chieftain so angry. Marius felt fear when the chieftain stomped to the center of the room, his red-rimmed eyes scanning the crowd before settling on him. And that's when Marius knew his sin from almost 23 years ago had returned to haunt him. Marius's day of reckoning had come.
4 of you know why I'm angry,
the chieftain bellowed in his deep protector voice.
Step forward now and reveal your sins. He speaks to us,
Jerry said in Marius's head. As the pack's tracker, Jerry had the best sense of intuition. If he was feeling it, then the chieftain knew of Marius and the American. Marius's shoulders fell with a mixture of dread and relief. He'd been waiting for this day for over 2 decades. He was about to be shamed by his clan and scorned by his mate, but at least he'd no longer live with uncertainty. Marius looked at his brothers. The alphas, Boris and Jovan, nodded, and all four of them rose as one. Katerina gulped, throwing up her hands. "What is this about?" Boris looked at her, his face heavy with the weight of his brother's sin.
"I'm sorry, my dearest. We never meant to hurt you."
Marius hated himself for the shame he would bring on his mate. When Marius's fathers and mother turned to them, horror in their eyes, he loathed himself even more. And when his sons, his dear, sweet sons, looked at him with wide-eyed shock, he felt as if the weight of the world was crushing his soul to dust.
"Tell us what you did!"
Oberon bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Boris. Marius hated that his brothers would suffer for his sins. Boris cleared his throat and pulled back his shoulders, looking proud and regal, as befitted his station.
"It happened almost 23 years ago. An American tourist and her Romanian friend came to our father's house for help. Their car had a flat tire. Our fathers and mother were visiting our sick grandparents. They'd left us alone for several days."
Marius's alpha father, Klaus, gawked at them, turning ashen.
"I never knew of this."
Second alpha Jovan leveled Klaus and their other fathers with a brave stare. Only the slight tremors in his hands betrayed his fear.
"We didn't tell you, fathers. We're sorry. It was storming,"
Boris continued.
"So we let the girls take shelter in our barn. Jovan and I went to change their tire, while Marius and Jerry stayed with them. Something happened."
Boris paused, looking at Marius with sorrowful eyes.
"My youngest brother was bewitched and mated with the American human."
Marius thought his legs would buckle when the crowd broke into roars and cries. Despite the overwhelming shame and sorrow that threatened to splinter his soul, he did his best to hold his head up high.
"We returned in time to break them apart,"
Jovan added.
"I agree that my brother was bewitched, and not by the American, but by her friend. She was not human, of that I am sure. She would not reveal her name to us."
Murmurs and gasps rose. Oberon's thick brows dipped low over his eyes.
"And yet, you did not tell your parents of this?" "We told no one,"
Boris admitted, flushing when Katerina fell into her chair, covering her face as sobs racked her.
"Not even our mate, when we married her 2 months later. My brother and the American had only just begun to mate. I thought we'd separated them before a child could be conceived." "You did not separate them in time,"
Oberon said darkly, as a chill swept into the room.
"A child was conceived."
Oberon's words seared Marius's heart like flaming arrows.
"Oh, ancients, what have I done?"
His legs gave way, and he fell against Jovan.
"Be strong, brother. We are with you,"
Jovan whispered, holding him upright.
"It was not his fault,"
Boris cried, gesturing at Marius.
"He was bewitched. I tell you, we all smelled dark magic in the air. My brother had no idea what he was doing." Where is this child now?"
Marius asked, both eager and afraid to hear the answer.
"She is in Alaska."
Oberon folded his arms, his eyes burning so bright they looked like twin suns.
"The Thunderfoots found her yesterday."
Marius shared shocked glances with his brothers.
"The Thunderfoot sons are her mates?"
Low murmurs spread through the room. If the ancients had selected the respected and brave Thunderfoots to be their daughters' mates, then perhaps they would forgive Marius for his transgression. A muscle twitched on Oberon's furry face.
"Yes. The most powerful pack in all our race."
Jovan threw up his hands.
"You have to see, this was no accident. The ancients tricked my brother for a reason." "We cannot be sure,"
Oberon said, as his muscles stiffened. Klaus jumped to his feet, wagging a finger at Oberyn.
There's something else you're not telling us.
The lines framing Oberyn's mouth deepened.
The child says she was named after her mother's friend, Amara.
The crowd broke into excited chatter, growing louder until Oberyn whistled for them to be quiet.
Amara? Then our goddess was her mother's friend,
Klaus said, as he looked from the chieftain to his sons.
The ancients wanted our son to mate with this human. I remember this friend of hers,
Jerry said, his nostrils flaring as if he could once again smell ancient magic in the air.
My instinct tells me she was Amarok's mate in disguise. Old magic clung to her like a shroud. This makes no sense.
Oberyn scowled.
Why would our ancients wish us to mate with humans? We must pray to them for answers,
Marius's fathers said in unison. Oberyn shook his head.
Until I have proof this is what they wanted, your sons must be banished. You know the laws.
No! Marius's mother, Elena, cried, shooting up from her seat and waving a fist at Oberyn. That isn't fair!
Silence, woman,
Oberyn bellowed.
It matters not that your sons were tricked, as they say. The fact that they chose to conceal this from us is enough of a reason for banishment. They were young and frightened,
Klaus boomed. Oberyn marched up to Klaus.
But your sons still knew our laws. Chief Thunderfoot told me this child suffered horrors that no offspring of ours should endure. She was abused, neglected, and then orphaned.
He ended on a deafening roar.
Had your sons confessed their sins that night, the Amaraki would have tracked the American and taken the babe from her. She would have been raised by her own kind, properly cared for, and taught our ways.
Unable to bear the weight of his sins any longer, Marius fell to his knees, burying his face in his hands.
What have I done? My child! My poor child! We didn't know about her.
Boris's cry echoed in Marius's mind, drowned out by the slow thuds of his heart. The chieftain thundered.
You and your brothers are hereby banished from our tribe.
Katerina's scream rent the air. He flinched when she fell into Boris's arms, her eyes rolling back. This was his fault. He turned his face to the sky, crying out through a sheen of tears.
Goddess, why have you forsaken me?
Amara woke to lots of kisses and cuddles from her two mutts, and one explosive fart from Buster. Sometime during the night, Tatiana had crawled in beside her, but the teen was gone, leaving nothing but her scent on the sheets. When she opened the bedroom door, her dogs rushed downstairs. She heard chatter below and knew someone would let out Buster. He had a way of making his needs known. Her backpack was beside the bed. She slung it over her shoulder and located the bathroom, which was empty. Amara was grateful for the fresh towels and washcloths set out by the shower tub, for she needed a wash. After a refreshing shower, she changed back into her jeans, wishing she had a clean pair, but thankful her underwear was fresh. She'd no choice but to put on her spare bra, hoping the safety pin holding the strap together didn't stab her in the back. After combing her hair into a ponytail and brushing her teeth, she decided she was somewhat presentable. Hopefully, her mates wouldn't scent her same pair of yesterday's jeans. She felt a mixture of relief and disappointment when she didn't pick up her mates' scent as she went downstairs, and she didn't hear them in the kitchen. Their parents and sister were eating breakfast with the two government agents. She still couldn't get over how they were treated like welcome guests. The agents briefly looked up when she walked into the kitchen, before turning their focus back on their paperwork. She had a nagging feeling that paperwork was for her. Knowing she had a secret paper trail made her uneasy. Her mates' alpha fathers and mother smiled, wishing her a good morning. She was shocked to see Skull, the second alpha, in such a light mood, a sharp contrast to yesterday.
Good morning, Amara.
Arvid beamed as he set a platter of bacon and eggs on the table.
How did you sleep?
Okay. She decided to leave out the part about the singing woman who'd returned to her dreams. She hadn't dreamt about her in many moons, and she still wasn't sure if she was real or a figment of Amara's imagination. She vaguely remembered the woman promising she was going to show Amara her destiny. Weird.
Coffee?
Arvid asked as he wiped his hands on his food-stained apron. Yes, please. She scanned the table, not knowing where to sit, until Tatiana patted an empty seat between her and her mother. Sit by me, Amara. Tatiana beamed. The teen was still in her pajamas and wore bunny slippers, her hair pulled back in a messy bun. She alternated between reading a novel and sipping a glass of orange juice. Amara was hesitant to sit in the vacant seat, which was across from the agent's. But as Tatiana was still giving her an expectant look, she felt she had no choice. Besides, at least she would be far from Skull at the other end of the table. Though he appeared to be in a good mood, she wasn't sure how long it would last. She was starting to realize second alphas carried bear shit-sized chips on their shoulders.
Cream and sugar?
Arvid asked as he set a steaming cup of coffee in front of her. Yes, she answered. Thank you. He set containers of milk and sugar next to her, as well as an empty plate and silverware. Though her stomach grumbled and her mouth watered at the tantalizing smells wafting from the bacon and eggs, she was too nervous to eat. Why were the agents here? Were they going to grill her? She cringed when Tor set down his coffee and stared at her with those penetrating eyes.
Agents Johnson and O'Brien are here to ask a few questions,
the Alpha said.
Johnson has been a tribe friend for 30 years.
Tor nodded at the older agent with the graying hair, shaved close to his dark scalp, as if he was a soldier.
You can trust him,
Tor said.
He just wants to ask a few questions.
Do you work for the feds, or are you military? She asked Johnson. She couldn't help the note of accusation that crept into her voice.
Both.
He smiled.
A top-secret division.
She arched back, the hollow void in her stomach protesting as she stared longingly at the food, but didn't eat. What do you want to know? Johnson shuffled his paperwork, then picked up a pen.
Just a few questions about your past.
She added cream and sugar to her coffee. I don't like talking about it, she mumbled.
I understand.
His tone was patronizing, as if he was talking to a child.
But we need to know if anyone else has seen your wolf.
I already told you no. Johnson and Tor shared knowing looks. When Tor shook his head, clearly signaling she wasn't telling the truth, her heart plummeted. How did Tor know? Could he read her mind? Or maybe her facial expressions had given her away. Tor's instinct was obviously better than hers.
Amara, you won't be in any trouble,
Tor said.
Johnson just needs to do a bit of damage control. It's what he does best.
She swallowed. What does damage control include?
We talk to them.
Johnson clutched his pen more tightly.
Make sure they don't spread rumors, and if they do, discredit them.
She searched his eyes, looking for signs of deceit. But you won't hurt them? He didn't look away.
No.
Tor nodded encouragement, and she felt she had no choice but to tell this agent about her ugly, dark past. She clutched her coffee mug with trembling hands. There were 3 incidents. 2 times we were alone in my bedroom, and once we were out in the woods. The mood shifted, as if a winter front had suddenly swept into the room, coating everything in a hard frost. Tatiana had gone as still as a statue, staring down into her cup. She knew. They all knew.
Okay,
Johnson said.
Let's start with the first time. Wait.
Tor stood and held out a hand.
My sons are here.
There was a commotion at the front door. It flew open, bringing a burst of cool morning air and 4 tall, tan, and bright-eyed young men. Her men.
Your boys are here early.
Skull stood, frowning at them as they all piled into the kitchen, pushing each other like kids fighting in line.
We couldn't sleep.
Håkon removed a knit cap and nodded at Amara, his grin stretching nearly ear to ear.
Good morning. How did you sleep?
Fine, she answered, noticing his bandaged arms. How are your cuts? He leaned over the table and snatched 2 strips of bacon.
They don't bother me. I told you. I heal fast.
The bruises under Luke's eyes were almost gone. They did heal fast. Then again, so did she. Her mates filled in the empty seats. Drasko sat at the end of the table by Skull, scowling at the agents.
You left early this morning,
Drasko said to Johnson, his voice laced with suspicion. Johnson avoided eye contact with Drasko, which was probably wise.
I had a lot to do. What's going on?
Drasko asked Tor.
Johnson is here to ask Amara a few questions,
Tor answered. Drasko's eyes flashed yellow.
And you didn't think to include us? We're here.
Tor raised his brows at Drasko in silent challenge.
It's fine.
Amara jerked back as Drasko's low growl shook the table. Surprisingly, Tor didn't lose his cool.
Calm down, son. What questions have you asked her?
Drasko snarled at Johnson. Johnson moved closer to Tor, reminding her of a zoo trainer backing away from a wild animal.
We were just getting started. Have you eaten breakfast?
Drasko asked her. She clutched her full coffee mug, which was losing its warmth. Not yet. Heck, she hadn't even had a sip of coffee. He dug his nails into the table, shooting eye daggers at Johnson.
You don't even give her a chance to wake up, and you're drilling her?
For the first time, she appreciated Drasko's sour mood, and not just because it wasn't directed at her. He was actually defending her. As the second alpha let out a low growl, his brothers joined in the chorus. Holy shit, were they all pissed on her behalf? She took a slow sip of her coffee. It was delicious. She focused on her drink, trying not to get unnerved by the tension as thick as churned butter radiating off the men/beasts at the table. Johnson turned to Tor.
I can do this later if now's not a good time. Sons?
Tor pushed aside his breakfast plate and folded his hands in front of him.
I asked Johnson to come here before you arrived.
Drasko's face fell, making him look like a wounded animal.
Why? Because if Amara has anything dark in her past,
Tor nodded at Drasko.
I don't want you upsetting her.
If she had anything dark in her past? She stifled a snort. Her past was one big trip through a hostile land of light-depraved despair.
You think we'd upset her?
Drasko's anger dimmed.
We know her past isn't her fault.
Her heart clenched at his sincerity. She'd had no idea he had a sensitive side. She certainly hoped he meant it. She wasn't sure how he'd handle hearing about the men who'd tried to rape her.
Very well.
Tor scowled at Johnson.
Get on with it. No, wait,
Håkon said.
She needs to eat, Johnson. Give her a few minutes. Sure thing.
Johnson pushed off from the table and fumbled for something in his vest pocket.
I'll just step outside for a smoke.
He held up a pack of cigarettes.
You haven't quit those death sticks yet?
Luke wagged a finger at him.
Oh, you know us humans,
Agent Johnson said casually, as he fished a lighter out of his pocket.
Always looking for ways to kill ourselves.
He and Agent O'Brien went outside. Before she could stop Mihaela, the older woman was loading her plate up with potatoes, eggs, bacon, and some kind of sweetbread with a nutty filling. Thanks, she said, as the woman sat down beside Tor. She felt self-conscious at the way they all stared at her.
We might as well eat so Amara doesn't have to eat alone,
Roan said, piling a plate with food. His brothers snickered, then helped themselves.
Bottomless pits,
Tor grumbled.
Didn't you eat breakfast at home? Not much. We were in a hurry.
Amara smiled when Håkon shrugged and winked at her. She was so hungry, she polished off her plate and didn't refuse Tatiana when she handed her another slice of nutty bread. She had just accepted more coffee when Luke went outside to get Johnson. He sat across from her.
You were going to tell us about the first time you exposed your wolf to a human.
Amara froze, reality splashing over her like a bucket of ice water. Her gaze flitted from her mates back to Johnson. I don't know if I can talk about it.
Damn.
Tor pounded the table so hard that dishes rattled and her coffee sloshed on the table.
I knew this would happen.
He shooed his sons like he was chasing away stray dogs.
You boys need to leave. We're not leaving,
they said in unison. Luke turned to her with pleading eyes.
Amara, you can tell us. We won't judge you.
Drasko placed a hand over his heart.
Promise.
She stared appreciatively at Drasko and felt the tension coiled around her neck loosen. She was relieved Drasko wouldn't hold her past against her. His opinion of her worried her the most. Not that she should give a rat's ass what he thought, but she craved approval from him for some reason. Having him here, defending her, boosted her confidence and set her soul at ease. Maybe he wasn't such a jerk after all. She didn't want to tell them about Bob, but if she didn't do it now, the agent would just access family court documents. She'd rather they heard it from her than from the feds. She released a shuddering breath, keeping her eyes on her mug rather than witness the looks of pity and horror in her mate's eyes. I was 13. I was in bed, and my stepdad came into the room. He was drunk. He tore off my nightgown. When I fought him, he slapped me so hard. My head spun. She jerked, frightened when the table erupted into a cacophony of growls.
Quiet,
Tor commanded.
Tatiana?
He jutted a finger at the stairs.
Go.
Yes, father, she sniffled, dabbing her eyes with her pajama sleeve as she stood. Sorry, she mouthed to Amara before racing for the stairs, her mother trailing after her. She felt horrible. She'd been so worried about her mate's reaction, she hadn't noticed she'd upset Tatiana. She squeezed her hands into fists, wishing she had the nerve to pound the table like her mates did when they were distraught. Maybe I should stop. Håkon engulfed her small hand in his large, warm one.
You don't have to be afraid to share with us.
She blinked hard, trying her best to hold back her tears, ashamed when a few slipped out anyway. Håkon wiped her eyes with the tips of his fingers.
It's okay,
he mouthed. She sucked in a sharp breath, feeling his strength surge through her, galvanizing her heart and her soul against nightmares from her past. I'd never shifted before, she continued. I didn't know I could. I thought that story about my father and his brothers turning into monsters was just my druggy mom talking crazy. But when Bob held me down, something inside me snapped. Next thing I knew, I was biting his face and clawing his chest, and then I jumped out the window and hid in the forest behind our house for 2 days. She jumped when Drasko sat in the empty chair next to her.
What happened to your stepdad?
He demanded. She willed her heart rate to slow. Looking into his face was nearly her undoing. He reminded her of a feral, uncaged tiger, nostrils flaring, chest heaving. A lesser woman would have crapped her pants. He almost died, she said, her vocal cords nearly failing her as the heap of brooding man-flesh next to her turned her brain to mush. He lost a lot of blood. He needed dozens of stitches on his chest and face.
But he didn't die?
Drasko asked. No. Clutching the mug of coffee like a lifeline, she willed her hands to stop trembling. When I came out of hiding, my mom told me she didn't want me to live with her anymore, and animal control took Buster. They blamed him.
What happened with Buster?
Luke asked. They were going to put him down, so I climbed on top of a water tower and threatened to jump if they didn't release my dog. There was a big scene. The whole town showed up. News reporters, too. I told them my stepdad tried to rape me, and Buster saved me. They released Buster to my middle school photography teacher. She signed up to be my foster mom, and I lived with her and her husband for 2 years. Those had been 2 of the happiest years of her life. That set of foster parents had been patient and loving with her until the day her pieced-together life unraveled.
"And your stepdad?"
Drasko asked. The town judge was his cousin. She shrugged, pretending Bob's sentencing didn't bother her. And it didn't that much. Honestly, she was just happy to get away from him and Kathy. He got off with probation. The judge said his scars were punishment enough. Her mates shared a look before turning back to her. Even though their eyes had locked for no more than seconds, it was enough time for Amara to read murder in their gazes. Maybe she shouldn't have told them about Bob. Sure, Bob deserved to be punished for what he'd done to her, but she didn't want her mates getting in trouble or killed. She suspected they viewed killing Bob as more important than their own safety. Agent Johnson cleared his throat.
"Tell us about the next time, Amara."
I was 15. I was camping with my foster parents. I smelled a mountain lion circling our camp. It wanted my foster brother, who was only 4 years old. I knew Buster couldn't take on the lion on his own, and my foster parents didn't have any weapons. She paused, thinking about them with fondness. Her grades had shot up the 2 years she'd lived with them, and she'd been placed in accelerated classes, thanks to their dedication. They were book-smart and really sort of dull, but they were safe, which was what mattered most. They were gentle people.
"You fought the lion?"
Roan asked incredulously. It wasn't a big fight. Buster helped me scare him off. The cat got in a few swipes, though. She remembered the scars across her chest and how fast those scars had healed. By the time she'd left the emergency room, the wounds were scabbing over.
"How did your foster parents react?"
Håkon asked. They were scared of me. They turned me back over to the state. They hadn't even let her say goodbye to her foster brother. That had really hurt. Buster and I lived in a few different places after that, until my uncle came and got me when I was 17. Håkon arched a thick brow.
"Your mom's brother?"
Yes. She cringed when she thought of the 9 short months she'd lived with that dysfunctional family. He was supposed to raise me after my grandmother died. She left him everything in her will, with the condition that he'd take care of me. He handed me to my mother instead, gave her a few grand, and kept the rest of the money for himself. He knew Mom was a druggie, but his wife didn't want me.
"Why'd he come get you?"
Håkon asked. Clearly Håkon had taken over the inquiry, which didn't bother her at all. She'd rather talk to him than to a human anyway. He was in a bad car accident and was left a quadriplegic. His wife couldn't take care of him and the kids by herself. She had always thought the accident was karma for him abandoning her. She'd have had her best shot at having a safe, functional childhood with his family, and he'd flat out rejected her, despite knowing he was leaving her in the hands of a psychotic druggie.
"That was no accident,"
Tor said.
"That was the ancients, punishing him for abandoning you."
Could Tor be right? Had karma really punished her uncle? She'd left out one key detail about his accident, something she didn't feel like mentioning at the moment. He had crashed after swerving to miss a bear. At least, that's what he'd told his insurance company and the doctors. But one night, after popping too many pain pills, he'd told Amara something different. He'd swerved to miss a large black beast who walked on 2 legs. She'd wondered if that beast was a shifter. Håkon cleared his throat.
"Your mom's brother needed you to help the family?"
I was basically their slave for almost a year. She repressed a shiver at the horrible memories of living with her selfish aunt. I ran away a few months before my 18th birthday.
"You never exposed your wolf to them?"
Johnson asked. No. She looked down at her hands, fearing how her mates would react to her next story. When I was 19, I worked for a vet near Portland. My mom's druggy best friend had a son named Cody, who was my age. He contacted me and said he was stationed in the Army and had something he needed to tell me. I agreed to let him come see me, so he drove down from Washington the next day. He told me that my mom was dying of cervical cancer, and she wanted to see me one last time. I cried, though she didn't deserve my tears. He held me and soothed me. She paused, unable to look at her mates. He tried to rape me. More growls filled the room. I think that was his plan all along. He made me put the dogs outside as soon as he got there. He said he was allergic. This time was different than with my stepdad. I had better control, so I didn't bite him as hard. Just enough to scare him.
What did he do?
Johnson asked with concern, which was odd for a government agent. Amara had thought they weren't supposed to show emotion. He ran, and I never heard from him again. His sister contacted me a few months later and told me he was killed in a training exercise. She looked up as her mates collectively grumbled. She sent a silent prayer to whomever the ancients were that Cody was really dead. Otherwise, her mates might risk their hides to punish him.
Thanks to the ancients,
Tor mumbled. She suspected the ancients were deities to wolf shifters. She had never been religious. Her uncle and his wife had claimed to be good Christians, but they were far from godly. Her uncle had ignored the family and watched internet porn, while her aunt had numerous affairs and popped her husband's pain pills.
And your mom?
Johnson asked. I don't know. She forced a note of indifference, pretending her mom's fate didn't matter. It did, though, because now that she was dead, she'd never have a chance to be a good mom to Amara. Not that Amara had ever expected Kathy to change her selfish ways. I never went to see her, a decision she sometimes regretted. I got rid of all my social media accounts and did everything in my power to shut out my past. I started saving up to move to Alaska. My instinct told me I needed to be here. And her instinct must have been right, because her mates were here. She was realizing that her employment at the vet clinic was only one step toward finding her own kind. She just had to get used to the idea of being their personal puppy mill.
So your stepdad's still alive?
Drasko asked sharply. She looked sideways at him. I don't know.
Where did he live?
Drasko pressed. She backed up. Why? He leaned into her, his unwavering stare making her feel like a fly caught in a spider's web.
Tell me.
We lived in a cabin in Southern Oregon, she blurted, unable to refuse his request. That was 9 years ago. He's probably dead by now. He was an alcoholic and in poor health. At least, she sure as hell hoped he was dead. She just wanted to put him out of her mind, not relive it. Bob was a hunter, and he had a lot of guns. She would never forgive herself if he shot her mates.
If not, the ancients will take care of him.
Tor gave his sons a warning look. She heaved a sigh of relief. At least Tor was on her side. Maybe he could talk to Drasko about her father, too. Convince Drasko not to go after him.
Those are the only times you exposed your wolf to humans?
Johnson asked. She nodded emphatically. She wanted to add she'd always tried to be careful, because she was terrified of the government capturing her and conducting weird experiments on her. But Big Brother apparently already knew about shifters, and all of the wolves were cool with it, which boggled her mind. Johnson handed her a notepad and pen.
If you could just write down their names and brief descriptions, we'll take care of the rest.
And you promise my foster family won't be hurt? She clutched the pen, her heart rate quickening. They were good people. Though they'd hurt her, she'd forgiven them. It wasn't every day your foster kid transformed into a hulking silver wolf.
No harm will come to them, you have my word. As for your stepdad, I can't make assurances for him. I can control my agents, but I can't control them.
Johnson nodded at the 4 rabid wolves at the table, chests heaving, eyes dilated. You guys aren't going to do anything? She asked, though her instinct already told her they were going to hunt down Bob. Håkon and Drasko unfolded themselves from their chairs, and their brothers followed suit. Håkon shared a look so dark and deadly with his brothers, it made her gooseflesh rise. Drasko's golden pupils elongated, along with the rest of his face.
"Honor demands it,"
he said. She frowned into her coffee. "That's what I was afraid of." After the feds left, Amara's mates took her, Tatiana, and the dogs outside. Håkon held her arm, helping her navigate down a rocky embankment until they reached a serene shoreline. When he was near her, she felt safe. Roan and Luke carried her small dogs and gently set them down near the water. Her guys were so thoughtful. Even the dark and brooding Drasko offered Tatiana a hand, though she refused it. Skull and Van watched them from the back deck. How protective these wolves were. She used to run off with the neighborhood kids all the time, and Kathy never asked her where she was going or where she'd been. Thoughts of Kathy made her remember Bob and her mate's promise to seek vengeance. She wanted to ask Håkon what they'd planned to do to him, but she decided to put off the conversation until later, when everyone had calmed down. Buster's excited barking pulled her from her reverie. He danced around, begging Luke to throw a yellow frisbee. After he let it fly, Buster chased it, and Gremlin and Scrooge followed, barking. They followed him back as he dropped the frisbee at Luke's feet, waiting for him to throw it again. The small dogs lost interest in the game when Roan sat on a log and pulled bacon out of his pocket. They jumped into his lap, smothering him with affection and shaking their butts. Amara chuckled. Little beggars. Drasko had brought fishing tackle and 2 poles. He and Tatiana found a spot on the shore and threw out their lines. Tatiana burst into hysterical laughter when Drasko reeled in an old shoe. Amara was relieved Tatiana was in better spirits. She was also so at ease with Drasko. Could it be true that second alphas just took some getting used to? A blue pontoon boat with faded green stripes floated by, carrying 2 men and 4 young boys. They gave Amara and her mates quizzical looks before smiling and waving. She smiled back, observing how they interacted. The biggest of the men cast out fishing line and handed the pole to the tallest child, his hand resting on his son's back as the boy reeled in the line. The child let out an excited squeal when a fish bobbed to the surface. The other man netted the fish and handed it to the boys, who all oohed and awed, admiring their brother's catch. Amara saw a woman and 2 other men watching the interaction in the boat from across the lake. They sat under a large tarp, propped up over chairs and coolers. The woman held a squealing baby in a bright pink jumper in her lap, her 2 mates sitting protectively close. Her heart clenched when she noticed everyone in the family was laughing. Though the people on the beach were too far away for her to make out their faces, the woman's blonde hair, similar in color to Amara's, stood out. The men in the boat looked like her mates, with the same dark complexions and high cheekbones. These shifters had to be related to the Thunderfoots. She wondered if her life would be similar to theirs, and for the first time, she longed for something she'd never thought possible. She turned to Håkon. What was it like growing up with wolves?
"I wouldn't trade my life for any other."
He picked up a smooth, flat stone and skipped it across the lake.
"I grew up in a loving home with my best friends. Now that we have a home of our own, I want the same life for our children."
Amara's children. She looked at the family on the boat again, imagining Håkon taking their sons fishing. When the oldest boy turned, holding up his catch with pride, her heart caught in her throat. There was something familiar about that child's eyes, and something in his smile made her want to hug him. Weird. She'd never had such strong feelings for a kid before. She blinked hard, shaking her head. What had come over her? She turned to Håkon, focusing on the way the muscles in his neck flexed while he skipped rocks. She was mesmerized by his rugged beauty. This man could have been carved from granite. He was such a perfect male specimen. She had a hard time believing the ancients had chosen him for her mate. She wondered what it would feel like to be held by him while his cock was deep inside her. Gah! She had to stop thinking about sex before she drenched every pair of panties she owned. "And what do you want for yourself?" she asked. "Isn't there anything else you want out of life?" She didn't know why she'd asked him that question. It sort of randomly slipped out. Or had it? Maybe she was making an unconscious effort to get to know her future mate because she'd resigned herself to her fate as a wolf-breeding machine. His eyes were as hard as steel.
All I want is to protect and love our mate and daughter, and to raise brave and kind sons.
She clutched her throat, feeling as if the air had been stolen from her lungs. Holy heck, was this guy for real? If so, she would be a fool to want her old life back. When he grasped her hands and stared at her as if his eyes were boring holes through her soul, her knees went soft, and butterflies swarmed her chest. It took all her willpower to keep from swooning in his arms.
We want to make you happy, Amara.
He stroked her palms with his thumbs.
That is the way of the Amaraki. We cherish our women.
With each stroke, the butterflies fluttered south, right to that tingling spot between her legs. She pulled away, wrapping her arms around herself. She could not let this guy make her horny. He arched a brow.
Are you cold?
No, I'm fine, she mumbled. He slipped out of his fleece jacket and draped it around her shoulders. Damn, this man was smooth. She sensed it was not an act either. He was just naturally perfect.
What do you want out of life, Amara?
She pulled the jacket tightly around her, relishing his scent. I thought I knew, but now I'm not so sure. She looked at the kids in the pontoon boat again. They'd drifted farther away, so she could no longer see their faces, but their laughter echoed across the lake.
I'm sorry about your childhood.
He reached for her again and stared at their entwined hands.
As your protector, I vow you will always be safe with us, and you will never feel unloved or neglected again.
Thanks, she answered, too choked up to say more when he squeezed her fingers. She could get used to being loved by Håkon.
If there's anything I can do to make you feel more at ease around us, please let me know.
His soft yet strong tone encircled her like a cocoon. She blinked at him, struggling to find her voice. You're already doing it just by being you. One corner of his mouth hitched up in a slanted smile, making him look so damn sexy, she feared she'd soon be overcome by passion.
I sense our fathers are going to make us leave soon.
His voice faltered as he looked over her shoulder.
I'd like to spend more time with you.
Me too, she breathed, without so much as a second thought.
May I come see you tonight?
She froze. Where? His cheeks colored.
In my sister's room.
Holy fuck. A trill of excitement raced down her spine. Just you? Her gaze shot to Drasko. She wanted Håkon. She wasn't sure if she wanted the other alpha.
Me and Luke.
Oh. She nodded, crossing one leg over the other when she began to swell with need. Okay. She wondered what spending more time together entailed. Kissing? Groping? Sex? Then she realized Tatiana would probably be there. Damn. They turned at the sound of a sharp whistle. Tor stood on the porch, waving them inside, his brows drawn down. Instinct told Amara he had news about her family, though she wasn't sure she wanted to hear it. She let Håkon help her back up the hill, holding tightly to him, and wishing he'd never let her go. Tor called Amara and her mates into the living room. Tatiana went upstairs with Mihaela, so she sat on the sofa with Gremlin and Scrooge, while her 4 big mates piled onto the sofa across from her. Did they think she had the cooties? Tor palmed his coffee as he sat in his oversized chair, Skull doing the same as he sat across from him.
I had a talk with the Romanian chieftain,
Tor said. Oh, she squeaked, then tensed, not sure how she felt about Tor alerting her father's tribe about her existence.
Your grandparents are arriving tomorrow to take you to Romania,
Tor said with finality, as if she had no choice in the matter. My grandparents? It took her a few moments to register what he was saying. So, they found my father? He nodded. She swallowed hard, watching her mates complain and elbow each other. Don't I get a say-so? She asked, looking to her mates, not Tor, hoping they would offer their support.
You mean you don't want to meet your family?
Skull asked.
Your brothers?
She glanced at the second alpha briefly, then turned her attention to her dogs, stroking behind their ears. Do they even want to meet me? Tor's eyes softened.
Of course they do.
How did he know? What if they were ashamed of her, the half-breed spawn of a horny human and their wayward son? Fear was a lump in her throat. She swallowed hard. What about my dad's? His expression went blank, as if his face was no more than an empty canvas.
Your fathers have been banished.
She sucked in a hiss, ignoring the dogs when they licked her hands. She felt like 10 shades of horseshit for being the cause of their banishment. Did that mean she'd never meet her father and his brothers? The thought both depressed and relieved her. And then she felt even more guilt for feeling relief.
None of this is your fault, Amara.
The sincerity in Håkon's warm, brown eyes was enough to melt her heart. She didn't want to go to Romania and leave him. Her desire for him was so strong, it nearly stole her breath. In truth, she didn't want to leave Alaska. She wanted to stay with her mates. And no, she didn't want to pop out a bunch of wolf babies, but she was so damned horny. She sure wouldn't mind the mating part of the relationship. It sure feels like it's my fault.
Amara, I don't want to get your hopes up, but I will tell you what the Romanian chieftain told me.
Tor paused to clear his throat.
Your fathers swear that your mother's friend was our goddess Amara, that she used magic to trick your father into mating with your mother. If we receive a sign from the ancients that this is true, your father's banishment should be reversed. Why would the goddess do that, father?
Håkon asked.
I am not sure yet.
Tor dragged a hand down his face. The lines around his eyes revealed his fatigue, and that's when Amara realized how much stress the chieftain was under.
Amara,
Tor continued.
My sons say you can diagnose illness by putting your hands onto animals.
Yes.
My great-grandmother was the last of our kind with such a gift,
Tor said.
A power that was passed down from the first female shifter. I think it's no coincidence that you possess such magic and are named after our goddess.
He released a slow breath.
I believe you were chosen by the ancients to mate with the Thunderfoot clan for a reason, and that your fathers will soon be forgiven.
She swallowed, careful not to get her hopes up. She'd been let down so much in life. She couldn't face more disappointment. I hope you're right.
Instinct tells me I am,
Tor said. Thank you. It wasn't until she released a shaky breath that she realized she'd been holding it.
In the meantime,
he continued, dropping his voice to that commanding baritone she was starting to recognize alphas used to assert their dominance.
You must return with your family and let them teach you the ways of our race, so you will be a strong, confident mate for my sons.
She felt obligated to obey. No wonder he was the chieftain of their tribe. Something about him made him impossible to refuse. "How long must I stay in Romania?" she asked, realizing she would be forced to leave her mates whether she wanted to or not.
"I estimate a few months,"
he said.
"But we will discuss that when your grandparents arrive."
A few months? In a foreign country with strangers who probably resented her birth? How could she possibly go along with this plan? Then again, how could she not? Tor would not let her refuse. Afraid to confess her fear of rejection, she thought of another reason to stay. What about my dogs? I don't know how they'll adapt to Romania or if they'll be welcome."
"You must leave them here," he said. "You have a lot to learn about our culture, and they will be a distraction."
Anxiety made her heart race. "I can't just leave them." Tor gave her a look, and she caved. She despised her weakness. Moisture pooled in her eyes as she realized she'd be forced to leave her babies behind. Buster was old and slowing down. She didn't know how much time she had with him. How could they expect her to leave him for one day, much less a few months? And how many months was he talking about? 2? 4? 6?
"I will take care of them, Amara."
She looked at Roan, sniffling. "I can't ask that of you."
"Of course you can. It will be good practice for when we... you know."
His cheeks colored. His brothers chuckled, then shot her smoldering looks. She averted her eyes when Drasko's gaze bored through her like his eyes were lasers and her libido was a giant bullseye. Her fear and sorrow were quickly forgotten, replaced by a lust so strong she broke out in a hot sweat on her back and between her breasts. How badly she wanted to rip off her clothes. How badly she wanted to rip off her mate's clothes. Maybe she did need to go to Romania. Chapter 7. After their talk, Tor forced her mates to leave. They didn't part from her without a lot of bitching, squashed by threats from Tor and Skull. She overheard Håkon asking his father how he was supposed to mark Amara if they kicked him out. When Tor said to figure it out, Håkon left in a huff. Amara had no idea what that was about. What did marking entail? She sure hoped it didn't involve hot pokers or tattoo needles. Amara and Tatiana spent the rest of the day playing with the dogs and talking. She learned a lot about the brothers from their sister. Håkon was 28 and made 6 figures as a foreman in an oil field. He even had an engineering degree. Drasko was a year younger and worked in the fields too, though he didn't get along with most of the bosses, and they would have fired him if it wasn't for Håkon. She wasn't too pleased to learn Drasko's job wasn't meant to be permanent. As soon as they married, he was going to stay home with her and Roan. Luke, who'd just turned 25, came and went depending on when the army called him to duty. He had to be ready to leave at a moment's notice, which put Amara on edge. As the best tracker in the world, he was in high demand. A sergeant with his own squadron of trackers who'd been sniffing out terrorists for the past 7 years. Roan had just turned 23, which meant he was only a year older than Amara, as her 22nd birthday was in a month. Roan's current job was stay-at-home dad in training. According to Tatiana, he couldn't wait to help Amara raise babies. She had never given children much thought. She considered her dogs her babies. The thought of leaving them behind while she traveled to Romania depressed her. She couldn't cuddle her babies enough, stopping often to rub her cheeks over their smooth ears and give them lots of belly rubs. Focusing on them helped soothe her nerves. Tomorrow, she'd meet her father's family for the first time. What if she didn't like them? What if they didn't like her? "Are you nervous about meeting your grandparents?" Tatiana stopped rubbing Buster's belly long enough to give her a pointed stare. "I am." Amara bit her lip. "Can you tell?" "I can smell it." She sniffed her shirt, and then tried to covertly check her armpits. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. "I'm not as good at recognizing smells as you are." "Don't worry, you'll get the hang of it." But she couldn't help but worry. What if her wolf senses were lacking because she had too much human blood? What if she didn't fit in with other wolves, especially her father's family? "Do you know anything about Romania?" Tatiana asked. "Not really." She grimaced. Only what Kathy had told her, but Kathy was prone to exaggeration or flat-out lies. "I've been there a few times," Tatiana said. She perked up. Maybe Tatiana could offer her some tourist tips. "What was it like?" "My mother's family was very poor," she said, "even though they were tribal leaders. Most of the Transylvanian tribe is poor." "That's okay." She frowned at the rip in her only pair of jeans. "I'm used to poor." "All I can say is, I hope the ancients pick American mates for me." Tatiana struck a prayer pose, turning her eyes to the vaulted, wood-paneled ceiling. "I don't want to be a sheep farmer." "They're sheep farmers?" "Most of them." "Wolf sheep farmers?" She scratched her head, trying to wrap her brain around that. "I know," Tatiana laughed. "Ironic, isn't it?" "Just a little." She smirked. "Don't get me wrong," Tatiana said in a haughty voice. "Most of them are nice, and they are amazing cooks. It's just a different way of life. It's a dangerous place. They get a new government every decade. Plus, they're hardly ever allowed to shift because the poachers are out of control." Her eyes bulged, and her voice dropped to an urgent whisper. "Even worse, their law states that a pack can steal another pack's mate before the marriage ceremony." Her heart rate quickened. "What?" The thought of being taken from her mates made her gut twist in fear. Even though she'd just met them and wasn't looking forward to being their baby machine, she'd never wished to be forced to marry Romanian strangers. She couldn't imagine a lifetime without Hokon's quiet confidence, Luke's magnetism, and Roan's smile. Drasko, though, she could probably get used to not having him around, no matter how horny he made her. "Before the mating ceremony, it's open season there." Tatiana made a face. "The Devora pack lost their lead alpha and their mate to poachers a few years ago, and then they started raiding other families, trying to steal their daughters. The chieftain is their uncle, and he refuses to punish them." "Oh my God. Do you think they'll try to take me?" "I think they know that would be suicide." Tatiana flashed a lopsided grin. "Hokon and Drasko are the strongest protectors in our tribe, probably anywhere." "That's good to know." Her dogs climbed up on her lap, giving her emotional support kisses. "I hope the Devora pack knows that." "Everyone knows that." She tossed her ponytail over a shoulder, turning up her nose. "The Alaskan tribe is the strongest one in the world, and the Thunderfoots are the strongest pack. You're so lucky the ancients picked American mates for you. I wouldn't mind moving to another state or country, as long as it's not Romania. I pray every day that my mates aren't Romanian." Amara absently petted her pups. "I don't understand why we don't get a choice." "My mom said I will be so drawn to my mates, it will feel like a choice." Tatiana rolled her eyes. "I can see that." Amara thought about how she'd thrown herself at Luke and how very badly she wanted to fuck all her mates. "When will you know who your mates are?" "Maybe this year." She heaved a baleful sigh. "Maybe next year or the year after. I'm not sure when I'll get my calling." "It doesn't seem like you're looking forward to it." "I hope it's not for a while." She stuck out her tongue. "I'm only 18. I'm not ready to leave my family." "For your sake?" She reached out, squeezing Tatiana's hand. "I hope so too." "Besides," Tatiana threw open her arms, "there's a monster fish at the bottom of that lake, and I'm not leaving until Drasko and I can catch it." She remembered Tatiana laughing as Drasko reeled in an old shoe, and she doubted they'd ever catch that fish. "Hopefully that family on the pontoon boat doesn't catch it first." Tatiana tilted her head, squinting at Amara. "What family on a pontoon boat?" "Those men fishing with their sons today," Amara said. "I saw them reeling in a nice catch." Amara? Tatiana scratched her head. There was nobody else at the lake but us. Huh? Was Tatiana blind? Their boat had drifted right past Tatiana and Drasko. Yes, there was. They waved to us. 2 men and 4 boys in a boat, plus their mates watching from shore. Tatiana laughed. I think I'd remember if I saw a family waving to me from a boat. Besides, that lake and the surrounding land belong to the Thunderfoots. Nobody else fishes here but us. I swear I saw them. They had a blue and green pontoon boat. Tatiana jumped off the bed and crossed to a white bookcase packed with hundreds of books. She pulled a picture off the top shelf and thrust it at Amara. The only people I know with a blue and green pontoon boat are my brothers. Amara gaped at the picture of Tatiana and her brothers standing in a boat, holding up a stringer of fish. It was almost the exact same pontoon boat. The only difference was that the paint appeared fresher, and there were no scratches on the boat, unlike the one she'd seen today. The words from the woman in her dream smacked her like a hot skillet to the head. Tomorrow, I will show you your destiny. Holy shit. She tried to recall those men in the boat. They'd looked like older versions of her mates. The biggest male had had Drasko's eyes, and the smaller male had cropped hair similar to Luke's. The woman on the shore had had her hair. But that little boy who'd smiled at her, she knew why she'd been drawn to him. He had her eyes. Could he have been her son? Had the ancients revealed her future? A future with laughing, happy children? What is it? You look like you've seen a ghost. She was at a loss for words. It's nothing. She handed the photo back to Tatiana. How was she supposed to explain what she'd seen? She doubted Tatiana would believe her. She hardly believed it herself. Shock turned to sadness when she thought of that smiling little boy. How badly she'd wanted to go to him today and hold him. If she rejected her mates, he'd never be born, and she'd never get that chance. I have to get to bed. Tatiana quickly stood, narrowing her eyes at something she saw out the window before shutting the drapes. Already? It was a bright summer sky, making it impossible to tell when it was bedtime. You're not staying in your room? Butterflies swarmed in her stomach when she remembered Håkon asking if he and Luke could visit her tonight. She wasn't sure if she could face them alone. Tatiana shook her head, avoiding eye contact. My mom wants me to sleep with her tonight. She cocked her head. She doesn't sleep with your fathers? Why had she thought they all slept together? Usually, except when she needs a break from snoring and farting. Tatiana's grin nearly stretched ear to ear. She has her own bedroom, too. Okay. She stood, her legs feeling like 2 wet noodles at the prospect of her visit. Good night. Arvid came and took the dogs from her, saying Tatiana had asked if they could sleep with her. She didn't want to let them go, but he reassured her they'd be okay. Arvid wouldn't look her in the eye either. It was as if everyone knew Håkon and Luke were coming, and they were conspiring to get them alone. She remembered Håkon telling his father about marking her. Were they trying to get her alone for that reason? If so, did this have something to do with the Devora pack? What did marking entail? She sure as hell hoped it involved sex and not torture. No, her mates were too kind to torture her, which left her hoping they would be looking for sex tonight. The thought made moisture pool in her underwear. Thank the ancients, Mihaela had washed her clothes today. Amara didn't have to wait long in Tatiana's bedroom before she heard a rap on the window. She stumbled out of bed, rushed to the window seat, and pulled back the heavy drapes. Luke and Håkon stood on the roof. Mischievous grins stretched across their faces. She raised the window, relieved when they crawled inside and neither of them were wielding hot pokers. She didn't know why she thought marking was like branding cattle. Maybe she'd seen too many westerns. You came, she said, not knowing what else to say. She crawled back into bed and pulled the quilt over her chest, self-conscious about the skimpy tank top and shorts she wore.
"We came to check on you,"
Håkon said, his hand slightly shaking as he combed fingers through his thick hair.
"How are you doing?"
"Okay, I guess." She pretended being alone in a bedroom with her mates was no big deal. "Drasko and Roan didn't want to come?" she asked, feeling guilty she was relieved Drasko hadn't shown up.
"Believe me, they wanted to."
Luke slapped his chest, flashing a devastatingly sexy grin.
"Aren't we enough?"
"Of course." She blushed when Håkon sat right beside her. Luke sat on her other side, making her feel like cream filling trapped between two cookies.
"Nervous about tomorrow?"
Luke asked. "Very."
"Don't worry."
Håkon leaned over her, brushing a stray piece of hair behind her ear.
"They'll love you."
She made the mistake of looking into his eyes and was mesmerized by his quiet, raw power. "Thanks. Are you guys going to attack Bob while I'm gone?" She didn't want to discuss her stepdad, but she was hoping that dose of reality would drive away her growing lust. Håkon's features hardened.
"We must find out if he's still alive, and proceed from there. I already have Agent Johnson looking him up for me,"
Luke said, as he took Amara's hand in his. "I wish you'd drop it." She laced her fingers through his. She didn't need the added torture of feeling his warmth, but she couldn't help herself. "I'm sure the ancients have punished him by now." She wasn't sure, but the thought of her mates risking their lives for her made her stomach churn.
"The ancients don't do everything for us,"
Håkon rumbled, holding her other hand. She looked at their joined hands. "Please don't go after him," she begged. "Bob's a hunter. He has a shitload of guns."
"Think we can't handle a few guns?"
Luke flashed a teasing grin. Amara felt a wave of panic. They were really going to do this, weren't they? "He has hunted bears." Luke pulled back his shoulders.
"Good thing we're not bears."
Håkon dropped his voice to that overpowering baritone that made her want to spread her legs.
"Amara, honor demands that we make Bob pay for what he did to you."
"He did pay." She tried not to get lost in his eyes. "His face is covered in scars now."
"Not enough,"
Håkon said, in a tone that made it hard for her to refute him. She struggled for the words to say, feeling a stab of guilt for challenging her alpha. "Look, he's a lonely little man with no self-restraint. If he's not dead now, he will be shortly. I don't want anyone breaking any laws over me."
"The Amaraki live by a different set of laws,"
Håkon said, each clipped word more powerful than the first.
"And if we break any human laws,"
Luke added with a knowing smirk, squeezing her hand,
"Johnson will clean up after us."
She gaped at Luke, then at Håkon. "Are you serious? These wolves thought they could just break any laws with the government's blessing?" Luke chuckled.
"The feds love us."
Håkon traced a delicate pattern across her knuckles.
"If we don't avenge your honor, your grandparents will."
She tried not to get distracted by his touch, his scent, and his deep, sultry voice. "My grandparents?" Luke turned into her, surprising her as he stroked the side of her neck.
"I'm part of an elite division of Army Special Forces and the best tracker in my tribe. In the world,"
Håkon added.
"Who do you think has a better chance of taking down Bob?"
Luke asked, his hand moving to her collarbone.
"Us or your grandparents?"
I just don't want you getting hurt." Her brain was so muddled with lust, it made it hard for her to think, let alone answer. That's when she realized they were distracting her on purpose.
"We won't."
Luke brushed a feather-soft kiss along her shoulder.
"Trust us."
She sucked in a hiss at the feel of his lips on her skin, which sent a zing of lust straight to her girly parts.
"I told Luke he could be next to kiss you,"
Håkon said in a low voice. Did you? She breathed, tempted to grab Luke by the back of the head and push his face between her legs.
If that's okay with you.
Luke grazed her shoulder with his teeth. She spoke between heaving breaths. It's okay. Luke straddled her, hands planted on the headboard behind her. He leaned over her until they were almost nose to nose.
I've never kissed a girl before.
That's okay. She shot Håkon a sideways glance. I've only kissed one other guy. When Håkon blushed all the way to his wavy hair, she couldn't help but laugh. Shh, Luke cupped her jaw.
You'll wake our parents.
Her lips parted when he looked into her eyes and bent his head toward her. Their lips met in a tender kiss, so pure and sweet, she sighed into his mouth. She groaned when he grasped her shoulders, crushing the soft curves of her chest against his hard angles, while deepening the kiss. He tasted like sage and spice and something else that was all his own. When his tongue swirled inside her mouth, she turned to putty in his arms, letting him take complete control. Her chest was heaving by the time they came up for air.
Was that okay?
He asked, his lips wet and swollen. Yeah, she said. That was real nice. That spot between her legs throbbed, aching to be filled. She prayed to the ancients that marking involved hot, passionate sex.
Håkon also said I get first touch,
Luke said. She tossed her head back, driving her breasts into his chest, desire coursing through her and electrifying every nerve ending in her body. Did he? She didn't want to mention that Roan had already groped her breasts. She didn't think it counted, him throwing his arm across her to stop her from hitting the seat. She heard Håkon grumble his assent, while Luke trailed hot kisses down her neck. Touch me where? Her question sounded more like a plea. Hot damn, she was so horny. He nibbled her ear.
Wherever you'll let me.
My breasts, she begged, hoping he slid his hand under her shirt. With a deep growl, he grabbed a breast, massaging her until her nipple peaked. She thrust her chest higher and raised her arms above her head. He must have been reading her mind, because he pulled off her shirt and tossed it to the floor. Then his mouth was on her nipple, sucking, sending such a jolt of desire through her. She nearly flew off the bed.
Okay, you got more than first touch,
Håkon complained, pushing Luke off her.
My turn.
When Håkon's mouth found her other breast and scraped his teeth across her nipple, the throbbing in her legs became so intense she thought she'd expire from the torturous pleasure. Her legs fell open as they continued to suck and tease. She grabbed their hair and kicked the blanket off her legs. More, please, she pleaded. Håkon trailed kisses down her abdomen and across her hips. When his lips found her pelvic bone, she thrust her hips in the air, calling out his name. Please, Håkon, she begged. If he didn't relieve her of the building pressure between her legs soon, she'd go mad.
Please what?
He asked with a low, dark growl, so erotic and terrifying, fear only heightened her need for release. She reached down and cupped his face, then spread her legs wide. Please, pleasure me. With a grunt, he ripped off her skimpy cotton shorts with his teeth, throwing them across the room. She tensed when he grabbed her thighs and forced them even farther apart. While Luke showered each breast with kisses and licks, Håkon dove between her legs, lapping up the length of her slick ribbon with one long stroke. Oh, Håkon! The pleasure was so intense, she nearly flew off the bed. Luke slid up and kissed her again, his tongue diving into her mouth. She bit down on his lip and dug her fingers into his back while Håkon speared her with short, shallow thrusts of his tongue. Luke came up for air long enough to say, "Come for us." She nodded, then hissed when Håkon circled her tender, swollen spot with the pad of his finger while driving into her with faster thrusts of his tongue. She held Luke's shoulders while he hovered over her, kissing her palm and sucking her fingers. The climax came fast, washing over her like a wall of water. She bucked against Håkon while trapped in Luke's captivating gaze. She clenched and spasmed around Håkon's tongue, and she shook and twitched uncontrollably, captive to her orgasm. As the twitching slowed to undulating crests, she let out a deep, satisfied sigh. Håkon came up for air, moving up the length of her, the stubble on his face glistening with her juices.
"Are you okay?"
She nodded, feeling drunk and spent, yet no sooner had Håkon taken her in his arms, rolling her into his chest, when she was ready for more. Hot damn, she'd never felt more alive, more electrified in her life. She wrapped her arms around his neck while Luke pressed into her backside. "Make love to me," she begged them.
"We can't,"
Håkon said, groaning. She draped a leg over him, grinding her wet desire into his jeans and nibbling his ear. "Please."
"Amara,
He eased her leg off him.
we have to wait for our wedding night. For our brothers."
"Damn," she groaned. "I'm still so horny."
"Bro,"
Luke whimpered, stabbing her backside with his cock.
"I want to fuck her so bad."
She turned to Luke and was surprised when she saw his eyes were yellow and elongated. He had his cock out and was stroking it, the bulbous head glistening with moisture. An animalistic hunger consumed her. She so wanted to suck him. Håkon stilled her hands as she reached for Luke's groin.
"We have to wait."
She batted her lashes at Håkon. "Please, I want you to feel pleasure too." She reached behind her, cupping his cheek. His pupils turned yellow too. Then he slowly slid his index finger in her mouth.
"Maybe you can do for us what we did for you."
She instinctively took his finger deep inside her mouth, sucking it like she was trying to draw milk. "You mean take you in my mouth?"
"Hell yes, if you want to."
"I do." Both men shared eager looks, stripping off their jeans and lying on the bed. Her eyes bulged when their thick, hard dicks protruded to their navels. How was she going to fit them in her mouth, much less take them inside her? She resolved to bring them pleasure, even if she choked. She took Håkon in her mouth first. She hovered over him, kissing his navel and hip bones, before licking and kissing up the length of his shaft while it jerked against her mouth. When he wove his fingers through her hair, she knew her dominant mate was going to force his cock down her throat if she didn't hurry. Though she opened wide, she was only able to slide halfway down the shaft, nearly gagging before coming up for air, tasting his salty essence in the back of her throat. When he tightened his hold on her hair with a warning rumble, she slid down his cock again, doing her best to relax. This time, she didn't gag when the tip of his head tickled her tonsils. She let instinct guide her. She was getting the hang of it. She slid down and up again, licking and slurping along the way. He released his hold on her hair and moaned his approval while she sucked his engorged shaft. He was enjoying it too much. She could tell by the way his foreskin swelled under her tongue. She slowly slid off, lapping up the clear juices that continued to seep out of the slit. She had to get away from him before she was tempted to climb on top of him. When she pulled away, he let out a primal growl, so dark and menacing, it sent a shiver racing down her spine. He reached for the back of her head, but she swatted his hand and turned to Luke. "Patience," she warned Håkon. She lathered up her hand with spit and grabbed Luke's hard staff, spitting on the head before stroking it. "Fuck." His golden eyes rolled back as he thrust toward her face. She stroked his balls and shaft with slippery fingers while sucking his dick and grinding her swollen pussy against Luke's knee. A threatening growl beside her told her she had to turn her attention back to Håkon. She stroked his smooth shaft with moisture from the tip of his cock, then sucked until he pulled her off with a roar. Before she could react, he flipped her on her back and hovered over her, jacking off onto her breasts. Stunned, she looked down at her tits, which were covered with sperm. Luke grabbed the back of her head, shoving his cock in her mouth. 1, 2, 3 thrusts, and then he pulled out and jerked off on her tits, too. Håkon swirled the cum on her breasts, rubbing it into her nipples.
"Now, we've marked you," he said. "Now, you're ours."
The swell of her own desire produced an uncomfortable ache between her legs. "I was always yours." He continued rubbing sperm into her skin. She moaned when he swirled it across her swollen clit, stopping to insert his thick finger in her in short, shallow thrusts. Her clit swelled like a balloon, and the pleasure was nearly unbearable. "Oh, Håkon, please don't stop, please," she begged, clutching the sheets and bucking against his fingers. She called out his name when the orgasm struck, wrapping her in euphoria's clutches and holding her hostage as contractions pounded her flesh. "Please," she didn't know if she wanted him to stop or continue.
"Say it,"
he said.
"Say you belong to us."
"I belong to you," she panted between climaxes. "Yes, oh yes." Luke pinched her nipples.
"And don't you forget it."
"I won't." This was about the Devora pack, but she'd never belonged to them. She knew in the marrow of her bones that she belonged to the Thunderfoots. She suspected she'd always belonged to them. Håkon slowly let up on the pressure as her quaking orgasms turned from nearly painful contractions to delightful little twitches. She smiled at him, admiring his tribal tats as he pulled off his shirt and mopped up her chest and then between her legs. "Thank you," she said, suddenly feeling self-conscious. She tried crossing her arms over her bare, sticky breasts, but Håkon wouldn't let her.
"You're so beautiful."
He squeezed her tit hard in his meaty grasp.
"Don't cover yourself."
She froze when she heard wolves howling outside. Instinct told her they were Drasko and Roan, and they were none too happy. Were they angry with her for letting Håkon and Luke mark her? Both men sat up and began putting on their jeans. Håkon zipped up his pants and then scooped up his soiled shirt, rolling it into a ball.
"We have to go."
She leaned up on her elbows, pouting. "Are you sure?" Luke cupped her cheek and kissed her forehead, his lips lingering for several glorious heartbeats.
"Believe me, we don't want to leave you."
"Will you come to me tomorrow night?" Håkon and Luke shared frowns before Luke slid open the window. Håkon shook his head, disappointment in his eyes.
"Your grandparents will be here. There will be hell to pay if we get caught."
She got up on her knees, knowing they enjoyed watching her tits bounce as they pebbled in the cool air. "Please?" Håkon's tongue practically fell out of his mouth as he gaped at her breasts.
"We'll do our best." "May we bring our brothers?"
Luke asked. She hesitated before answering. "Yes." Håkon arched a brow.
"Even Drasko?"
She still wasn't used to Drasko's abrasive ways. There was no question he made her horny, but what if his forceful nature carried over into the bedroom? What if he forced her to gag on his penis? What if he bit too hard on her nipples? She didn't know how to refuse, so she forced a smile. "If he wants to come." Håkon sat beside her, taking her hand in his.
"What do you want, Amara?"
She swallowed a knot of panic. "He scares me sometimes." Luke laughed.
"His bark is a lot worse than his bite."
She wasn't so sure of that. Even though they were mostly healed, she remembered Luke's bruises from yesterday.
Second alphas take some getting used to. But I'll leave him at home,"
Håkon said. She cringed. "I don't want to make him mad."
"This is about what you want, not about what he wants. Okay?"
Håkon's tone was assertive, yet soothing, reminding her why she liked him so much. "Okay." Her shoulders sagged in relief. "Thank you." She followed them to the window, kissing and hugging them once more, and smiling when she felt their growing erections pressed against her belly. She stood naked at the window, shivering in the cool air. She thought she saw 2 sets of glowing yellow eyes in the trees. She should have been alarmed, but she wasn't. She lingered at the window a bit longer, blinking at the midnight sun and letting Drasko and Roan get their fill. When a giant, hairy beast stepped out of the shadows, she gasped and stepped back. "Drasko," she breathed. Håkon ran up to him, stripped out of his clothes, and shifted into a large protector. They turned and looked at her, pounding their chests and roaring. She knew she was being an unbearable tease, but she couldn't help it. She stepped back to the window and stuck out her breasts, smiling when they howled, Luke and Roan joining them as wolves. Maybe she'd let Drasko come with his brothers tomorrow. After all, how would they learn to get along if she was always trying to avoid him? Then there was the fact that he made her so very horny. After they disappeared into the forest, she shut the window and the light-blocking curtains. She slipped back into her clothes and melted into the mattress as reality slowly set in. How had these 2 shifters turned her into a begging bitch of continuous orgasms? Her libido was out of control, and after sampling the sweet taste of desire, there was no way she'd have the willpower to stop. She'd have no choice but to mate with these 4 shifters. Goodbye, old life. Hello, babies. She fell asleep with the image of a smiling child in her mind. Maybe life with the Thunderfoots wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 8. Amara took an extra long shower, cleaning every inch of herself, hoping to wash away the scent of her mates. Her grandparents were coming today. What would they think of her if they smelled Håkon and Luke on her before their wedding? Mihaela and Tatiana were downstairs eating breakfast with Skoll and Arvid. Tor and Van were gone, and their familiar scent was missing too. It suddenly dawned on her that she remembered their smell, which made her happy. Was Tatiana right? Was she learning how to scent other wolves? She sat with the others and helped herself to waffles, ham, and eggs. These wolves ate like kings. She could definitely get used to this lifestyle. After breakfast, Skoll and Arvid went to their workshop outside, while she helped the women with the dishes and then followed them into the living room, propping up her feet and sipping a mug of warm coffee. Yes, she could definitely get used to this. Her puppies ran in from outside, while Buster whimpered at the back door. Poor Buster was the odd dog out, too big to fit through their door and too clumsy and awkward to play. When she first arrived at her mate's parents' house, she'd felt a bit like Buster, but after her wonderful night with Håkon and Luke, she was starting to feel more like she belonged. She frowned at Mihaela's dog, Duchess, who walked with a limp. "Come here, baby." She patted her leg. "What's wrong with you?" "Ignore her." Tatiana waved the dog away with a laugh. "She limps for attention." Amara put her hands on the dog anyway, listening to the dog's primitive thoughts. In her mind's eye, she saw the problem. "She has a splinter." Mihaela shook her head. "We checked her for that." Amara stroked the dog's ears and neck. "It's thin and wedged up her leg." Mihaela and Tatiana shared worried glances. "Are you sure?" Mihaela asked. "I'm always sure." Mihaela called Duchess to her, worry lines framing her eyes. She held the dog's paw, wincing when she yelped in pain. The door banged open, and the girls shot up from their seats. Håkon and his brothers piled inside. Roan rubbed his belly.
I smell waffles.
Luke crossed to Amara, sitting beside her and taking her hands in his.
Miss me?
Yes, she answered honestly, smiling at Håkon when he sat next to her. Mihaela thrust Duchess into her youngest son's hands. I need you to take Duchess to the vet. Father has gone to get Amara's grandparents.
What's wrong with her?
Roan asked. Mihaela frowned. Your mate found a splinter in her leg. Drasko scowled and snatched Duchess up in his arms, examining her as she trembled.
She looks fine to me.
He handed the white fluff ball back to Mihaela. Well, she's not fine, Mihaela said. Please take her to the vet.
That's over an hour away.
Drasko snarled. Drasko, Amara scolded. Your mom's dog is in pain. Your mom needs your help. How can you deny her? Why'd she think he could come with his brothers tonight? She didn't want this asshole touching her. He leaned into her, dropping his voice to a threatening murmur.
You don't seem to have a problem denying someone in pain.
She gasped, arching back, knowing full well what he meant.
We need to talk.
Before she could stop him, Drasko latched onto her arm and dragged her to the front door.
Where are you taking her?
Håkon demanded.
We'll be right outside,
Drasko answered. He slammed the front door behind them. She backed up against the wall, and he planted his palms on either side of her head, trapping her.
Why can't I come tonight?
She swallowed hard. You make me uncomfortable.
I am your mate, Amara. Your alpha.
He leaned into her so close, their noses almost touched. He filled her senses with his overpowering, musky scent, sending her libido into a tailspin. I want you to join us. She bit her lip, her heart pounding wildly. I just want you to be gentle.
I'd never hurt you, Amara.
His pupils elongated, and he let out a long, deep rumble, like the purr of a street bike.
Unless you beg me to.
He nuzzled her neck. Her legs turned to jelly, and his heat turned her insides to mush. I won't beg you to, she lied, because what she really wanted was for him to flip her over right now and ram his dick inside her, bruising her with hard, fast thrusts until they both came.
Are you sure?
Maybe. Are you going to take the poor dog to the vet or what? His lips skidded across her jaw.
Are you going to let me mark you?
She held tighter to him, knees wobbling. I'm afraid.
Don't be.
He grazed her cheek with rough knuckles, kissing her temple.
I'll be gentle.
Oh, Drasko, was all she could manage, her traitorous body ignoring the blaring sirens in her brain as she pressed her hips into his groin. His growl grew louder, pulsing through her and making that spot between her legs swell with need. Before she could stop him, his hand was down the front of her pants. He slipped a thick finger under the elastic in her panties and circled her throbbing clit. Yes, she went boneless in his arms. Right there. He captured her lips in a passionate kiss while flicking her nub with timed, smooth strokes.
I'll see you later, then,
he said against her mouth as they both came up for air, his fingers stilling against her slit. She dug her nails into his back. Don't stop, he claimed her with a rough and passionate kiss.
Answer me, Amara,
he demanded as they panted into each other's mouths. Yes, oh yes, Drasko, just don't stop. He stroked her faster and harder this time, relentlessly rubbing her clit in a circular motion, building up her anticipation as she swelled with both pain and pleasure until she thought she'd explode. She stifled a groan when the orgasm hit, bucking against him and dripping into his hand, but he kept flicking and torturing. She begged him to stop, but he wouldn't, bringing her to climax a second time. She draped her arms around him, too weak to stand. He carried her to a nearby rocking chair and sat, draping her across his lap. She buried her face in his chest, and he held her, kissing her forehead, They rocked together for a long time before she slowly came to her senses and straightened.
"You're returning the favor tonight,"
he said with a wink, sucking his finger. His forceful tone turned her spine to jelly, yet she couldn't deny her need for him. Even now, after 2 orgasms, her lust was only temporarily sated. "I will." His eyes lengthened, turning into demonic yellow slits.
"You don't know how hard it is to keep from fucking you right now."
She swallowed. "I wouldn't stop you." And she wouldn't, even though she knew it was wrong, very wrong, to fuck Drasko on his parents' porch with his brothers inside the house. Although he frightened her, she wanted this man to claim her. He cupped her chin, searching her eyes.
"No matter how angry I get, I will never, ever hurt you. My job is to protect you. Okay?"
She nodded, too choked up to speak. When they kissed again, she pressed her breasts into his chest, wishing so badly he'd squeeze them.
"Tonight,"
he said.
"I'm going to kiss every sweet inch of your body."
He turned abruptly, nose lifted.
"My fathers are returning with your grandparents."
"Oh my God!" She quickly scooted off his lap, hearing the distant rumble of Tor's truck coming down the road. She ran into the house without a backward glance, ignoring Håkon asking if she was okay, and rushed upstairs. She grabbed her bag from the bedroom and hurried into the bathroom as the truck pulled into the drive. Holy heck, her grandparents were here, and Drasko's scent was all over her. Not to mention she was sure they could smell her heat. She stripped off her clothes, cursing her soaked panties, and hopped in the shower, turning it to ice cold. "Get a hold of yourself." The cool water stinging her skin like ice pellets, she took her second, very thorough, shower of the day. Amara didn't know what to expect when she came downstairs. Her shoulders deflated when she no longer scented her mates. Had their fathers sent them away? Maybe it was a good thing they weren't around to tempt her. Her mates' parents were waiting for her in the living room with 2 men and 1 woman, not much older than Tor. Her heart caught in her throat when she saw their eyes, which were similar to hers. Mihaela jumped from her seat, grabbing Amara's elbow and steering her toward the older woman. Though her grandma's honey-blonde braids, twisted into a bun, were peppered with gray, she knew where she'd inherited her hair color, too. As she stared into her grandma's watery, silver-blue eyes, it was like looking at her older self. She'd never resembled her mom's family, who had dark hair and eyes. Now she knew why. The woman grabbed her hands. "Look at you! Me ne puata frumosa." Suddenly too nervous to speak, she managed to squeeze out a simple, "Hi." "Give me a hug," her grandmother urged in stilted English. "My name is Elena, but you will call me Bunica." Amara stood there, feeling somewhat numb, while Bunica wrapped her in a warm embrace. She hadn't expected her to be kind. Somehow she'd envisioned a sour woman with a permanent scowl, a woman like her mother. Bunica cupped Amara's cheeks in her palms. "I am so sorry, me poe de loup. The chieftain told us everything about your past." Her accent became heavier the more she talked. "I know you haven't known love in a long while, but you shall know love now." Amara had thought she'd be able to hold it together, but Bunica's declaration of love was enough to tear down the barricade she'd erected around her heart and release the dam of tears she'd been holding back. "You're not angry with me?" "Draga me," her grandmother clucked her tongue. "Why would we be angry?" She hung her head. "Because I brought shame to my fathers." Bunica clutched her chest as if she'd been shot through the heart. "Oh no, me souffle-t-elle." She gave Amara another hug, squeezing so hard her ribs ached. Amara welcomed the pain, for the feeling of love and acceptance made it worthwhile. Tears flowed freely as her grandmother held her. At some point, they moved to the sofa, where her grandmother hugged and kissed her some more.
Bunici, Lupescu.
Her grandmother pulled a linen cloth out of her dress pocket and dabbed her eyes, calling over her shoulder,
Come, give ta nepoata a hug.
2 giant blonde men with graying hair knelt in front of her.
Mais frumoasa.
They held out their arms. She fell into their embrace as they held her, whispering foreign words in her ear. Because of the soft tones they used, she knew whatever they were saying was kind. She could hardly believe her good fortune. Did her family truly love her? After a considerable amount of hugging and weeping, she finally settled in her grandmother's arms. She noticed her mate's family was gone, and there was a pitcher of lemonade and a platter of cookies on the table. She smelled cinnamon and sugar.
Are you hungry? Mais point de loup?
One of her grandfathers asked with a thick accent, holding out a cookie. Thanks. She took it and looked from one grandfather to the other. They were both large and had proud bearings. They were the alphas. She wasn't sure where her other grandfathers were. Perhaps they'd stayed in Romania. What does "me poi de loup" mean? She asked. Bunica stroked her cheek.
My little wolf.
She smiled. Oh. Her gaze nervously flitted from one grandparent to the next. What do I call you? Bunica pointed to the grandfather with almost a full head of gray hair and quite a few lines around his eyes.
This is Bunic Klaus.
Bunic Klaus, Amara repeated. When he smiled at her, she knew where he'd gotten those lines around his eyes, for they formed deep creases as his grin broadened.
Bunic Nikolai?
Her grandmother pointed to the other grandfather with fewer smile lines and gray hair. He had to be a second alpha, and not just because he appeared slightly younger than Bunic Klaus. His tight smile looked like it pained him. Amara was definitely seeing a pattern with second alphas. She wondered if she'd ever get used to them. Amara suspected Bunic and Bunica meant grandpa and grandma. I'll try to remember all those names.
You have much to learn about your heritage,
Nikolai said, his accent heavy, like Bunica.
We are taking you to Romania with us.
She blinked hard, nearly catapulting to his domineering tone. But what about my mates? He leaned back, chuckling.
They will still be here, waiting for you.
How long do you want me to stay?
Forever, if I had my way,
Nikolai said.
But your mates have agreed to 6 weeks.
She didn't want to hurt their feelings, but she didn't think she could go that long without her mates, especially after sampling them last night. 6 weeks was a long time to wait to sate her hunger again. Nikolai's eyes narrowed.
Once you get away from their scent, your heat will pass.
She blushed. Was he reading her mind? Or had he picked up on her signals? Was it that obvious she wanted to get gangbanged by her 4 beasts? Bunica took her hands.
Other grandfathers and brothers are eager to meet you.
They'd left out her fathers. Had that been intentional? What about my fathers?
Mais frumoasa.
Her grandmother squeezed her hands.
They long to see you too, but I'm not sure that will be possible.
Amara's throat tightened. Because they've been banished?
Da,
her grandmother answered, nodding.
I'm so sorry.
Look at me, Amara,
Bunic Klaus said. In his eyes, she saw the strength and steadiness of a first alpha.
None of this is your fault. You have nothing to be sorry for. Do you understand?
His accent wasn't as thick as the others. She slowly nodded.
Come with us,
Klaus continued.
Let us show you the love you were denied by your mother.
The sincerity in his blue eyes was enough to melt her heart. She threw her arms around him, sniffling. Okay. She didn't want to leave her mates and her dogs behind, but she needed this. She needed to feel loved by her family before she could open herself to her mates. Her mates' family made themselves scarce while Amara spent the day with her grandparents. The highlight of the day was when they took her into the forest and shifted. She'd never felt more carefree than when she chased them through the trees. They had silvery coats and eyes like hers, and her grandmother had the same snout and gray-tipped ears. Her grandfathers ran with them as wolves until they scented danger. In an instant, they transformed to giant, hulking protectors with silver and white coats like abominable snowmen, chasing a young black bear away when he wandered too close. They spent most of the day exploring, howling their delight as they raced up and down hills and through streams. By the time they returned to the house, her stomach rumbled at the smell of roasting meat.
"How freeing it is to run without threat of hunters,"
Bunika said, picking blades of grass out of Amara's hair. Klaus looped his arm through Amara's, kissing her forehead.
"You are a beautiful wolf, draga me."
"Thank you, Bunik," she said, smiling. She hadn't been this happy in a long while. They ate dinner with her mate's family, venison stew, homemade bread, and several nutty Romanian desserts that melted in her mouth. She ate 2 bowls of stew, not shy at all without her mates staring at her. Her mates were still in Fairbanks with Duchess. She hoped the dog was okay. After dinner, she and Bunika helped clean up. Then she sat on the sofa between her grandfathers, resting her head on Klaus's chest with his arm around her. She felt at ease with them, as if she'd known them her entire life. Her dogs climbed up on the sofa with them, Buster at their feet. For the first time since her human grandmother died, she felt at peace, like she belonged. She sat up when she heard the familiar rumble of Håkon's truck and scented all 4 men at the front door. Her instincts were getting better, for she recognized the smell that was all their own, the same one that made her panties moisten. She shifted uncomfortably, hoping her grandparents didn't scent her desire.
"Got any food?"
Roan said, following his brothers inside.
"We've been stuck in Fairbanks all day. We had to wait for Duchess to come out of surgery." "Amara was right,"
Håkon said proudly, holding the still sedated dog with a bandaged foot.
"The doctor said that splinter had probably been stuck in her for months."
"Oh, my poor Duchess."
Mihaela took the dog from him, snuggling it. Klaus turned to Amara.
"This gift of yours is a blessing from the ancients."
Nikolai nodded.
"I agree."
Pride swelled in her chest when her grandfathers beamed at her. Klaus rubbed his chin, lines tightening around his eyes.
"It's no coincidence our son mated with your mother, or that your name is Amara. Tell me something."
He shot Amara a pointed look.
"What do you know of the friend who was traveling with your mother the night you were conceived?"
She swallowed as everyone crowded into the living room. All eyes turned to her. She hated telling this story of her conception, or as Kathy had put it, the day my life was ruined. But she knew it had to be done. My mom was studying art in Germany on a scholarship. She met her friend there and went with Amara on summer break to paint the old Romanian castles.
"But the car broke down, right?"
Nikolai asked. "Flat tire. They asked my father and his brothers for help." Klaus placed a comforting hand on her back.
"What happened to her friend after the mating?"
"I don't know. My mom says they lost touch after they returned to Germany." Nikolai's eyes narrowed.
"Did this friend know your mom was pregnant?"
"I don't think so." Amara shrugged. "My mom found out when she flew home to visit my grandparents before school started again. They convinced her to keep me. She never went back to Europe. She lost her scholarship and her dream of being a professional artist because of me. She gave me to my grandparents, and I rarely saw her until my grandma died when I was 11. She toyed with her fingers in her lap, unable to look at the others. She'd never gotten over the sting of her mother's rejection.
The night you were conceived, did she notice anything unusual about her behavior or that of our friend?
Klaus asked. Amara nodded. She said when she mated with my dad, she felt like she was stoned, even though she wasn't on any drugs. She dropped her eyes, shame washing over her. She lost complete control of herself. She knew firsthand what that felt like. She purposely avoided eye contact with her mates.
And what about her friend?
She looked at Nikolai, heat flaming her face. When my dad took her to the back of the barn, Amara followed. She watched them have sex. Klaus shared knowing looks with Nikolai before turning to the others.
We believe this friend was our ancient goddess, Amara, that she used magic to make our son mate with your mother. Our sons smelled magic that night. They said it was coming from your mother's friend.
A wave of hushed murmurs washed through the room. Why would the ancients trick my parents into having sex? Amara blurted. Klaus frowned.
We are not sure. Johnson's here.
Luke stood and crossed to the door moments before a knock sounded. The agent followed Luke back into the living room, carrying a manila envelope. He stopped suddenly.
Have I come at a bad time? No.
Tor stood and gestured to Roan.
Get him a chair.
Roan grabbed one by the window and set it beside Tor's recliner. Instinct told Amara it was a big deal to be seated next to the chieftain of the tribe. Tor must have a great relationship with Johnson. Johnson sat, hands on his thighs, looking like a mouse that had wandered into a den of wolves. Tor cleared his throat.
Agent Joe Johnson. These are Amara's grandparents, Klaus, Nikolai, and Elena Lupescu. Johnson has been a faithful family friend for 30 years.
Nikolai shook his head, snickering.
I still can't believe how much trust your tribe puts in your government.
Johnson cleared his throat.
Actually, we put a lot of trust in the Ameraki. Ever since World War II, we have relied on the Thunderfoot tribe's trackers to help keep our country safe.
Amara pretended to ignore the sneer Nikolai shot the agent. Tor patted Johnson on the back.
What news have you brought us, friend?
Johnson opened the manila envelope and handed the contents to Tor.
Death certificates for Amara's mother, stepfather, and Sergeant Cody Brenner.
Growling and swearing ensued. Drasko raised his fists to the ceiling.
I wanted to crush that bastard's windpipe myself.
Amara's world came to a slow stop, her brain slowing, like it was being dragged through sludge. Bob is dead? Johnson nodded, careful not to look her in the eye. She suspected it was due to a healthy fear of her mates.
He was killed 7 summers ago during a bear attack.
Relief swept through her. Now, her mates wouldn't have to risk their lives by avenging her. But that relief was short-lived. Something told her it was no ordinary bear that had killed Bob. Tor must have had the same suspicion.
Did any witnesses see the bear?
He asked Johnson. Johnson shook his head.
Just paw prints, and his house was torn to shreds. Looked like a tornado had gone through.
Tor and Skull shared looks.
Or a couple of protectors,
Skull said.
That's my theory.
Johnson grimaced.
But who is the question? Don't look at us.
Håkon straightened.
If we'd known about him then, Amara would have been our mate already. There's more.
Johnson frowned, handing Tor another stack of papers.
Sergeant Cody Brenner was killed in a bear attack during an army training exercise.
Tor's eyes bulged.
What? No witnesses,
Johnson added. Skull shot from his chair and crossed to Tor, looking over the paperwork with him.
Who's doing the killings?
Johnson's gaze flitted nervously about the room.
That's what I came to ask you. This can't be a coincidence. The ancients,
Klaus boomed.
They brought Amara into this world. They favor her.
Johnson shot Tor a skeptical look.
Your gods did this?
Tor shrugged.
Who else would have done it?
Skull paced the room like a caged animal.
If anyone from our tribe was avenging Amara, they would have brought her back to us. How do we know they weren't actual bears?
Roan blurted. They were protectors, Amara said, shrinking against her grandfather when all eyes turned to her.
How do you know?
Skull asked. She hardly believed the story herself, though it seemed the only possible answer. My uncle was in a car accident that left him a quadriplegic. Everyone thought he'd swerved to miss a bear in the road, but he told me it was a hairy, black monster with sharp fangs. Skull's eyes narrowed.
He said the monster was black?
She swallowed, trying to ease her parched throat. As midnight, with glowing silver eyes.
Amarok,
the crowd said in unison. Klaus tightened his arm around her.
You must be very special to the ancients if the Alpha Protector himself sought vengeance on those who dishonored you.
Nikolai sat at the edge of his seat.
If we can prove our son was bewitched by the ancients the night he mated with your mother, maybe our chieftain will pardon our sons.
Drasko shot to his feet, glaring down at Nikolai.
It doesn't matter if they were bewitched. They shouldn't have let Amara's mother go. At the very least, they should have told their chieftain what happened.
Nikolai stood, engaging in a stare-down with Drasko.
They were frightened. That's no excuse.
Drasko pounded his chest like an ape, shaking off Håkon when he reached for him.
Their cowardice caused Amara to have a fucked-up childhood. You think my sons don't have regrets?
Nikolai roared.
You think they don't despise themselves for what they did to her? Their regrets don't change Amara's past.
Drasko's booming voice rattled the walls. The puppies rushed out the doggy door, and Buster hid in the kitchen, tail between his legs. Amara stood on shaky legs, feeling the anger radiate off Bunique Nikolai in hot waves. Drasko, please stop.
Stop what?
His eyes shifted, his nose lengthening as his voice dropped.
Fighting for your honor? Demanding justice for my mate?
She defiantly turned up her chin. I don't need you to.
Look at me, Amara.
Drasko's face reddened as he pointed to his golden eyes.
What did I tell you? My job is to protect you. Your father's hurt you. It's my job to demand justice.
Can't you see you're hurting me more? Amara cried. I don't want anyone else suffering on my account. When Drasko ignored her, growling at Nikolai, Amara fell back on the sofa, sobbing into her hands and hating herself for ever being born. Amara, me poi de loup, don't cry. Bunika hugged her, which only made Amara cry harder.
She's had a long day,
Klaus whispered.
Take her to bed.
Come, Nipuetta, Bunika whispered. Let's go upstairs. Numb from grief, she was barely aware of her actions as she rose on trembling legs. Ignoring everyone else in the room, especially Drasko, she let Bunika help her up the stairs. As she rounded the banister, she heard Tor yelling at Drasko to get out of the house. Mihaela followed them. Don't worry, Amara. Second alphas can get aggressive. They don't mean anything by it. She sniffled but said nothing. There was no excuse for Drasko's behavior. None. She let her grandmother help her undress, tuck her into bed, and kiss her goodnight. She was grateful when Tatiana climbed into bed beside her, apologizing that they'd have to share a bed because Amara's grandparents were sleeping in her mom's spare room. Good. Then Drasko couldn't sneak into her room tonight. She'd miss the other men, but she'd rather not be with them at all than be forced to mate with that hot-headed second alpha. Chapter 9. Amara was sound asleep when she was startled by a rap on the window. Gremlin and Scrooge let out little yelps, then raced to the window, tails wagging. Buster's tail thumped twice, but he didn't bother lifting his head to scare away would-be attackers. My stupid brothers are going to get caught, Tatiana huffed, throwing off her covers. The teen opened the window, letting the sunlight and her brothers into the room. Amara ducked under the covers, not wanting to see any of them. Go away. I'm trying to sleep. A heavy weight dipped the bed beside her.
We've come to see if you're okay.
Roan yanked the covers below her waist.
Please don't hide from us.
She admired her mates' physiques. They were all dressed in boxer shorts, and like Håkon, Roan had a few tribal tattoos too. Though Roan's chest was smoother, it was as broad as Håkon's, with beautiful, thick muscles cording down to his waist. Where's Drasko? She asked, ignoring Roan's bulging eyes as he looked at her skimpy tank top.
We left him at home.
Håkon sat next to Roan and brushed a soft kiss across her forehead.
We figured you've had enough of him for one day.
She couldn't help but smile. Was he mad?
He'll get over it. He knows he behaved like an ass.
Hi, Luke, she said to the tracker, blushing as he knelt beside her.
Hi.
He bit his lip and ran a finger under her spaghetti strap, his knuckles grazing the swell of her breast.
I like this tank top.
Tatiana threw up her hands. Would you guys get a room already? I'd like to go back to sleep. She shot Tatiana an apologetic look, squeezing her thighs together as desire's familiar ache built deep inside her.
And your hair and your tits,
Roan added, reminding Amara of a dog panting over a treat.
Oops.
He covered his mouth.
I mean, your eyes.
Tatiana rolled her eyes. You're disgusting, Roan. She sat up on her elbows, loving how Roan licked his lips when her tits jiggled and her nipples pebbled beneath the tank top. It's okay, Roan.
Come with us,
Luke said. Her jaw dropped. Where?
Out there.
Luke chuckled. She wasn't especially fond of heights. Did they expect her to jump off the roof? I'm not a good climber. Håkon ran a hand down her leg.
Do you think we'd let you fall?
No. She pulled her knees to her chest, anxious to escape Håkon's touch. Not because he repulsed her. No, the complete opposite. And she didn't think Tatiana would appreciate it if she wet her bed. As a person? Or as a wolf?
As a wolf.
He tilted his head at the window.
Run with us.
Her heart rate quickened. She'd absolutely loved running with her grandparents, and she had a feeling she'd enjoy it with her mates even more. But what would her grandparents do if they found out she'd escaped? Somehow, she got the feeling they wouldn't like her running off with her mates. What about my grandparents?
We'll be quiet.
Luke stood and held down his hand. Amara looked at Tatiana, who was smirking at them. I'll close the curtains and keep the dogs quiet, the teen said. They'll think we're asleep. Thanks, Tatiana, Amara whispered. I owe you one. She petted her dogs goodbye. Amara had no idea what madness led her out the window. She was afraid of traversing the steep roof at first, but all three brothers helped her down. Håkon was the first to descend, shifting into his protector form before he hit the ground. He held his paws up to Amara, and she fell into his arms, amazed that she wasn't terrified of this large, hairy creature as he carried her into the forest. In fact, she'd never felt safer than that moment in Håkon's arms. No wonder he was called a protector. She slipped off her clothes, hiding them in a tree branch, then lingered naked for a moment, enjoying the low whistles as her mates got their fill. Roan and Luke were naked and in their human forms, too, standing there with beautiful, muscular chests and large erections. Her pussy throbbed when Håkon shifted into a human and took her in his arms, passionately kissing her.
I can't wait to make love to you.
He panted against her lips. She went boneless in his arms. Me too.
Let's go, before we're caught,
Luke said at their backs. She shifted with the brothers and raced after them through the forest. Their fur was a mix of brown and gray, and their chests were broader than her grandfather's. Once they'd reached a safe enough distance away from the house, she howled with delight. Håkon took them up a mountain slope until they were running through patches of snow. They were racing down the other side of the mountain when Luke let out a warning growl. In an instant, Håkon had shifted into his protector form and charged at a dark shadow in front of them, stomping so loud it sounded as if thunder was shaking the mountain. What was that shadow? Another protector? Or a bear? Roan nuzzled her back, then let out a deep howl as Luke chased after Håkon, advancing on the monster which Amara saw was a grizzly as big as Håkon. It stood on its hind legs and roared. Her heart pounded, and she lunged forward, then fell back when Roan jumped in front of her. Her mates needed her help. How was she supposed to communicate to Roan to let her pass? She tried to skirt him, but he continued his advance, backing her against a thick pine. Håkon pulled a tree out of the ground, roots and all, and rolled it down the mountain toward the bear, which ran in a wide circle around the tree, then sprinted back toward Håkon. Luke bared his fangs, jumped over the tree, and raced around the bear. Time seemed to stand still when the bear turned on Luke, swiping at him with a roar. Luke dodged the predator just as another protector burst into the clearing, bringing a huge tree limb down on the bear's head. It cried out in pain and rolled to one side. Amara scooted back, blood pumping wildly through her veins when Håkon advanced on the bear, grabbed it from behind, and snapped its neck with a twist of his mighty arms. Holy fuck. Her mate had just broken a grizzly's neck. And double holy fuck. Drasko was here. Amara warily followed Håkon and Drasko, with Luke and Roan trotting beside her, tails up, while they howled their delight. The alphas were still in protector form. Håkon carried his kill across his back, shoulders slumped. She'd barely made eye contact with Drasko, though he kept turning to check on her. She should have been grateful he'd shown up to help Håkon and Luke defeat the bear. It might have captured Luke, or bitten Håkon, if Drasko hadn't knocked it out. For that reason alone, she was appreciative of his presence. They came to a 3-story cabin in the woods with vaulted windows and double wraparound porches overlooking the tranquil lake. Their parents' house was on the opposite end. When Håkon heaved the grizzly into the bed of a familiar truck, she realized this was her mate's house. Her future home. The rocky shore in front of the house was where she'd seen her future self and her mates having a picnic beneath a tarp while the boys fished. Tatiana hadn't been lying when she said this house was nicer. It was a relatively new build, with a hot tub on the lowest deck. She licked her maw when she saw the bubbles and steam rising from the water. What she wouldn't give for a dip in that. Roan waved her forward.
Come inside with me and Luke while our brothers skin the bear.
She hadn't seen him shift into human form, but he was standing before her wearing nothing but his birthday suit, his heavy package dangling for her to admire. Amara shifted too, blushing when Roan let out a low whistle. "Do you have something for me to wear?" she asked.
"Sure."
He waggled his brows.
"But I like you better naked."
She admired his round, squeezable ass as she followed him down a grassy slope to the bottom level of the house. After they walked under the deck and past the hot tub, he opened a glass door, ushering her inside. Luke followed them, sat her on a leather sofa, and draped a blanket around her shoulders. She admired Luke's tight ass and lean muscles, and especially those military tats on his arms.
"Better?"
he asked. "Yes, thanks." She clutched the blanket and tucked her legs under her, looking around the room. They were in a den of sorts, with the biggest flat-screen TV she'd ever seen on one wall, surrounded by comfy leather sofas. On the other walls were a stone fireplace, an electronic dartboard, and mounted animal heads. At the back of the room was a full-service bar with shelves of liquor. Nearby were pool and air hockey tables. What caught her eye were the many wrapped presents sitting on the pool table. She couldn't help but wonder if the presents were for her. If so, was it traditional for the bride to also buy her mates gifts? She imagined the room filled with toys and a playpen, then shook her head, wondering why she was dreaming of babies. She'd said she wasn't going to be their queen bee, but the thought of a few children playing with a train set in front of the fireplace made her smile. She could clearly see the oldest one, too, thanks to the ancients. She couldn't get his excited expression when he'd netted that fish out of her head. She wished the ancients would give her another vision of her children, especially the little girl in the pink jumper. Much to her disappointment, Roan and Luke went into another room and came back wearing boxers.
"What do you want to drink?"
Roan asked, setting a tumbler on the bar's marble countertop. She shrugged. "I'm not much of a drinker," mainly because alcohol was expensive, and the few times she'd gone to happy hour with her coworkers, she refused to let guys buy her drinks. Most men had certain expectations after they bought women drinks, and she didn't want to have to bite any of them if they crossed the line. Roan poured ice into the tumbler.
"I'll make you my specialty."
"Sounds good." She jumped at the sound of the door sliding open. Håkon and Drasko came inside, covered in blood and completely naked. Holy heck, their bodies could have been carved from granite. Their chests were incredibly broad and ripped with muscles, their asses round and firm, and their legs thick and strong. They were built to be powerful hunters and lovers. She squeezed her legs together, willing the gushing to stop. When Luke looked at her with flared nostrils, she knew her libido was winning.
"The bear is bleeding out,"
Håkon said, wiping his hands on a towel.
"We'll skin it after."
After what? She thought. He looked pointedly at her, and heat crept into her cheeks.
"Was that the same bear that's been plaguing the forest?"
Roan asked Håkon as he shook the drink. Håkon nodded.
"He was an aggressive beast. He killed 2 cubs yesterday,"
Luke added.
"I could still smell their blood on him. We're lucky to be rid of him. He was a danger to other animals and our mate."
Luke fixed Amara with a hard stare. Why was he looking at her as if she'd done something wrong?
"We need to hop in the shower,"
Drasko said, taking the bloody towel from Håkon and wiping his hands.
"We'll be right back."
As they headed up the stairs, Amara noted how Drasko didn't look at her, filling her with relief and disappointment. Had he given up? Was he angry with her now? Gah, second alphas were major pains in the ass. Roan sat beside her and handed her a clear, fizzy drink with crushed leaves floating on top of the ice.
"What do you think of my mojito?"
She took a sip, her eyes bulging when liquid fire raced down her throat. She coughed into her fist. "It's strong." Luke sat on her other side, elbowing her with a knowing wink.
"He knows."
"Are you trying to get me drunk?" She laughed, taking another sip, pleased when it went down easier, the cool, minty taste soothing her throat.
"Maybe."
Roan flashed a smile so wicked, she expected devil horns to shoot from his head.
"We have to talk."
His smile fell, replaced with a look so severe, her heart thudded in her ears. She tensed when he and Luke shared knowing looks. She took another long sip, and then set the drink on the coffee table in front of her. "All right?"
"Do you understand the job of protectors?"
Roan asked. She nodded. "You told me they protect us from threats."
"Right."
The faint lines marring his brow deepened.
"Do you understand that their most important job is protecting you?"
Slumping in her seat, she steeled herself for a lecture.
"They can't fight off bears," Luke added, "if they're also trying to keep you from getting hurt."
The flush of embarrassment fanned her neck and face. "I wanted to help." Luke placed a hand on her shoulder, brows pinched as he searched her eyes.
If you wanted to help, then stay out of the way.
Ouch. What use was she as a wolf if she couldn't help her mates fight off threats? She crossed her arms, staring straight ahead rather than see any more disappointment in their eyes. So just shut up and make babies? She was so angry, her throat tightened. Luke cursed under his breath.
Without you, our lives have no meaning. If anything were to happen to you, we'd never forgive ourselves. My sister told you of the Devora pack?
She nodded, not trusting herself to speak.
Do you understand why they are trying to steal a new mate?
Roan asked.
Because without one, they have no purpose. I'm surprised they haven't offed themselves by now,
Luke said. She gasped. You mean commit suicide? Luke and Roan shared looks before Luke continued.
It wouldn't be the first time wolves have taken their lives after losing their mates.
Her hand flew to her heart at the thought of her mates killing themselves over her. I don't want you guys to do that.
Then please don't put yourself in danger,
Roan pleaded, batting thick lashes and, damn him, looking impossibly cute.
Let us do our job of protecting you.
Okay. Her shoulders fell when she realized the situation she'd put them in. No wonder Roan had backed her into a tree. He must have been worried shitless about her. I'm sorry.
It's okay,
Luke said.
We understand you still have a lot to learn about our culture.
She released a shaky breath. I guess so. I hope my grandparents can teach me everything. Roan spoke gently.
If not, we will.
She heaved a sigh of relief when his scowl was replaced by his familiar sweet smile.
We're not mad at you,
Roan said. She felt even more like shit that he was being so kind to her after what she'd put him through. She sighed when he wrapped his thick fingers around her neck, brushing his lips across hers. She opened her mouth to him, draping her arms around his shoulders and letting her blanket fall around her waist. He pulled her into his lap, deepening the kiss and squeezing her tits. Before she knew it, she was clutching his thick hair by the roots and grinding her wet desire into his erection. Nothing but the thin fabric of his boxer shorts between them, while their tongues sparred in a passionate dance. He groaned.
You're going to make me come in my underwear.
She kept grinding into him while he pinched her nipples. Roan grunted, his cock jerking as a wet bullseye creamed his underwear. She continued her assault, letting his juices seep into her while she swelled against him. Holy fuck, it felt so damn good. She twitched against him as a powerful orgasm hit her like a bullet ricocheting through her body. She shuddered and fell on him, nibbling his neck while he stroked her back.
Damn, Amara,
he breathed into her ear.
That was fucking amazing.
She feathered kisses across his cheeks and nose before kissing his lips once more. Just imagine what mating will feel like. His cock jerked against her as he nibbled her lower lip.
I can't wait. My turn.
Luke pulled her off Roan. She giggled when she climbed into her handsome tracker's lap. He pinched her nipple and squeezed her ass, showering her neck with kisses. His fingers found their way to her pussy, stroking that wet, swollen ribbon. She slumped against him when he increased tempo, circling her clit until she dripped like a raging river. The blood rushed from her limbs, swelling her pussy until it was about to burst. He laid her down, stripped out of his underwear, gliding his erection across her slick folds. It only took him a few strokes before he exploded over her belly and across her tits. He continued his assault until she came again. She moaned his name as her channel throbbed against his smooth skin. He rubbed his sperm into her, then dipped the tip of his finger inside her until she orgasmed again, the next contraction devouring his finger as if her body was trying to swallow him. She stretched out on the sofa as Roan and Luke showered her with kisses.
You starting without us?
Håkon rumbled.
Sorry, bros.
Luke chuckled.
We couldn't pass up makeup sex.
She sat up and pulled the blanket over her shoulders, suddenly self-conscious about her nakedness around Drasko. Both alphas were standing in the doorway, their hair wet and bodies glistening with moisture. They wore boxers and nothing else. She reached for her drink, thanking Roan when he handed it to her. She took several gulps, avoiding eye contact with Drasko. Roan rubbed his face.
We didn't penetrate her. I know.
Håkon looked at Amara with raised brows.
Did you talk to her about the grizzly?
Shame overwhelming her, Amara pressed against Roan, who wrapped an arm around her shoulders.
Yeah, she understands now.
I'm sorry. It was bad enough when Luke and Roan were upset with her. She didn't want to displease her alpha, too.
Come here.
He sat next to her, pulling her into his lap and stroking her cheek with calloused knuckles.
You mean everything to me.
His eyes softened, then saddened.
I never want to lose you.
Emotion threatened to cut off her windpipe. You won't. I'll be careful from now on. He traced her lower lip.
Promise?
She nodded, then snaked her arms around his thick neck. Promise. Luke cleared his throat.
It was a good thing Drasko showed up when he did. Now we will have a freezer full of meat and a new rug.
Amara turned to Drasko, who was still standing in the doorway, feeling bad that he hadn't joined them on the sofa. Thank you, Drasko. He crossed his arms and leaned against the frame.
No need to thank me for doing my job. Amara, I owe you an apology. I just get so angry when I think about all you suffered and how it could have been prevented.
I know, and you're right, she said. My fathers should have tried to stop my mother, or at least told their elders. But it's too late to change the past. I'm here now. That's all that matters. He crossed the room in a few long strides and knelt beside her. He planted a tender kiss on her palm.
Does this mean you can forgive me?
I can't stay mad at you for long. Her gooseflesh rose as he trailed kisses down her arm. He spread her legs and pushed the blanket off her shoulders. She fell back against the sofa when he climbed up the length of her, nibbling her neck and dropping kisses between her cleavage. He squeezed her tits with meaty hands, rolling her nipples between his fingers. He kissed her neck again, before thrusting his hard groin against her wet desire and squeezing the globes of her ass. He lifted her off the sofa and laid her on a soft, bearskin rug.
On your knees, Amara,
he rumbled in her ear in a deep protector voice. She looked into his yellow, elongated eyes, then did as she was told, spinning too fast and landing on her elbows, her head suddenly reeling from the strong alcohol. She gasped when he latched onto her knees and positioned her ass high in the air. He toyed with her nipples again, pinching them into hardened peaks, twisting them just enough until pleasure blurred with pain. She looked up at Håkon, who sat completely naked in front of her, his cock jutting toward her mouth. She flinched when Drasko ran a finger across her slick ribbon, dragging the moisture back and swirling it around her puckered anus like water circling a drain. Holy shit! There were no words to describe the euphoric sensation that spread outward from there and raced across her skin. It was as if that tight little hole was connected to every nerve ending in her body. Drasko, she gasped. What are you doing? When she looked back at him, panic iced her limbs at the wicked look in his glowing eyes.
Everyone else has had a first but me.
He let out a deep chuckle that caused Gooseflesh to rise.
I'm going to be the first to fuck you in the ass.
She arched away from him. He dug his fingers into her hips, snatching her back.
Relax,
he said.
I'll be gentle. Suck, Håkon.
He continued to pull moisture from her pussy, lubing her ass with slick strokes. Håkon moved closer, sticking his erection in her face with an expectant smile. She steadied herself on his strong thighs and took the head of his cock in her mouth. He roared when she slurped all the way down. She froze, jamming his cockhead against her tonsils when Drasko slipped a finger inside her tight hole. She was too small for him. His large cock would never fit. He pulled his finger out and then slid it in again, bringing in more moisture. He began slow circular movements inside her anus, winding up her ass like a toy. She thought she'd die from the intense pleasure. Håkon jammed his cock deep in her throat, reminding her to keep sucking. She went up and down, burying him deep inside with each thrust, causing him to roar again and again. Drasko removed his finger, and something much smoother, much thicker, wedged its way inside. She instinctively raised her ass higher, giving him easier access. She clutched Håkon's ass, sucking him down to nearly the root, and then crying out when Drasko's bulbous head stretched her tight hole. She released Håkon.
"Oh God, you're so fucking big."
"The human god isn't here, Amara."
Drasko's deep, reverberating voice reminded her of a feline's purr.
"Relax. Open your ass to me."
Luke was suddenly beside her, flashing a seductive smile and rubbing that tender spot between her legs. "Open," he mouthed. She forced herself to relax, releasing a heavy sigh and sliding back down on Håkon. Her alpha fisted his hands in her hair and flexed his hips, pumping more of his cock down her throat. She mindlessly sucked him while her body turned to jelly, liquefying under Luke's nimble fingers. When she felt her ass open like a blooming flower, Drasko slid deep inside, hitting a spot that was like a reverberating cymbal, triggering a ripple of orgasms that racked her, holding her in their grip for several heartbeats. She was vaguely aware of Håkon's hot seed pouring down the back of her throat. She sucked him hard, draining his juices, while Luke rubbed her clit faster, and Drasko continued to thrust.
"That's it,"
Drasko hissed, pumping deeper and harder.
"Good girl."
He squeezed her ass so tight, she gasped at the blunt pain. His cockhead expanded like a balloon before releasing his seed deep in her ass, pounding against that spot that had already been thoroughly fucked, triggering another wave of orgasms. The beast inside her stirred, and she howled her delight, panting, while Luke rubbed her clit in time with each crest and twitch. Drasko slid out, and her empty anus twitched in response, a dull ache puncturing the delightful little throbs. Despite the pain, it had been worth it. She fell on Håkon's thighs, kissing his navel and looking up at him with a grin. He pulled her into his arms, kissing her forehead as she licked his seed off her lips. Drasko tugged her away from Håkon and rolled her into his arms, kissing her neck and chin.
"You were fucking amazing."
She bit her lip, smiling up at him. "Thanks."
"What say we go relax in the hot tub?"
"Yes, please." She felt a bit wobbly after her mates helped her up. That strong drink had really gotten to her. She didn't object when Håkon carried her outside and to the hot tub. The water was perfect, and the bubbles tickled that already sensitive spot between her thighs. When Roan handed her the mixed drink, she gladly gulped down several swallows before giving it back to him. She laid against the jets, draping a leg over Roan, smiling when he snaked a hand up her thigh. Could he be horny already? She knew her mates were planning on taking advantage of her again, and she so hoped it involved more ass-fucking. Håkon could hardly believe his good fortune. Not only had he and his brothers finally found their mate, but their sweet little virgin was a siren in the sack. How he longed to complete the blood bond and fuck that tight pussy. Once the bonding ceremony was complete, He'd be able to communicate with her on a telepathic level, as he did with his brothers. Then, maybe she'd finally understand Drasko, and maybe Drasko would learn to restrain himself with her soothing presence in his head. He'd been sorely tempted this night to skip the damn ceremony and take her virginity with his brothers. The bonding would still work, as long as they all took turns in claiming her. Then they wouldn't need to worry about the Devora brothers stealing her. The only downside was that Amara would have to forgo bonding with her grandparents and brothers, a connection that was important to a young female wolf. No matter how badly he wanted to claim her, Håkon refused to deny Amara the right to bond with her family. She'd resent him later. He just hoped he didn't regret his decision. If those Devoras ignored the Thunderfoot markings and kidnapped their mate, he would not rest until he ripped out their throats.
I'm horny again,
Luke's thought projected in his head. Håkon laughed under his breath.
Let her catch her breath, pup.
Luke swam up to Amara.
I can smell her virginity. I want to take it.
Amara buried her fingers in Luke's hair when he kissed down her neck while stroking her clit.
No, not tonight.
Håkon fought to keep his tone neutral. No use in letting them know he was as horny as they were.
We will wait for the ceremony.
Luke snarled and snapped when Håkon pulled him off of Amara. She reached for Luke, spreading her legs wide. This wasn't good. Despite the overpowering smell of chlorine, Håkon scented her desire above all else. She was ready to be fucked.
And risk the Devoras taking her?
Drasko bellowed in his head.
I say we claim her virginity now.
Håkon clenched his hands, every muscle in his body tightening with apprehension.
What's gotten into you mutts?
She looked up at Håkon through heavy-lidded eyes. Who's going to take me next? She said, in a drunken slur. If they claimed her virginity while she was drunk, she'd definitely resent them later, and Håkon would never forgive himself. Luke reached for her again.
She wants us to fuck her. Of course she does,
Håkon snapped.
But we're not coming between her and her family. Fuck her family,
Drasko shouted.
They don't deserve her. Everyone got to be inside her but me,
Roan complained.
All right,
Håkon hollered, startling Amara.
Everyone out of the water.
What's the matter? She said, as he scooped her into his arms.
You're not safe.
He shot his brothers dirty looks as he lifted her out.
These dogs want to take your virginity.
Oh, she sighed. I don't mind.
Once you bond with us, you're not going to Romania.
He set her on the deck, wrapping a towel around her.
You will never bond with your brothers.
She pulled the towel tighter around her. Oh. He lifted her again.
Let's go open presents.
Presents? He ignored his brother's grumbles and took her inside, into the den. He had to get her out of here soon, and not just because he was worried about his brothers losing self-control. He no longer trusted himself. Her scent was so strong, the urge to take her was driving him insane. Amara struggled with her confusing emotions. On the one hand, she wished to see her brothers, and possibly even her fathers. She especially wanted to spend more time with Bunika. On the other hand, she wanted her mates to fuck her. Her pussy ached to be filled. Håkon scented her desire. So why didn't he just take her? He dried her off, then balled up the towel and threw it in a corner. He wrapped the blanket around her again.
We need to get some clothes on you.
He turned to his naked brothers with a warning snarl.
You mutts need to get dressed.
They slipped into their boxers with ill humor. Håkon handed her 3 gift bags.
Here.
He spoke with a tight jaw, hands clenched, as if the mere act of speaking pained him. She sighed, wishing he'd just give in and fuck her. 3 lacy bras and several pairs of underwear were in the first bag. Oh, they're beautiful, she squealed. She'd never had such pretty underthings before. Håkon helped her put on a white, lacy push-up bra that made her breasts look like soft clouds. She ran her hands over the smooth fabric. "I love it." Roan's lower lip turned down.
"I liked you better without it."
She didn't want to put on the panties, knowing she'd ruin them with the desire still dripping out of her. Håkon must have read her mind. He stuck a wad of napkins between her legs and then helped her into a pair.
"We need to cover your scent. Open the next bag."
She nearly jumped out of her seat when she found a collection of signature lotions, the same expensive brand as her favorite vanilla. There were also cherry almond and lemon lotions. Håkon shoved the lemon bottle at her.
"Put some on."
She lathered her hands with it. In the last bag were several pairs of jeans, tops, and even a pretty pair of slip-on shoes. "Wow, guys. Thanks." She turned over a pair of jeans, pleased to see they were her size.
"Get dressed."
Håkon turned his back to her, shooing the others away. After she'd put on jeans, a sweater, and the shoes, Roan placed a big box with a pretty bow beside her.
"I picked these out,"
he said with a wink.
"I saw that you needed new ones."
Careful not to destroy the ribbon, she opened the package, completely floored when she saw a brand new SLR camera and 3 lenses, and a new laptop. This is too much. How she'd longed for a camera of this quality, but she'd never had several thousand lying around. With the laptop, she could edit her photos. Håkon knelt beside her, taking her hand in his.
"Only the best for our mate."
"Oh, Håkon." She only meant to give him a short thank you kiss, but her lips lingered on his. His tongue darted into her mouth. She slid off the sofa, straddling him, relishing the feel of his hard cock digging into her denim. He pushed her off, his eyes turning an ominous yellow.
"No more, or by the ancients, I swear I will take your virginity right now." "We got you something else,"
Luke interrupted, handing her a small box. She opened it, surprised to see a new phone inside. It was much nicer than her old, refurbished phone. She looked at her presents, which probably cost more than her first 2 cars. "Thanks so much."
"Keep the phone hidden,"
Luke said.
"or your grandparents will take it. Our elders are old-fashioned. They won't want you talking to us until the marriage ceremony." "It has all of our numbers,"
Roan added.
"Call us often."
"I will," she cooed.
"Send us lots of pictures,"
Roan added. Drasko waggled his brows.
"Naked ones."
She blushed, though she didn't know why. It's not like they hadn't seen her naked. "I will. I haven't had time to get you anything yet." She'd never be able to match these gifts with her meager savings. Drasko knelt beside Håkon and stroked her thigh.
"You're not supposed to get us anything."
"I'm not?" Her legs involuntarily fell open as Drasko's hand climbed higher, stopping at the tender spot between her legs. With a groan, she spread her legs wider, hoping he'd finger her throbbing slit and cursing that wad of napkins in the way.
"All we want is you."
Håkon turned her hand over in his, placing delicate kisses across her palm.
"You're far more valuable than any gift."
When Luke pushed her hair to one side, she tilted her head so he could nibble on her neck. "You have me," she rasped. "I'll even give you babies if you want them." Why the hell had she said that? But it was too late to take it back. Heck, she'd give them an army of babies as long as they kept pleasuring her. Håkon trailed kisses up her arm and then brushed his lips across her nipples. He unzipped her jeans.
"You're so hard to resist."
"Then take me." His nimble fingers removed the napkins from her underwear and started stroking her slick ribbon, circling her swollen bud while deepening the kiss.
"Take her, brother,"
Drasko boomed.
"Draw first blood and let us complete the bond." "No!"
Håkon's protector voice rattled the walls.
"But I am going to come in that sweet ass."
He flipped her over and ripped off her jeans and panties. He pulled moisture from her with thick, rough fingers, circling her ass. She clutched the back of the sofa and threw back her head with a gasp when Håkon jammed his finger inside her anus with hard thrusts. She did her best to open herself to him, jutting her ass in the air when he dug his fingers into her hips, probing her with the tip of his penis. He was not gentle when he jammed his cock inside her with a roar. She tensed at the bruising pain. "Relax," he commanded, sliding further in until his cockhead hit that engorged bundle of nerves. She let out a slow breath, opening herself more to him.
"Fuck her pussy,"
Drasko commanded.
"Back off,"
Håkon growled, embedding himself deeper inside her. And then he pounded her ass so hard she flinched, trying to pull away. "Håkon," she begged, "please be gentle." Her normally calm, tender alpha shocked her with his animalistic behavior. But then, shock was replaced by something else, a tingling sensation that began in that thrumming spot in her ass and trickled all the way down to her toes. He latched on tighter, anchoring her to his cock with short, hard thrusts. "You're ours," he growled between each thrust. "Ours, ours." The orgasm snuck upon her without warning, banging against his head like a drum and zinging through her body like electric shocks. "Oh, Håkon," she cried. "Yes, oh yes." His cock swelled and answered back, bursting inside of her and bathing her in hot seed. He latched onto her tits, digging into her sensitive flesh with bruising fingers. Bending over her, he rumbled in her ear. "You belong to us, Amara. Don't you forget it." "I won't," she panted as his cock twitched against her. She gasped when he slid out and Drasko anchored himself to her. He was surprisingly far gentler than Håkon, building up her orgasm with slow, deliberate thrusts. They came together, her orgasm wrapping around his cock and squeezing out his juices. He leaned over her, tracing delicate nips and kisses across her ear, his head swelling again and spurting more seed as he growled in her ear. "You are ours, Amara," he warned, his protector voice causing her gooseflesh to rise. "Do not so much as look at another." "I won't," she promised. She tried slumping on the sofa when he pulled out, but then Luke was behind her, hoisting her ass up and sliding his cock inside her battered channel. He fucked her until she felt raw, and though it was starting to pain her, the pleasure was still worth it. She felt this orgasm all over, and especially deep inside her pussy. It rippled through her like a distant, dull drum, pounding in her body. He roared as he spilled himself inside her. "Amara," he whispered in her ear, "if you feel threatened or in danger, you call us, and we'll be there." "I will." She turned into him, kissing his fingers as he dragged his hand across her mouth. She braced herself when Roan settled behind her. Then she breathed out through a sigh when he gently glided inside, her anus thoroughly stretched and lubricated by his brother's. Instinct told her Roan wouldn't last long, so she bucked against his fat cockhead, straining for one more orgasm. She sucked in a gasp when the climax gently rolled through her, tickling her gooseflesh and causing every nerve ending in her body to combust. When he stilled with a grunt, his head throbbing hard, she slumped onto the sofa, wincing as he slowly slid out. Håkon draped a towel across his lap and pulled her on top of him, cradling her in his arms. She draped her legs across Roan's lap when he sat beside her. She let out a satisfied sigh when Roan rubbed her feet. She hadn't realized she needed a massage until that moment. Luke and Drasko sat on the floor in front of her, stroking her legs. She'd heard of orgasm afterglows from her coworkers and knew that was what she was experiencing. Every nerve in her body came alive when her mates touched her. She never wanted this feeling to end. Håkon thoroughly kissed her.
You are amazing, Amara.
I won't let the Devoras take me, Håkon, she said into his mouth. I'd rather die than mate with anyone but you.
Don't say that. It won't come to that, okay?
Emotion suddenly overwhelmed her. What if those brothers did take her? She didn't want to part from her mates. Not now. Not ever. I don't think I should go to Romania. I want to stay with you.
I fly back to work tomorrow,
Håkon said.
I had to take 2 consecutive 21-day shifts because I left in the middle of my rotation when I thought Luke had gone loner. Håkon makes more money than any of us,
Roan added.
It's why we can afford our trucks and this home.
Håkon stroked her face.
Besides, this is your one chance to bond with your family. It's important you learn about Ameraki culture from them.
She heaved a resigned sigh, knowing they were right. But 6 weeks without them seemed so long. And to think, 2 days ago, she'd wanted nothing to do with them. She tensed when Luke jumped to his feet. Håkon stiffened beneath her.
What is it? Your grandfathers are here.
Fuck. Chapter 10.
What in ancient's name have you done to her?
Nikolai demanded, looking them over with derision.
I smell sex.
Her mates hadn't had time to put on more than just their underwear before taking her to the second story, to a beautiful open kitchen with granite countertops that faced a sunken living room. The entire second floor overlooked the lake through massive vaulted windows that stretched to the cathedral ceiling. Though she'd been curious, she'd no time to admire her future home. Her grandfathers were pissed, and that was putting it mildly. She sat on the edge of a sofa, hands in her lap, doing her best to look contrite, though she didn't regret that gangbang ass-fucking one bit. Håkon stood protectively in front of her.
She is still a virgin.
Nikolai loudly sniffed.
Don't lie to me.
He stepped around Håkon and yanked Amara to her feet. She hissed when Nikolai dug into her skin with bruising force. Håkon held out his hands.
Easy.
Please don't be angry, she pleaded, trying to shake them off. They marked me. I wanted them to.
We don't want the Devora brothers taking her,
Håkon explained, his eyes trained on Nikolai's fingers on Amara's arm. A low rumble rose from his chest.
Loosen your hold before you leave a bruise.
When Nikolai released Amara as if she had the plague, she scooted back to Håkon, clutching her sore arm. The throbbing was nothing compared to the stabbing pain that lanced her heart. Her grandfathers were disgusted by her. She wanted to die. Klaus narrowed his eyes at Håkon.
You think we can't protect her? No.
Drasko crossed his arms.
We don't.
Drasko, please, Amara said. This night was going to shit. Drasko didn't need to make things worse. Drasko ignored her, pointing at her grandfathers with an accusatory finger.
You failed to stop your son from mating with a human. We're not taking the chance that you'll fail again.
She turned to her mate with a snarl. Damn it, Drasko! How could he be so disrespectful? If he cared for her at all, he would consider her feelings before starting a fight. Amara screamed, covering her ears when Nikolai suddenly morphed into a giant, hulking protector, shredding his clothes as he towered over Drasko. Not to be outdone, Drasko shifted too, and pounded his chest like an ape. Though Drasko was almost a head taller and had broader shoulders, that didn't stop Nikolai from roaring in Drasko's face. Please, stop! She fell to her knees, sobbing. She'd never be able to live with herself if they killed each other. Luke jumped between them, dwarfed by the monsters.
Would you beasts calm down? Both of you control yourselves.
Håkon gestured at Amara.
You're only hurting her.
Klaus lifted her off the floor.
Get in the truck, Amara.
When he shoved her toward the door, Roan was at her side, draping an arm around her. Her knees wobbled like runny porridge as he helped her down the steps. They're going to kill each other, she said.
Nah,
He chuckled.
they're just acting like typical second alphas. It will all blow over.
She sure as hell hoped he was right. He helped her into the passenger seat of what appeared to be Tor's truck and buckled her seatbelt. Then he dried her tears with his thumbs and kissed her, his lips lingering long enough to make her sigh. She clutched his smooth, bare shoulders like a lifeline. "Thank you, Roan." The front door opened and then slammed behind her grandfather's. They marched to the truck. She quickly looked away from Nikolai when she saw he was naked except for a tattered shirt he'd wrapped around his waist. Roan gave her a quick kiss on the cheek, jumping away as Nikolai tried to push him to the ground. When her grandfathers jumped in the truck, she slouched, avoiding eye contact. Klaus started the engine, flinging up rocks as he peeled out of the gravel drive. She looked out the window at her mates, who had gathered on the front porch, watching wistfully as she was carried away. It wasn't fair. She should have been mated with them already. How could her grandfathers expect her not to mate when she went into heat every time they were near? They were silent for several minutes as Klaus hit every bump and pothole on the road. Nikolai finally turned to her with a snarl.
You have a lot to learn about our culture, Amara. Our women do not spread their legs easily, like your mother.
Any clever retort she might have made died before it left her lips. For the first time in a long while, she was speechless. How could he possibly compare her to her mother? She was nothing like her. Nothing. She cleared her throat. "They are the first men I've ever let touch me, and they're my mates."
Not yet,
Nikolai bellowed. Knowing it did little good to argue with him, she clamped her lips shut, deciding not to engage further. Pine trees passed in a blur. She'd been warned that second alphas were hot-tempered, but nothing could have prepared her for this. Though he hadn't used the word whore, she knew that's what he meant to call her. She'd never felt so humiliated in her life. Second alphas were major assholes. How was she supposed to mate with one? The more she thought about this horrible encounter between her mates and her grandparents, the more she got pissed off at Drasko, goading her grandfathers, who already had enough shit stacked on their shoulders. Curse the ancients for thinking 2 alphas in a pack was a good idea. She couldn't possibly go to Romania with Nikolai for 6 weeks, just as she couldn't commit to Drasko when he continued to act like a jerk. But Drasko came with 3 amazing brothers. If she refused him, she rejected all of them. What the hell was she supposed to do? Bunika and her mate's family were waiting on the porch when they pulled into the drive. Just great. Now everyone got to witness her shame. She unbuckled her seatbelt and dragged herself out of the truck as if she was marching to her own funeral. The first face she noticed was Tatiana's. Standing stoically between Arvid and her mother, the teen mouthed, "I'm sorry." She didn't blame Tatiana. She was sure the girl had tried to lie for her. Bunika raced up to her, wrapping her in a strong hug. "Oh, draga me, I was so worried." Shame washed over her. She wasn't worthy of Bunika's love. "I need to go to bed," she mumbled, pulling free and racing into the house, nearly falling on her face when she tripped on the last stair. She remembered the alcohol she'd drunk tonight and reminded herself to take it easy. She scooped up Gremlin, holding him close when the dog came barreling toward her. She hurried upstairs, careful not to trip this time, and into the bedroom she shared with Tatiana, relieved to see her other 2 dogs. She set Gremlin at the foot of the bed with Buster and Scrooge and dove under the covers, wishing she could block out the world. She turned away, pulling the blanket over her head when she heard the door open, followed by footsteps. Bunika sat beside her, rubbing her back. There, Poi the Loop. This is not your fault." Not her fault. Nikolai certainly thought it was, or he wouldn't have hinted that she was a whore. She scooted away from Bunika, wishing she wouldn't try to comfort her. Somehow, Her grandmother's hand on her back only made things worse. "I screwed everything up," she said, sobbing into her pillow. "No, you didn't." Bonica released a shaky sigh. "You are still a virgin, aren't you?" "I'm still a virgin." She sat up, blinking hard as the room tilted to one side. "But they marked me." She flashed a warm smile, stroking Amara's cheek. "Then there's nothing to worry about. Many wolves mark their mates. In fact, they'd be remiss if they didn't, with the Devora brothers trying to steal virgins from their beds." Amara's jaw dropped. "But Grandpa Nikolai thinks I'm a whore." Bonica arched a brow. "Did he say that?" She nodded, pain slicing through her as she recalled the look of disappointment in his eyes. "He said I spread my legs easily, like my mother." Bonica jumped from the bed. "That idiotule!" Her pale cheeks reddened. "Then I'm also a whore, for I was marked by my mates before marriage. And if I am, Nikolai is one too." Wow, so Nikolai had marked her grandmother, but Amara wasn't allowed to be marked by her mates? What a hypocrite. Bonica sat back down. "You are nothing like her. You're in heat, that's all. You should be mated by now." "My mates marked me too," Mihaela whispered from the doorway. She held a tray with a steaming mug and cookies. Amara's eyes widened. "They did?" Mihaela nodded as she set the tray on the nightstand. She didn't feel like eating, but maybe food would help absorb the alcohol in her gut. Mihaela rolled her eyes. "They wouldn't have had to if my parents hadn't insisted on a ridiculously long courtship. And here we are, pulling you from your mates." Bonica frowned, her eyes misting over. "I can see how much you want to be with them." "I do," she admitted. "I'm sorry." "Nothing to be sorry about," her grandmother said. "Is it selfish of me to take you to Romania?" "No, Bonica." She got up on her knees, taking her grandmother's hands in hers. "I want to go with you. It's just that I'm going to miss them." Well, she thought to herself, most of them. Drasko, not so much. Even though he'd introduced her to mind-blowing anal sex, he still had a major jerk streak. She wasn't sure she'd be able to tolerate living with him. "You're in heat, which is why one of two things need to happen." Mihaela handed Amara a cup of warm tea. "Either you marry my sons tomorrow, or you get on that plane with your grandparents." She nodded, sipping the tea. It tasted of lemon and honey and foreign but pleasant herbs. "Thank you," she said, pleased when Mihaela offered her a warm smile. At least she'd have a nice mother-in-law. Maybe everyone else in Drasko's family would make up for his moods. "Please say you'll come with us?" Amara's voice broke. "Bunik Nikolai doesn't want me." Bonica scowled. "Nonsense." "I see it in his eyes. What you see is a troubled father whose sons have been disgraced." The lines around her grandmother's eyes deepened. "Our family has lost position in the tribe." Her words sounded stilted with her heavy accent. "All because of me. If she hadn't been born to a human, none of this would have happened. How badly Amara wished she'd had a different mother." Her grandmother scowled. "All because of the ancients and my son's foolish decision not to tell anyone about mating." Mihaela took the tea from Amara and handed her 2 cookies. Her stomach twisted at the thought of eating, but she'd need food to combat the spinning in her head. "Your marriage to the future chieftain of the Thunderfoot clan is a great honor," Mihaela said with a proud smile. "It will help your family regain status." Which meant she'd have to complete the marriage ceremony, taking all of them, including Drasko. Chapter 11. Amara woke with a splitting headache. Curse your mojitos, Roan. Luckily, someone had let out the dogs. She stumbled out of bed and took a hot shower, then put on her old clothes, including the bra with the safety pin. She swore when the pin broke and stabbed her in the back. She threw the bra in the trash. If only she'd remembered to take with her the new clothes her mates had bought. She had the new clothes she'd worn last night, but they smelled strongly of her mates. Would her grandfathers get angry if she wore them? She thought about it for a moment and decided too damn bad if they objected. The new jeans with rhinestones on the pockets were too cute not to wear. She returned to the bedroom and grabbed her new lacy bra, inhaling the familiar scent of her mates. It was all over the fabric. She put on the jeans, too, even though their scent was all over them. If she was flying to Romania this morning, she wanted everyone there to know she'd been marked by her mates. She wasn't ashamed of submitting to the sons of the most powerful pack in the Amaraki. She'd just finished combing her hair into a ponytail when she heard a knock on the door. She recognized the scent of Grandfather Nikolai. Damn, she didn't want to face him. She only enjoyed a moment of pride that her senses were improving. She cleared her throat, wondering how to get rid of him. "I'm getting ready."
"Please, open up, Amara,"
he said, sounding desperate. She opened the door and then sat on the bed, bracing for a lecture. When he sat beside her, she moved away, in no mood to be near him.
"How'd you sleep?"
he asked. "Okay, I guess." Truthfully, she'd tossed and turned all night, worrying about her mates and her grandfathers. Would they be civil today, or would they fight again? Would her grandfathers decide they didn't want her to go with them to Romania? Would she be forced to marry Drasko, even though she was still majorly pissed off at him?
"Those shadows under your eyes tell a different story."
She shrugged, looking at a spot on her jeans, realizing it might be a stain from their lovemaking last night. Maybe she should change back into her old jeans. She let out a shaky breath, still afraid to look at him. "I was worried about my mates."
"Of course you were."
He patted her hand in a fatherly gesture.
"You will make a good mate one day."
Did he truly mean it? Did this mean he no longer thought of her as a whore? Shadows fell across his pale features.
"I said some hurtful things to you last night."
She looked away again, not trusting herself to speak.
"It was wrong of me,"
he continued.
"You are not like your mother, and you are not to blame for your parents' mistakes."
He pulled her into a hug, kissing the top of her head.
"Imparerò poi de loop,"
he murmured.
"I'm sorry. Can't say I blame your mates for marking you, with the Devoras trying to steal virgins from their families."
She was too choked up to answer, so she simply held on to him, soiling his shirt with her tears while he rocked her in his arms.
"I want you to come home with us."
His voice cracked with emotion so strong she could feel the sorrow radiating off him in waves.
"I will never forgive myself if I've ruined our opportunity to bond with our granddaughter. Please, say you'll come."
Relief swept through her at the realization that her grandfather didn't hate her. "Okay," she gave him a wobbly smile.
"Thank the ancients."
Nikolai turned his gaze to the ceiling.
"Your grandmother wouldn't have forgiven me if you'd refused."
"Oh," Amara shrank back. "Did she force you to apologize to me?" He cupped her chin, the lines around his eyes softening.
"Child, nobody forces an alpha. I meant what I said. Pack your things. Let's go home."
She released a pent-up breath, then nodded to her bag. "I'm ready." He picked up the bag, frowning.
"This is it?"
"Yes."
"We are the rest of your clothes."
"That's all I have." She didn't want to mention the new clothes she'd left at her mate's house.
"This won't do. Bonica will make you new clothes when we get home."
"She doesn't have to do that."
"She'll want to."
He broke into a wolfish grin.
"Come, we have a plane to catch."
He stood, holding down a hand to her. Her heart hit the floor when her dogs raced into the room, tails wildly wagging. "Just
Let me say goodbye to my dogs.
Amara's feet felt encrusted in ice as she trudged through the noisy airplane hangar toward the plane. Though she was still uncomfortable about the friendship between the feds and her species, one good thing had come out of the Amaraki's association with the government. They got to fly on military planes. She wasn't sure if the government offered up their planes out of the kindness of their hearts, or if they didn't trust the Amaraki to associate with the general public. Either way, she was grateful. Her grandfathers had said this transport cut the length of their 30-hour flight in half. She couldn't believe she was leaving her mates and her dogs behind to go to a foreign country with poachers and an unstable government. She was pleased, but not surprised, to see her mates waiting for her. She'd scented them when she'd first gotten out of the car. She loved that she could recognize their smell now, though she hated that she always creamed her panties when they were near. She hoped once the marriage ceremony was over, she'd get control of her libido. Actually, no, she didn't. As she looked into Roan's smiling eyes, she remembered he'd told her his job was to stay home with her and keep her sexually satisfied. She intended to hold him to it. Amara cringed when her grandfathers growled at her mates as they tried to approach her. She silently thanked Bunika when she pulled her beasts away, chiding them that their granddaughter needed a moment to say goodbye.
Amara,
Roan searched her face, clutching her shoulders.
Why are your eyes all red?
I had to say goodbye to my dogs. Her voice trembled. They knew she was leaving them for a long while. She'd felt like the worst mom ever for bringing them to a strange house and then dumping them.
I'm sorry.
He gave her a warm hug.
I'll take good care of them.
He kissed the tip of her nose.
Promise.
Thanks, Roan. She leaned up on her toes, kissing him on the lips. I know you will. Out of all the brothers, she suspected she'd miss him the most. He was just so damn sweet, like her big, lovable lab.
How are you feeling?
He asked, ignoring his brothers as they grumbled behind him, demanding a turn. She bit her lip when she felt his erection growing against her belly. Her pussy swelled in response. Holy heck, leaving her mates when she was in heat was so damn hard. I have a killer hangover, she said.
Sorry.
She managed a sideways smile. It was worth it. His dick grew even harder, pressing against her like it was trying to escape Roan's zipper. She rubbed against it, purring into his ear. Someone's sad to see me go.
You have no idea.
He groaned.
Hey.
Luke tugged her out of Roan's arms.
Sorry if we got you in trouble.
It's okay. She clung to him. His face had completely healed, except for one tiny shadow under his eye. She gently traced his bruise. They're not mad at me anymore.
They're angry with us, though. They'll get over it,
Drasko said. She scowled at him over Luke's shoulder. Maybe if you apologize for insulting them.
I'm not apologizing.
He crossed his arms, issuing her a challenging glare.
I meant what I said.
What a fucking asshole. She marched up to Drasko and jabbed his chest. Even though you know it hurts me when you fight with my family? She inwardly smiled when he flinched.
My intention was never to hurt you, Amara.
Oh, really?
We packed a bag with your new clothes and camera equipment.
Luke set a camo duffel bag at her feet. Thanks, she said, not just for the bag, but for interrupting her fight with Drasko. She didn't want to leave her mates like this, no matter how pissed off Drasko made her.
No need to thank us.
He chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief.
We rubbed our scent on everything.
She laughed out loud. Of course you did. Luke swept her in his arms, dipping her just like in the romantic old movies, kissing her so hard and passionately, she had no choice but to cling to him. When they finally came up for air, her chest was heaving as she struggled to catch her breath.
The phone's inside,
he said against her ear.
Don't let them see it. Text us if you need anything.
She blinked up at him, still stunned by that kiss. I will. Damn. She didn't know who she'd miss more now. It was definitely a toss-up between Luke and Roan. Her heart pounded when Håkon held her in his solid, steady embrace, and for a few moments, the noise of the airplanes and her grandfather's growls faded away until there was nothing left but her big, strong protector. His pupils lengthened and turned gold.
If those brothers even look sideways at you, you need to tell us.
She obediently nodded. He traced her jaw with thick fingers.
Promise?
Her eyelids involuntarily fluttered. I promise. He leaned in for a kiss, grazing his lips across hers, with a predatory growl that sent a shiver down her spine, and a zing straight to her lady parts. His tongue swirled against hers, and then he gently bit her lower lip.
Remember,
he warned again.
Any sign of trouble, and we need to know.
She pressed her forehead against his chin. Of course. It was definitely a three-way tie. How could she not miss her strong protector as much as the others, especially not after that glorious ass-pounding he'd given her last night?
Amara!
Her grandfathers simultaneously called behind her. I have to go. She reluctantly pulled away, instantly missing the feel of his warm skin. Thanks for everything. She waved to them before turning on her heel. She'd only taken one step when Drasko latched onto her arm.
Don't I get a goodbye?
She refused to look at him, wishing he didn't smell so damn tempting. Goodbye.
I'm sorry if I upset you.
You insulted my grandfathers. She glared, letting him see her anger and hurt. You should be apologizing to them, not me.
I told the truth. They should bear responsibility for their son's actions.
I have to go. She struggled against him, groaning when he tightened his hold.
Wait, don't go away mad at me.
Is this what our marriage is going to be like? She asked. You acting like a jerk and then expecting me to get over it?
Amara, it's my job.
I don't want to hear another damn word about your job. Her voice rose. Unfortunately, so did her libido. Why did he have to smell so good? Håkon's my protector too, and he's not an asshole. Nikolai jerked her out of Drasko's arms, giving Drasko a dark look.
Enough with the goodbyes.
Drasko answered with a challenging rumble she felt in the marrow of her bones. Really, Drasko? She scooped up her bag and dragged Nikolai away from her mate. Second alphas made her want to pull her hair out. As she boarded the ramp to the plane, she made the mistake of looking back one last time. Even from a distance, she saw a hurt in Drasko's eyes so profound, it haunted her the entire flight. How was she supposed to mate with and marry this infuriating wolf who twisted her heart inside out with just one look? Drasko stood on the tarmac long after the plane had departed, watching the girl who'd stormed into his life just 3 days earlier storm right back out with his tattered heart in her clutches. Did she really think him such a monster? Ever since he'd learned that some other wolf had avenged her honor, he'd been filled with an inexplicable rage. He wanted to be the protector to rip off her stepdad's prick and force it down his throat. What would have happened had her stepdad succeeded in raping her? Or that soldier? She'd been beaten and abused by the people who were supposed to take care of her, and he wasn't supposed to be angry about that? With the men who'd let her mom escape without alerting the elders? Or with her grandparents for not teaching their sons right from wrong? The American government could have tracked down her mom for them and given Amara to a wolf family when she was a baby. How different things would have been for her if she'd been raised in a safe, loving home with her own species. And now, against his wishes, his mate had been taken to Romania, protected only by a few old men. He'd argued against it, but as usual, he'd been outvoted. He'd had a sick feeling in his gut ever since he learned she was leaving. Marked or not, he didn't trust those Devora brothers. Their scent would wash away after a few weeks. Then what? Would the Devora pack be stupid enough to steal her? He'd kill them if they did, but it would still be too late. Once she bonded with the Devoras, she wouldn't want to return to Drasko and his brothers. Damn, damn, damn. Why'd he let her go? Why didn't he fight harder?
"There goes my heart,"
Roan said, staring longingly at the sky.
"Mine too,"
Luke said with a sigh.
"Did you see the way her hair shone in the sunlight?"
Roan asked in a dreamy voice that grated on Drasko's nerves.
"Did you see her sweet ass in those jeans?"
Luke asked. Håkon chuckled.
"I want to see that sweet ass with my dick buried in it."
Roan gestured at the bulge in his pants.
"I'm gonna need you to carve that hole for me." "Yeah."
Drasko scowled at his brothers.
"You'll all need it if the Devoras get hold of her."
He ignored their protests and stormed away. Though he feared the outcome of her journey, one thing he knew for certain: he wouldn't get a decent night's sleep until she returned. And if they were lucky enough to get her back, Drasko was going to work extra hard to get her to love him. Because when she'd refused to kiss him goodbye, it felt as if she'd pierced his heart with an arrow. He feared that arrow would be lodged in his chest for a long while, carving a bigger hole each day she was gone from him. Chapter 12. Amara was jet-lagged and exhausted by the time they reached Romania the next day. Agent Johnson had managed to get her a diplomatic passport. She was supposedly the daughter of a senator on a college exchange student trip. She had to memorize a fake name and a fake birthday in case she was stopped. But her grandfathers told her not to worry as they landed at the Romanian airbase and headed for the waiting SUV. Bunica threw herself into the arms of two older men who resembled Klaus and Nikolai. Amara knew they had to be her Beta and Gamma grandfathers. Bunica waved her over, pulling her into a group hug before Amara had a chance to catch her breath. They spoke rapidly in Romanian before one of the men turned to Amara with big, watery eyes.
"Me frumoasa,"
he said.
"I am Anton, your father's birth father."
He held her face in his hands, squeezing her cheeks while kissing her forehead.
"How I've longed to hold you. I'm so sorry. We didn't know about you."
He rambled out a few more apologies before bursting into tears. Her heart clenched and then shattered when he wouldn't stop crying. "Please don't cry, grandfather. It's okay. I'm okay."
"Oh, draga me,"
he said on a blubbery sob.
"They said you were abused." "Anton,"
Nikolai hissed.
"You're making a scene."
She was ushered into the truck, squeezed between Anton, who still wouldn't stop bawling, and her tracker grandfather, who introduced himself as Novak. Despite Nikolai and Klaus's admonitions, Anton alternated between sniffling and sobbing for much of the 3-hour drive to a quaint Romanian town, making for one awkward ride.
"Next time, leave him at home,"
Nikolai growled at Novak, which only made Anton cry harder. Amara squeezed Anton's hand, begging him to stop, but it was no use. He kept going on about how his little Nepoata had been abandoned. Okay, so Gammas were emotional. Lesson learned. She wondered what else her grandparents were going to teach her during her visit. They had lunch at an old Romanian inn overlooking a serene lake. Amara had no idea what to order, so she let her grandparents pick the food. She was pleasantly surprised by the delicious tripe soup, followed by a sweetbread with plum brandy. Klaus made Anton drink quite a few glasses of brandy, so he passed out for the remainder of the journey. Despite all the potholes and bumps, and despite Anton's earlier emotional display, she was in awe of her grandparents' home country as they wove their way up winding roads through the beautiful mountainous region. They passed too many castles and old, quaint farmhouses to count. She would have loved to have grown up here, if only her fathers hadn't let her mother go. A nagging voice in the back of her head told her that Drasko was right to be angry with her fathers, but it was too late to change the past. She refused to hold on to an old grudge. When they finally parked in front of a stone cottage surrounded by farm animals and gardens, Amara was excited to be home. Home. The word sounded strange to her, yet so familiar. Would she come to consider this place her home during her 6-week stay? She supposed it all depended on the reception she received from the others, especially her brothers. Anticipation gnawed a hole in her gut, and she braced herself when she saw 4 young blonde men approach the SUV. 3 of them were smiling. One she instantly recognized as the second alpha was scowling. Her heart sank, and she slumped in her seat, wishing she could stay in the truck. Were all second alphas destined to make her life miserable? She stood close to Nikolai as he waved her 4 brothers over. She was amazed at how much they looked like her, with the same honey blonde hair, high cheekbones, and silver-gray eyes. The youngest looking in the pack barreled toward her like a puppy chasing a ball.
Sora!
He threw out his arms and grabbed her in a strong bear hug.
Boys,
Nikolai chuckled.
meet Amara.
The young man holding her beamed as he pulled back, clutching her shoulders.
I'm Dejan.
She couldn't help but smile at Dejan, whom she knew had to be the Gamma. The food stains on his t-shirt gave him away. Dejan was the first person to call her Sora, which she hoped meant sister in Romanian. Nikolai elbowed Dejan in the ribs.
Let your other brothers have a turn, Dejan.
He frowned, revealing 2 impossibly cute dimples beside the corners of his mouth, and stepped back, crossing his arms. The smallest brother, who had a wiry, muscular frame, approached her next. She instantly recognized him as the tracker, as his nostrils were flaring.
Welcome to the family, Sora. I'm Andre,
he said, giving her an awkward sideways hug. She turned into him, giving him a real hug, pleased when he squeezed back. She then faced the scowling brother, who stood ramrod straight, rattling off a bunch of words she didn't understand. She shrank back when Nikolai smacked the scowling brother across the back of the head.
Speak English, Dmitri,
Nikolai said.
You know she doesn't speak Romanian.
Dmitri rolled glowing eyes at his grandfather and rubbed his head.
Hi, Amara.
He didn't look at her when he spoke. She was also painfully aware that he called her by her name instead of Sora. Was he refusing to acknowledge her as a sister? She'd never done anything to Dmitri, but clearly he held a grudge. She turned up her chin, trying her best to hold it together. She wouldn't let him see how her heart was shattered by his rejection. Why she cared about his opinion of her, she'd no idea. But she did. Too much. The largest of the 4 brothers elbowed Dmitri in the side before turning to Amara with a wide smile.
Welcome, Sora. Never mind that idiot Tule. I'm Konstantin.
He lifted her off the ground, twirling her in a circle. Her head was spinning when he set her down.
I'm happy you're here,
he whispered in her ear. She felt so much better after Konstantin's welcome, though it still wasn't enough to make up for the gloom Dmitri had cast over her heart.
Why don't you boys take her to her room?
Klaus said.
I'm sure she'd like to freshen up after her travels.
Konstantin nodded to his grandfather.
Yes, Bunik.
He looped his arm through Amara's and led her to the house. Her blood went cold when Dmitri kicked up dirt, grumbling under his breath. If he didn't want to accompany her, she didn't mind at all. In fact, she'd prefer he kept his distance.
Dmitri,
Klaus said with a low growl.
Stay with us a moment.
She followed her brothers inside, the echoes of Dmitri's swearing lapping at her heels like she was being chased by wildfire. She was relieved when Andre shut the door behind them. When their eyes adjusted to the dim light, she thought she'd just stepped into a time machine. The rustic old farm furniture, the antique kitchen with the small, rounded refrigerator, white stucco walls dotted with faded photographs, and the wood beams that crisscrossed the entire ceiling were like something in an old movie. Her brothers led her to a narrow set of stairs at the end of the room.
Our grandparents are still living in the last century,
Dejan said as they walked up the steps.
They don't like technology, so no cell phones or computers. The highest tech in this house is the television.
He pointed downstairs to a fat, black box with a scratched screen and broken antennae. She could hardly believe that her grandparents were unplugged from the world. No wonder her mates had told her to hide her phone.
Don't mind Dmitri,
Dejan said behind her.
He's loyal to our mother, but he'll come to like you.
When Constantine tensed, she knew Dejan had said the wrong thing. Though she feared the answer, curiosity won over. She turned to Dejan when he reached the landing. "What does your mother have to do with it?" His grimace was answer enough. Her heart sank. It was bad enough Dmitri hated her, but now she'd have to contend with a bitter stepmom. She probably blamed Amara for her parents' sins. "She hates me, doesn't she?"
It's foolish,
Constantine said, shooting Dejan an angry look.
She doesn't even know you. They'll all come around soon enough.
Dejan cleared his throat, a sheepish smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
Are you hungry? I have tea and cakes.
She shook her head. "We ate lunch a few hours ago." Even if Amara had been hungry, she couldn't eat when Dmitri had twisted her stomach in knots. They showed her to her room. The walls were stark white stucco, like the rest of the house, and sparsely furnished, with just a twin iron bed, a tall cabinet, and an old dresser with a broken leg, reminding her that her Romanian relations were poor.
This was our aunt's bedroom,
Andrei said, his nostrils flaring like he was remembering the sense of old memories.
Before she left us for Americans.
Something in his tone told her Andrei wasn't too happy about their aunt leaving them for her mates. She blinked up at him. "I have an aunt in Alaska?"
No,
Andrei chuckled.
The Texas tribe.
Oh, her shoulders slumped. She'd hoped she could meet her aunt when she returned to her mates, but Texas was practically the other side of the earth. She fingered the amethyst on her neck and looked out the warped window glass at the lush farmland. Sheep and cows grazed on grass, beautiful mountain peaks looming behind them. In the distance, a castle jutted from behind a copse of trees. It was like a fairy tale. She wondered what her life would have been like had she grown up here. She smiled. "It's beautiful here." Constantine's chest swelled.
We're glad you like it. I see you're wearing an amethyst.
Andrei nodded to her neck.
I take it our grandfathers have warned you about shifting in Romania.
They said not to shift without their permission unless I wanted to be some poacher's pelt.
Hunting isn't well regulated here.
He gestured at the tree line behind the farms and fields.
There are dozens of private hunting agencies, and they all overlap. They're not keeping good tabs on the hunters, which means poachers can do as they please. After we get you settled, we'll show you around. I'm sure our grandfathers will let us shift in the barn.
Dejan had a look in his eyes that reminded her of Buster, waiting for her to throw his football.
Would you like that?
Sure. She frowned as she recalled the barn was where she'd been conceived, the day her mom said her life had been ruined.
Sora.
Constantine clutched her shoulders, his eyes softening.
I'm really sorry about Dmitri.
You don't need to apologize for him. I am starting to understand second alphas are assholes, she blurted, speaking her thoughts aloud. Constantine's face fell.
They are also fiercely loyal and would risk their lives for their loved ones without hesitation.
She stiffened at his response, hating that she'd offended him. But I'm clearly not a loved one to Dmitri.
You will be.
He sounded so sure, but she wasn't sure at all. I hope you're right. She heaved a dramatic sigh, wishing for solitude after her encounter with Dmitri, and learning she was the despised stepdaughter to a woman she'd never met. I've had a long flight and drive. Do you mind if I lie down for a bit?
Of course not.
Constantine ushered his brothers toward the door.
We'll be here when you wake up.
He gave her a look of pity. Thanks, she said, unable to say more. Her chest pained her too much to speak. When she was alone, she sat down on the narrow bed, ignoring the springs that poked her ass, and wrapped her arms around herself. Giving in to tears, she fell on her side, muffling her sobs with a pillow. Why had she come here? So she could be reminded on a daily basis that her birth was a mistake? Most of her brothers were nice, and her grandparents were amazing, but the hatred she'd seen in Dimitri's eyes was too similar to the looks her mom used to give her, a constant reminder that she shouldn't have been born. She feared Dimitri wouldn't be the only relative to treat her with disdain. What would she do if her fathers greeted her the same way? Amara woke to the sound of animated voices downstairs and the smell of roasted meat and garlic. She looked outside to see night had fallen. Her stomach rumbled, reminding her she hadn't eaten since lunch. She sat up against the metal headrail, the mattress squeaking with the movement, just as her bedroom door cracked open.
Good evening, Nipuata.
Grandfather Anton poked his head inside.
I put your bags in the wardrobe.
He nodded to the tall oak cabinet across from the bed. She pulled a pillow to her chest. Thanks.
Are you hungry?
He stepped inside, closing the door behind him.
I have prepared a big welcome home meal for you.
Amara frowned at the new food stains on his apron. She could tell he'd worked hard preparing the meal, but she didn't think she could stomach food while dealing with Dimitri's scowl. Can I eat in my room? She loathed herself for being such a coward, but she couldn't face Dimitri at the moment. He hated her for something she didn't do, and she wasn't about to beg him to be nice to her. Anton gave her a knowing look and sat beside her on the bed.
We've sent Dimitri to stay with his mother and her family.
Oh, okay. She bit her lip, looking away and pretending not to care, though she hated that her brother and stepmother were probably bad-mouthing her right now.
His treatment of you today was unacceptable.
It's not like I asked to be born.
But I'm glad you are here.
He patted her knee, his smile kind. Fear gripped her chest in a vice. Do you think my fathers feel like Dimitri?
No, draga me.
He took her hands in his, kissing her knuckles.
They love you, just as I do. They very much wish they could have been here to welcome you home. Won't you come eat with us?
Yes, Bunique. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad with Dimitri gone. Dinner was delicious, and also entertaining. Her 3 remaining brothers wouldn't calm down. Apparently, Andre had scented their mate while Amara was sleeping. Most of the conversation centered on who the lucky girl would be. They were also immensely happy she was local, which meant she'd easily assimilate into their farm lifestyle. She was happy for them. She remembered Tatiana saying she prayed every day her mates weren't Romanian. She supposed a local girl would be the best.
Let each note be a step inward toward calm. Enjoy this musical break before we continue. Thank you for your time and presence.
fit. The eager looks in her brother's eyes reminded her too much of Roan when he'd sat in the back seat with her on the drive to the reservation. She'd had to hide her laughter several times when her grandparents scolded them for straying to inappropriate topics. They hung their heads when her grandparents said any marriage plans would have to wait a few years. Her oldest brother had just turned 21, making him about a year younger than her, and the youngest one was only 17. When the three of them shared sly looks, she knew they were going to mark their mate. When she finally went upstairs to her room, she dug the camo duffel bag out of the wardrobe and texted her mates. Well, most of them. She decided to leave Drasko out of the group conversation. She wasn't ready to talk to him, but she feared his response when she told him about Dmitri. "Hey," she wrote. "I made it." Roan was the first to respond.
Hey, we've been waiting to hear from you. How was your trip?
Long. Are my dogs okay?
Don't worry. Roan is spoiling them rotten,
Luke answered.
Is everything going okay?
I guess, she typed back, not knowing what else to say. The incident with Dmitri still weighed heavily on her heart. Håkon.
What's wrong?
She was pleased to see her alpha in the conversation. She hadn't known if he'd be available since he was at his worksite. My second brother doesn't like me. Apparently his mother doesn't like me either. Luke.
Fucking assholes.
Roan.
Their loss.
Håkon.
Do we need to fly there and set them straight?
Warmth flooded her. Her mates were so awesome. Just a few words from them, and she immediately cheered up. She missed them so much. How was she supposed to survive 6 weeks without them? No, my grandfathers are handling it. She jumped at the sound of footsteps in the hall. Someone's coming. I have to go. After throwing her phone in her bag and tossing it back in the wardrobe, she turned at a knock on her door. Andre was waiting in the hall when she opened the door, a feral look in his eyes that alternated from blinding silver to a faded silvery blue. What is it? His nostrils flared.
There's a smell coming from your bedroom.
What? He pushed his way into her room and threw open the wardrobe doors. What are you doing, going through my stuff? She demanded. He ignored her, yanked her backpack out, and dumped the contents on her bed. She scooped up her clothes, including her old bra and undies, embarrassment flushing her face. What do you think you're doing? He pressed her backpack to his face, inhaling so hard she thought he was going to pass out. What the fuck was wrong with him?
Where's this backpack been?
Where's it been? She blinked at him. I've had that thing for years.
I mean, in the last few days.
He inhaled the bag again. This guy was nuts. An uneasy feeling crept down her spine. Just at my mate's parents' house.
Do they have an unwed daughter?
Aw, fuck. Yes? Why? But she already knew why. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Dejan barreled into the room, a broad grin on his face.
What's that smell? It's Amara's backpack.
Andre shoved the bag in his brother's face. They started talking animatedly in Romanian. When Constantine joined them, snatching the bag and roaring, Amara fell on her bed and hung her head in her hands. Sorry, Tatiana. Constantine thrust the bag in her face.
You've been with our mate.
He pulled her old jeans from her and sniffed them.
I smell her on your clothes, too.
Hey! She snatched the jeans from him. You guys can have my backpack, but I draw the line at my clothes.
Fair enough.
Dejan pushed in front of his brother, inhaling the backpack like Tatiana's scent was his own personal crack.
What's her name?
He asked, with a dreamy sigh. She grimaced. Tatiana.
Tatiana,
they said in unison, like her name was velvety chocolate, melting on their tongues. Shit, these guys were going crazy.
What's she look like?
Andre asked eagerly. Amara heaved a groan. About my size? Pretty? Dark hair?
Have you seen her tits?
Dejan asked. Amara flinched when Constantine whacked his brother. Are you sure she's your mate?
An Amaraki knows his mate's scent.
Constantine stiffened, glaring down at her.
Something's wrong. What is it?
Oh, it's just, She struggled for the right words, not wanting to offend them. I don't think Tatiana is ready to mate yet.
She will be,
Dejan promised.
We'll make sure of it.
Oh boy.
You need to help us meet her,
Constantine commanded in his protector voice, his pupils and nose elongating. She backed away, scooting up against the headboard. I don't think that's my place.
Come on, Amara.
Constantine's voice rattled the mattress.
We're your brothers.
When Amaraki girls marry, do they go live in their mate's home country? Or can their mates live with them? Andre puffed out his chest.
Our mate comes to us. Why?
Just wondering. She forced a smile. Constantine's face fell.
She told you she doesn't want to move to Romania, didn't she?
Well, she looked out the window, admiring the way the moonlight lit up the rolling hills.
Amara, tell us the truth.
Something in Constantine's commanding tone made her answer. She doesn't want to be a farmer, and she doesn't want to leave America, she said on a rush, then cringed, awaiting his response. Constantine grinned confidently.
We will change her mind.
That wasn't the response she'd expected. He didn't even consider Tatiana's needs. She narrowed her eyes at her brothers, all looking like smug roosters about to parade in front of the henhouse. What's so wrong with the males moving to their mate's homeland? Constantine snorted.
Because that's not how it's done.
Dejan pointed at the ground.
Our roots are here.
Amara snickered. Her roots are in Alaska. Andre shook his head.
It's easier to uproot one person than 4.
But is it fair? She asked, feeling a mixture of sorrow and indignation for Tatiana. She's used to a certain way of life. This will be hard for her. Constantine crossed his arms, looking down at her with a scowl.
It's not your place to decide what's best for our mate.
Okay. Sorry. Her ire grew. I'm just repeating what she told me. Constantine herded his brothers to the door before waving the backpack at her.
We're keeping this.
Sheesh. Her brothers were acting like Neanderthals. Fine. She rolled her eyes. You can have it. What did she care for an old ripped backpack? They left, slamming the door behind them. So much for getting along with her brothers. Those assholes were no better than Dmitri. How could they treat her that way? Pressing her for information, then getting angry when she told the truth. She didn't want to get mixed up in their love life anyway. She was so angry at the way they'd treated her. She was seeing red. After she stopped shaking and swearing, she finally gathered enough wits to grab her phone and fire off another text. I'm back, and you're not going to believe this, but my brothers went nuts when they caught Tatiana's scent on my backpack. Håkon.
Fuck.
Luke.
Our sister is not moving to Romania.
Of course they wanted their sister to stay near them. I tried telling them that, but they got mad at me. Håkon.
Fuck them.
His response caught her off guard. Don't say that. Even though her brothers had just acted like major dickheads, she felt the need to defend them. Not that they deserved it. Watching her mates disparage her family made her uncomfortable, as if they were insulting her, too. She blinked at her phone, waiting for Håkon to respond. The text that finally came in stole the breath from her lungs. Håkon.
The sons of disgraced sheep farmers are not good enough for our sister.
Damn. Her chest caved in, as if being crushed by some invisible weight, as she read the text a second time. With a heavy heart, she finally responded. I'm the daughter of disgraced sheep farmers. I guess I'm not good enough for you either. Roan.
You're good enough for us, Amara.
Luke.
You're too good for us.
She wiped away tears and fired off a text. I have to go to sleep. Good night. She turned off her phone, not waiting for Håkon's reply. She didn't need to hear from him. He'd revealed his true feelings. Her alpha hadn't just broken her heart. He'd pulverized it. She'd been hurt and rejected by a lot of people in her life, but nothing anyone had ever done or said had come close to hurting her as much as Håkon. She turned off the light and crawled into bed. For years, she'd dreamed of finding others like her, of finally being loved and accepted among her own kind. And now, that dream had turned into a nightmare. Chapter 13. After being startled awake by a very obnoxious rooster, Amara dragged herself out of bed, answering the call of her growling stomach. Though she didn't wish to see anyone, the smells of fried meat and fresh coffee from downstairs were too tantalizing to resist. She could hear and scent her brothers. She didn't want to face them, but refused to hide in her room like a coward. She had to learn to toughen up. After all, she was going to marry into the strongest pack in the world, even if their alpha didn't think she was worthy of them. She wrapped a robe around herself, slipped into a pair of flip-flops, and trudged downstairs. When her brothers stopped eating and looked up at her from the breakfast table, she froze. Constantine got up and pulled out the empty chair next to him.
Good morning, Sora.
She eyed him warily as she took the offered seat. You're in a good mood? She hoped this meant he wasn't angry with her anymore.
Grandfather Klaus called Tatiana's parents.
Dejan grinned at her across the table.
They had a long talk this morning. They said they would speak to Tatiana and call us back.
She inwardly cringed, wondering how Tatiana was handling the news.
Sora, I'm sorry for getting angry with you.
Constantine moved his chair closer to her and placed a large hand over her wrist.
I was not myself after I caught Tatiana's scent.
It's okay. Relief washed over her. I understand. As long as you're still not mad at me?
Of course not.
She released a shuddering breath. She'd needed to hear that. After tossing and turning and crying over her brothers and her mates, she'd hardly gotten any sleep. That's good.
Would you like to go on a tour of the countryside after we finish our chores?
Constantine asked with large, hopeful eyes. She felt compelled to say yes, just to get out of the house and get her mind off Håkon's painful insult. Sure. After she ate fried meat and potatoes, she offered to help Anton with the dishes, but he refused, insisting she get ready for sightseeing with her brothers. She took a quick bath in the one bathroom the entire family shared, relieved to see nobody waiting for her when she finished. How did they live with just one bathroom? After changing into her new clothes, she resisted the urge to check her phone. She combed her hair into a messy bun and applied a bit of makeup to conceal the puffiness from crying and lack of sleep. Downstairs again, she couldn't help but grin as she looked at Bunika, who was waiting by the kitchen table with a brush in one hand and ribbons in the other, while Bunik Anton dried and put away the dishes. Amara and her human grandmother had had a similar routine every morning after breakfast. Bunika waved her to the table and sat beside her, taking her time, lovingly brushing Amara's hair, then weaving 2 neat braids and tying them together with the ribbons. She imagined, if she'd been raised by her Amaraki grandparents, her grandmother would have performed this ritual every morning. But her human grandmother had been loving and kind, too. She had no regrets about the first 11 years of her life. Bunika kissed Amara's cheek when she finished. My beautiful poet de loup. Amara soaked up her love, wishing she could confide what Håkon had texted. She would have, if she could be certain they wouldn't take her phone. How she wished she had someone to talk to. She thought about calling Luke or Roan, but coward that she was, couldn't stomach the thought of seeing more hurtful words from Håkon. Bunica stroked her hair, whispering sweet-sounding Romanian words in her ear.
Amara, if you see Katerina today, you do not let her get to you. Understood?
Amara cocked her head, confused.
Katerina?
She frowned.
My son's mate.
Oh. She swallowed a knot of apprehension. Do you think I'll see her? After Dimitri's treatment of her yesterday, she wasn't looking forward to meeting the woman who'd turned her brother against her.
It's a small village.
Grandfather Anton pulled up a chair beside them, sharing a dark look with Bunica.
You will eventually.
Why doesn't she like me? Bunica drummed her fingers on the table.
Because she's a spiteful Katya.
Her parents and then our sons spoiled her,
Anton said.
She has never done anything for her mates or sons except complain and make demands.
I wondered why our sons tolerated her moods and tantrums.
Bunica shared a knowing look with Anton.
Now, I believe it was out of guilt.
Realization soured Amara's gut. They felt bad for the incident with my mother.
Yes, draga me,
Anton said. Bunica threw up her hands.
Now she is so angry with our sons. She says she will never forgive them.
Do you think she'll change her mind if they are pardoned? Amara asked, depression settling over her head like a fog when her grandparents' faces twisted.
She once left my sons and grandsons and refused to speak to them for several months because they had not protected her favorite flowers from the frost.
She clenched the hairbrush, waving it around like a weapon.
They have much to do on the farm. She has helped them with nothing.
If you ask me,
Anton said,
our sons are better off without her.
Her poor fathers. But they can't find another mate, right?
No, they can't.
Anton frowned.
She was hardly a mate to them anyway.
Though Amara left the table with a heavy heart, one good thing came from her grandparents' revelations. She no longer felt bad about being loathed by her stepmother. As far as she was concerned, her stepmother could kiss her hairy wolf ass. Her brothers were outside, and she followed them around the farm, helping them with their chores. She stood awkwardly by when they took her to the neighboring house, taking care of the animals there and picking the ripe fruits and vegetables in the garden. Constantine said the house, with its shuttered windows and doors, was their father's home, abandoned after their fathers were forced out of the village. Constantine told her that their fathers were staying in a hut deep in the Transylvania forest, forbidden to shift, and scavenging off the land like poachers. How awful. The more she thought about what her fathers were going through, the heavier her heart grew. Despite her fear of rejection, she wished she could see them, just to make sure they were okay. After their chores, they piled in Constantine's old truck and went on a tour of the quaint local town, naming streets and pubs, which she'd probably forget, and showing her the beauty of the Romanian countryside. They took her to the outskirts of the local castle. Though she wanted to go inside, they said the place had been abandoned for decades, and they didn't trust the stability of the structure.
An investor once tried to repair it and turn it into a hotel,
Constantine told her,
but put things on hold after coming face to face with a few protectors, trying to scare away the investor.
He chuckled.
We don't want tourism bringing even more hunters.
She stared wistfully at the castle. How she'd have loved to have gone inside. Still, she got plenty of amazing pictures with her new camera. She couldn't wait to get home and look at them on her computer. They stopped at a few farms, sharing cakes and tea with old family friends. Amara helped to diagnose sick animals, earning gratitude and extra pastries for her efforts. For their final stop, her brothers took her into their favorite pub. When she walked inside the low, musty stone building, she instantly noticed that each table had a ratio of 1 woman to 3 to 4 men. She gaped at her brothers. Are they all like us? Constantine nodded.
We're all shifters in this town. Humans rarely come here. Most humans are afraid of the Strigoi,
Andre said as he pulled a chair out for Amara. She sat in the chair, blinking at him as he sat across from her. What are Strigoi? Is that Romanian for shifter? It sounded like an Italian pasta dish.
That's what they call us.
Andre chuckled, merriment dancing in his eyes.
They think we're vampire shapeshifters.
She looked at Constantine for confirmation, thinking Andre had to be joking. Why would they think that?
It's just an old fairy tale.
Constantine pulled up a chair next to her and signaled a waiter.
Someone saw a protector shifting hundreds of years ago, and the stories have been exaggerated since then.
But humans believe it?
Some are very superstitious. Anyway, works for us.
Constantine shrugged indifferently.
The fewer humans around here, the better.
A few groups gawked at them, but then they came to their table and offered her and her brothers warm greetings. One table of 8 men and 2 women even sent over a decanter of plum brandy. Constantine and her brothers raised their glasses to the family, and Amara did the same. How odd it was to be in a restaurant full of wolves. For the first time in many moons, the tension around her spine unwound as she drank and shared appetizers with her brothers. They had just finished their meal when they were approached by 3 elderly men and their mate, all wearing threadbare clothes, their faces haggard, and their hands calloused from years of hard labor. The man she recognized as the Alpha pulled off his cap and nodded in deference.
We hear your mates are the Thunderfoots.
Yes, she said. They are. Her chest swelled with pride that Romanian wolves knew her mates. It was an honor to marry into their pack, even if her fathers were only disgraced sheep farmers. We also heard that you have our goddess's gift of diagnosing animals, the old woman said. I do. The old people scratched their heads, sharing hopeful looks.
Our best herding dog has been sick for a week.
The Alpha clutched his cap.
We can't afford to have the vet come back out.
She turned to Constantine. Can you take me to their house after lunch? Constantine beamed at her.
Of course.
The Alpha's shoulders sagged with relief.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, she said. The old woman clutched Amara's wrist with a spotty, shriveled hand. I have heard your father's story. I believe you are a blessing from the ancients. I have faith that they will reveal their reasoning soon, and your fathers will be pardoned. Thanks. She fought a rising tide of emotion as she thought of her fathers alone in the forest. I hope so. As she watched them leave through the pub's low front door, she felt a mixture of pride and relief at the way she'd been received by the Romanian shifters. Nobody loathed her for her origins. They treated her fairly and with respect. She wondered if things would have been different if she wasn't destined to mate with the Thunderfoots. If not for Håkon's cruel words, playing over and over in her mind like the grating chords of an out-of-tune instrument, she would have felt deserving of their respect, too. But she couldn't help feeling she was an imposter in wolf's clothing. When the pub door opened again, Constantine straightened, a low growl escaping his throat. She tensed when Dmitri entered the pub, along with a pack of old people and one middle-aged woman. Her stepmother. The woman had long, sandy brown hair pulled into twin braids, similar to Amara's. She had a petite nose, high cheekbones, and the most stunning blue eyes ever. She would have been considered a beauty, if not for the scowl that made her look like she'd sucked on a sour lemon. The woman's laser beam gaze honed in on Amara as she sauntered up to the table, her parents and Dmitri flanking her. Amara was keenly aware that the entire pub went silent, all eyes on Katerina and her family. Great. Whatever scene Katerina was about to cause would be the talk of the town. Katerina planted a hand on her hip, smirking. So,
This is the spawn of the American Corva? She had the feeling Corva meant whore. She had lots she could have said to this woman, but she didn't want to put her brothers in the uncomfortable position of having to choose sides. Even though Katerina only thought of herself, Amara refused to stoop to her level. Constantine rose, shoving his chair back so hard, a splintering crack reverberated through the pub as it slammed into the wall. Chest heaving, he bore down on his mother with a snarl.
She is not to blame for her parents' sins.
Katerina's lower lip quivered, and she turned pleading eyes on her son.
How could you side with her, Constantine? She is the half-breed reminder of your father's betrayal.
She is my Sora,
Constantine said adamantly.
When you disrespect her, you disrespect me.
She stood on shaky legs beside her brother. She wanted to tell him to drop it, that she hated seeing him fight with family, but all moisture had evaporated from her mouth. How could she lose her nerve at a time like this? A small, nagging voice told her why. The look Katerina gave her was the same look of pure hatred her mother had given her on a daily basis. Dmitri stepped between Constantine and their mother, matching his brother's scowl with one of his own.
Our mother has a right to be upset. First, our fathers betray her. Then you side with her.
He glanced at Amara. Dejan stood beside Constantine, clucking his tongue and eyeing Dmitri and his mother with disdain.
I have never been more ashamed of anyone than I am of you both right now. Our Sora has done nothing to deserve this treatment. Amaraki women are to be cherished and protected.
What about your mother? Katerina cried. Who's protecting me?
The only thing you need protection from, Mama, is your own ignorance,
Andrei said angrily. He turned to Dmitri.
And you, frate, don't need to hate your Sora to protect your mother.
Dmitri pointed an angry finger at Amara.
But she's the reason our fathers were disgraced.
She shrank back when Constantine let out a roar so loud the walls rattled as if a freight train was passing through the pub.
You, listen to me.
He poked Dmitri's chest.
Amara didn't choose to be born, but she's here now, and we are going to love her. If you have a problem with that, feel free to leave our family. If you ever decide to pull your head out of your ass, you can thank Amara for finding our mate.
Dmitri's mouth fell open, and he looked at her.
You found our mate?
She struggled to find her voice. She is my mate's sister. Dejan folded his arms.
And she won't be happy when she learns how you've treated her friend. Neither will her mates,
Andrei said.
We'll be cheering them on when they beat the living shit out of you.
Constantine chuckled. He looped his arm through Amara's.
Let's go, Sora.
Her brothers led her out of the pub. She growled as she passed Dmitri, pleased when he stepped back, gaping at her. A round of cheers went up when the door shut behind them. Amara smiled. The whole town must know Katerina was a bitch. Word of Amara's ability spread fast, and they had to stop at several farms before making it home. She'd been sad to deliver the bad news about the beautiful Carpathian shepherd at their first stop, with the poor elderly family. He had stomach cancer that had spread to his other organs. He had only a matter of days to live. Still, the family was grateful and wouldn't let her and her brothers leave without a fresh bag of fruit. The old folks also realized their human vet, who'd been giving them herbal tinctures for a gut infection, had been lying to them, just to profit off his products. Amara had a thought while they were visiting the farms. She didn't have to give up her career of taking care of animals after marriage. She could be a traveling vet tech, diagnosing animals and treating minor ailments. With her new camera, she could also pursue her dream job as a pet photographer. Constantine told her the Alaskan tribe had about 400 families, more than double the Romanian tribe. Once word spread of her abilities, she'd have plenty of work, and she could contribute financially to the family, rather than just relying on her mates for money. Constantine gave his grandparents the baskets of fruit and pastries. Amara waited for her brothers to bring up their confrontation with Katerina and Dmitri, but they ate dinner in silence. She was relieved she wouldn't have to live through the episode again. Afterward, her brothers took her to the barn, and with permission from their grandfathers, they shifted and rolled around in the hay. Amara had fun playing with her brothers, and soon forgot her apprehension of the building where she'd been conceived. She was confused when her grandparents joined them, and the alphas turned into protectors. Klaus brought in a lamb. Placing it on a makeshift altar and turning his head to the ceiling, he said strange words in Romanian, or maybe some other tongue. Amara froze, her tail between her legs. What was going on? Her brothers, Dejan and Andrei, nuzzled her reassuringly, and she felt better when she vaguely remembered her grandfathers talking about performing a ritual. Klaus spoke in a deep voice.
"O ancients, give us a sign."
Then he cut the lamb's throat, catching the blood in a bowl. When it was full, he dipped his fingers in the blood and smeared it on everyone. Her heart beat a wild staccato when he rubbed it across her snout. Then she had this weird feeling, as if her spirit had detached from her body and was floating through the rafters to the heavens. She found herself back in her human form, in a familiar mystical forest, high above the clouds, and all alone with the beautiful woman who'd sung to her in her dreams so many times. The same woman who'd shown Amara a glimpse of her future. "Who are you?" she asked. The woman flashed a knowing smile, tossing her thick locks of black hair over her shoulder. "You know who I am? The goddess, Amara. Why did you trick my parents?"
"To save the Amaraki from dying,"
someone said behind her. She spun around, her jaw dropping when she stared up at the biggest protector she'd ever seen. He was almost a head taller than Håkon, with black fur and silver, glowing eyes. Was this the beast who'd made her uncle crash his car and killed her attackers? She raised a shaky finger. "Was it you who avenged my honor?" He nodded and placed a hand across his heart.
"I am Amarok."
"Thank you, Amarok," she said. He shook his head, frowning.
"You do not need to thank me, child. We have put you in great danger and subjected you to human cruelties to save our race. We are sorry for the grief this caused you."
"What do you mean?" she asked. Another large protector and 2 black wolves emerged from the shadows, flanking their alpha and mate.
"Once, many moons ago,"
he continued,
"all of the Amaraki had special powers. Some could see the future. Others could heal with touch. The last of these special Amaraki died 4 generations ago. Soon, our kind will not be able to shift at all, and the Amaraki will be just a memory."
Her heart began to beat wildly again.
"We had to infuse fresh blood into the tribes before that happened,"
he added. "Human blood is the key to saving the Amaraki?" The goddess stepped forward. "It is, and you will soon find there are more lone wolves like you." Her brows drew together as she looked at something beyond Amara's shoulder. "Your grandparents called to you. They are worried. Tell them we have spoken, and that we will visit the village the next full moon." Amara bowed her head. "Yes, goddess." The dream, if that's what it was, faded, and she woke up, looking into Grandfather Klaus's worried eyes. She looked down at her human hands and the blanket covering her nude body, too stunned to speak. "Poi de loup?" Bonica said, tears spilling down her face as she stroked Amara's cheeks. "Speak to us." She blinked up at them, smiling. "The ancients are coming."
Amara snuggled against Grandfather Anton's chest, Bunika sitting beside her, stroking Amara's hair, and Grandfather Novak sitting next to Bunika. Her brothers had lit a fire in the hearth, wrapping her with warmth. She had just told her family of her meeting with the ancients. Klaus sat across from them in his big easy chair, rubbing the graying stubble on his chin.
The next full moon is tomorrow.
Nikolai, who sat next to Klaus in an identical chair, rubbed his hands together, an excited gleam in his eyes.
We will call an emergency tribal meeting, and then our sons can come home. If there are more lone wolves like Amara, the Amarocchi must find them,
Klaus said.
But how?
Constantine asked from his position on the floor beside his brothers.
We will ask the ancients when we see them,
Klaus answered. Novak and Andrei stood, nostrils flaring, eyes narrowing.
Dmitri is here,
they said in unison. Amara shot up, her stomach roiling. I should go to bed. Anton wrapped an arm protectively around her.
Do not let him frighten you away, child.
There was a knock at the door. Constantine jumped to his feet and threw it open with a smirk.
Look who's come back home with his tail between his legs.
Klaus joined Constantine, frowning at his prodigal grandson.
What do you want, Dmitri?
He looked sheepish.
I want to come back.
Klaus crossed his arms, rocking on his heels.
Are you going to apologize to your Sora? Yes?
Her heart raced when Klaus let Dmitri inside. He trudged over to them like he was walking through quicksand, hands in his pockets. She could tell by his body language that he wasn't looking forward to apologizing to her. So why was he here? Her spine stiffened. She refused to show weakness.
I'm sorry, Amara.
He said it so softly, she had to strain to hear him. Nikolai leaned forward, eyeing his grandson with suspicion.
For what? For the way I acted.
Constantine stood behind his brother, snickering.
He's only sorry because we told him about our mate. Is this true?
Nikolai asked. Dmitri averted his eyes.
No? You're lying.
Nikolai pointed to the door.
Go back to your mother.
Dmitri kicked at the edge of the threadbare rug.
She won't take me back now. Then go sleep in the barn,
Nikolai said. Dmitri recoiled as if scalded.
The barn?
Klaus threw open the front door with a startling bang.
Do as your grandfather says. Our decision is final. And while you're out there, you can reflect on your behavior. Maybe you will have a better apology come morning.
When Dmitri went back outside, Klaus closed the door on his grandson's ass, making him jump with a yelp. Bunika swore when she saw the fist-sized hole in the wall made by the door handle.
Don't worry,
Klaus said with a wink.
The boys will fix it in the morning.
She hated being at the center of all of this family strife. Her presence put everyone on edge. She wondered if staying 6 weeks was such a good idea. Then again, where else would she go? After Håkon insulted her, she had yet to make contact with her mates. She didn't know if he'd want her to come back early, or at all. She went to her bedroom with a heavy heart, wondering what would happen if the tribe forgave her fathers tomorrow. Would they be happy to see her? Or would they be too busy trying to win back Katerina? She knew she'd be a major obstacle to her father's efforts. As much as she despised Katerina, she wanted them to be happy. If making up with Katerina brought them happiness, she didn't want to stand in their way. As she went to close the curtains, she looked down at the barn, shocked to see Dmitri with a lantern in his hand, staring up at her. She was unable to make out his expression. As she closed the curtains, reflecting on his behavior yesterday and today, she wasn't so certain she was ready to accept his apology. Constantine was right. He'd probably only returned because he wanted to find out about his mate, and not because he was sorry for the way he'd treated her. Chapter 14. Amara couldn't stand it any longer. After tossing and turning most of the night, she finally threw off her covers and retrieved her phone. It had just 8% battery power left, so she'd have to skim whatever texts she'd missed. She gulped when she saw over 100 missed texts. The battery symbol blinked, so she hurriedly scrolled back to the night before.
Håkon, I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Please talk to me.
Yeah, right, she snorted. If you didn't mean it, why'd you say it? She skimmed several messages until she reached another from Håkon.
Amara, you are the best thing that's ever happened to me. I swear on the ancients. I love you with all my heart. I would do anything for you. Anything. Please talk to me.
He loved her? Truly? Her heart soared at the thought, but they hadn't known each other long enough to have fallen in love. He was probably just worried that she'd withhold sex when she returned. She smiled when she saw pictures Roan had sent her of her dogs lying atop a large bed. Was that her mate's bed? Had they let the dogs sleep with them?
They miss and love you,
the caption read.
but not as much as I do.
Amara couldn't help the few tears that slipped over her eyelids. She knew Roan cared about her. She'd known it the moment they'd met. He was sweet and considerate, nothing like his alpha brothers. She let out a loud, blubbery sob when she read Luke's message.
I knew when I found you that I would love you, and I prayed you'd learn to love me. Håkon's words were foolish, but I know they don't reflect the love he has for you in his heart, the love we all have for you.
Her battery blinked again, and she knew she was almost out of time. Another text from Håkon made her heart do backflips.
Amara, I love you so much. Not knowing if you're okay is driving me crazy.
Twice now Håkon had told her he loved her, and then her heart came to a thudding halt when she saw the message from Drasko.
I saw what Håkon wrote to you. I know you're hurt, but believe me when I say he loves you, and he's proud to call you his mate. We all are. He's been out of his mind since you stopped talking to him. I understand how he feels. When you flew off, you took my heart with you. I'm sorry for disrespecting your grandfathers. I hate myself for hurting you. You don't have to answer me, but please let one of us know you're okay. I love you, Amara. We all love you.
Drasko's declaration had to be the sweetest thing she'd ever read. Her battery blinked again, showing just 6%. She had to charge her phone. She needed to answer them, but she had to keep it brief. Hi, guys. I'm okay. I was just very hurt. My brothers are keeping me busy. Battery is almost dead. We'll check back tomorrow. How tempted she'd been to write that she loved them, too. She fired off the text moments before the phone shut down. She hoped it had gone through. She rummaged through the backpack, finding a charger. After she plugged in her phone, she hid it behind the bed and laid down with a sigh as she went over the day's events. Denying her love for them was like denying the grass was green and the sky was blue. But she wasn't ready to tell them she loved them. She'd already given them so much of herself, and she wasn't sure she could trust them with her heart. She was afraid they'd break it again if she did. Despite her tumultuous thoughts, she was finally able to fall asleep with a smile on her face. Her mates loved her.
Thanks for getting me out of work, Johnson,
Håkon said to the agent grimly, looking out the airplane window at the rolling clouds.
Covering your hairy asses is what I do.
Johnson chuckled. Håkon wished he could have laughed with the agent, but he was too consumed with worry to manage anything other than a half smile.
How much longer?
Roan asked for at least the 10th time. They'd only been in flight for an hour.
A long-ass time,
he answered. He should have been relieved they'd gotten to fly military, which cut the time in half as they took a shortcut across the top of the earth.
It will be almost nighttime in Romania by the time we get there.
Johnson frowned.
Then another 5 hours by car.
Håkon nervously tapped his foot, wishing the plane could fly faster.
Do you think she'll be angry with us for coming?
Drasko asked, worried.
Maybe,
Håkon answered.
but it's a chance I'm willing to take to make sure she's safe.
How could he have been so stupid? He was so furious when he found out Tatiana would have to leave Alaska. He'd let his protector take over his mouth and hadn't thought before spouting off. He looked at Luke, who sat as still as a statue. Luke had better instincts than the rest of them. He'd been most insistent they fly to Romania, suspecting there'd soon be trouble with the Dvora brothers. Though Luke's instincts hadn't been wrong yet, Håkon prayed his brother was wrong. He wouldn't be able to control the protector inside him if those brothers took their mate. Chapter 15. As soon as Amara woke up, she reached for the phone under her bed, pleased to see it was fully charged. There were no new texts, however. Maybe her text in the middle of the night had not gone through. She sent one more. "I'm fine. I was just hurt. I will check back later today." She hit send and waited several minutes for a response, but none came. When she heard footsteps down the hall, she hid her phone under the mattress, slipped into a robe, and went downstairs. Bunika and Anton were at the stove, scooping fried ham and eggs onto a platter. Her brothers sat across from her grandparents at the breakfast table. Dmitri was nowhere in sight. "Why is everyone so glum?" she asked. Konstantin stoically stared into his black coffee mug.
Tatiana wants to wait.
Klaus looked at him over the top of his morning paper.
You're not ready for a mate anyway.
She sat beside Konstantin, placing a comforting hand on his wrist. "For how long?" He shrugged.
Her parents said they'd revisit the issue this spring.
Revisit the issue? That didn't sound promising. Though she couldn't blame Tatiana for not wanting to be a sheep farmer, she was still offended for her brothers. They were good guys. Well, most of them. If Tatiana gave them a chance, she'd come to love them. "I'm sorry," she finally said, squeezing Konstantin's arm. He turned to her with pleading eyes.
Can you talk to her for us?
"Of course."
Grandfather, can you dial the Thunderfoots?
He asked Klaus. "Now?" She froze. "I thought you meant when I got back to Alaska."
We can't wait that long,
her brothers said in unison, perking up like her dogs whenever she fried bacon. She worried her bottom lip. Though she loved her brothers, she didn't want to do this by phone. A matter this important needed to be discussed face-to-face after Tatiana got used to the idea. She had a feeling her mate's sister still hadn't accepted her fate yet.
I'm not calling them back again,
Klaus grumbled, nodding at Amara.
You can wait until she gets to Alaska.
Her brothers broke into a cacophony of whimpers and growls until Klaus banged his fist on the table. Bunika jumped, sloshing a carafe of coffee on the floor, then broke into a litany of what Amara assumed were Romanian curse words. Anton mopped up the spill with a rag. Anton had taken the carafe from Bunika and set it on the table, just as another loud bang sounded, this time from the front door. Amara wondered if it was Dmitri, demanding to be let inside. Another loud bang sounded, followed by an unholy screech. "Give me back my sons!" Someone screamed in a grating voice. Fuck. Katerina. Klaus and Konstantin marched to the door with purposeful strides. Klaus threw open the door, scowling at his daughter-in-law when she rattled off a bunch of words in Romanian. He ushered her inside, slamming the door behind him.
Speak English, so my granddaughter can understand.
Amara fought the urge to sink lower in her seat when Katerina turned a scorching glare on her. "Submergem!" She latched onto Konstantin's arm. "Take me to our home." He shook her off.
"No, Mama."
"Da!" She reached for him again. "I have nowhere else to go." Konstantin backed away.
Did your parents grow tired of your spoiled behavior too?
Everyone at the table got up when Katerina lunged for Konstantin with a shrill scream, clawing at his eyes. He quickly spun her around, pinning her arms behind her. "Behave yourself," he said when she struggled against him. Just then, Dmitri barreled through the door, charging Konstantin and their mother, dark Romanian words pouring from his mouth. Katerina crumbled in Konstantin's arms with a dramatic, clearly staged swoon, like a flower wilting under the hot summer sun. When Dmitri turned to Amara, all moisture evaporated from her mouth. "I'm sorry for her behavior, Sora, and for mine as well. I was a fool to ever side with this vreditoire." He cast his mother a sideways glare. Words failed Amara, so she simply nodded. "We are not leaving our Sora to watch you pout in our father's empty house." Dmitri looked his mother over before nodding to Konstantin. "Let's take her back to her parents." "Good idea," Konstantin said, shoving her toward the door. After her oldest brothers slammed the door behind them, Amara sat down before her legs failed her. Holy fuck. Her stepmom was the freaking wicked witch from hell. Her poor fathers and brothers. Poor Tatiana. How was she supposed to get along with a mother-in-law like that? It was then she knew, without a doubt, she'd have to return to Alaska early. Katerina would make everyone's lives miserable until she left. Amara excused herself after breakfast, taking a quick shower before anyone else needed the bathroom. She checked her phone again, dismayed to see no texts from her mates. She shoved her phone back under the bed when a knock sounded at the door. She threw the door open, stunned to see Dmitri on the other side, looking sheepish. "May I come in?" he asked. "Sure." She stepped back, feeling awkward. "Have a seat," she said, sitting on the squeaky bed and patting a spot beside her. The bed springs groaned beneath his weight as he sat. Her breath caught in her throat when he looked at her. Dark circles framed his eyes, and his mouth was drawn tight. Worst of all, he lacked the proud bearing she'd noticed was common among alphas. His shoulders sagged like he had the weight of the world on them. "I was a fool for the way I treated you," he said. "I knew it was wrong to blame you for our father's sins, but I did it anyway. My brothers told me what happened at the ritual last night. I'm sorry I missed it. Clearly, the ancients favor you, Amara." His voice cracked with emotion. "It is a great honor to call you my Sora. There is no excuse for my behavior," he continued. "And I don't blame you if you never forgive me." "So you don't hate me anymore?" she asked. She wanted to despise him for the horrible way he'd treated her, but her soul was weary from conflict. She'd had enough family fights to last a lifetime. All she wanted now was peace. He hung his head. "The only person I hate right now is myself." "Please don't." Pity shot an arrow through her heart as his sorrow radiated outward, pulling her down into his well of despair. She reached for his hands, squeezing. "Our family has suffered enough." He gave her a watery smile. "I don't deserve your forgiveness." She tried to ignore the pain still lodged in her heart. "You have it anyway." He pulled her into a hug, telling her how much he loved her. She squeezed him back. And that's when she realized second alphas weren't assholes after all. Well, not all the time, anyway. After Amara and Dmitri emerged from her room, arm in arm, their brothers were waiting for them at the bottom of the stairs with big grins. Konstantin folded his arms, nodding to Dmitri.
"About time this idiotule comes to his senses. Come."
He waved to Dmitri.
"Our buniks have many chores for us."
"I can help." Amara tried to follow her brothers. Konstantin held out a hand.
"Bunika wants you in the kitchen."
"She does?" Konstantin winked at her.
"I think it's time for your womanly talk."
Heat flamed her face. Oh boy. She'd been hoping she could avoid this with her grandmother, especially as her mates had already taught her a lot about the birds and the bees. She stood at the bottom of the stairs, an ache in her heart, as she watched her brothers go outside without her. Dmitri cast her a look of sympathy before shutting the door behind him. Turning to Bonica, she forced a smile and walked across the creaky wooden floor. The older woman was surrounded by clay pots, heads of cabbage, and big slabs of bacon. She waved Amara forward. "I teach you traditional Romanian dish. Your mates will want you to cook food like their mothers." "Okay." She sat down beside her, gazing at the empty galley kitchen behind her. "Where's Bunik Anton?" "He has gone to help butcher pig. It is good." She flashed Amara a sideways smile. "We need to have girl talk." Amara shifted uncomfortably. "Okay." This wasn't going to be awkward at all. Nope. Bonica eyed her with raised brows. "So, Dmitri has apologized?" She nodded, wondering why she was suddenly so nervous. "And you made up?" Amara smiled. "We did." "Good." Bonica released a loud breath, slouching in her seat. "That makes me very happy." "Me too," Amara said. Grandmother looked at Amara from beneath heavy lashes. "Do you have any questions about wedding night, Puy de Loup?" As long as they were on the subject, there was something that had concerned her lately. "I have a question about babies. How do I know who the father is when I'm sleeping with 4 men at once?" Bonica looked at Amara with a knowing twinkle in her eyes. "You will not get with child until instinct tells you it's time." "How will I know when my instinct is telling me?" "You open like a flower." She opened the soggy head of cabbage, fanning out the layers. "And you will know it's time. When that happens, you lock in bedroom with Alpha for 2 days and mate like rabbits." Her cheeks flushed. Okay. The thought of her and Håkon locked in a bedroom both unnerved and excited her. Mating like rabbits sounded dirty, yet she couldn't wait. She wanted her Alpha so many ways. Hard and fast, slow and sweet. On top, on the bottom, bent over, upside down. She hadn't been looking forward to babies before, but now she was. And not just so she could spend 2 days fucking Håkon. Ever since she'd looked into the eyes of that little boy holding up the fish, she'd longed to see him again. "Then, next time, with second Alpha," Grandmother continued. "And then with Beta and Gamma." "So my body will tell me when it's time for each of them?" "Da, you will know when your flower is blooming." That sounded weird, but she'd take her grandmother's word for it. The more she thought about the little boy, the more she couldn't wait for her flower to bloom. Then there were the other boys in the boat, and the baby girl she'd seen in her lap. How she longed to hold them all in her arms. But she also wanted other things, like a career. The more she thought about it, the more she realized she could make a decent income diagnosing and treating tribe animals, and taking photos of their pets. "Bonica, after I marry, am I just supposed to have a bunch of kids? What if I want a job?" "You don't need a job, Puy de Loup," Grandmother snickered. "Your American mates make good money." She repressed an eye roll. She wanted to contribute to her family. The ancients had gifted her with the power to diagnose animals for a reason. She wasn't about to let it go to waste. "But I want a job." Bonica looked at her as if she'd grown a second head. "Why? What would you do?" Amara stiffened under her grandmother's scrutinization. "Diagnose sick animals like I did for the farmers yesterday? Or do pet photography?" Her grandmother rubbed her chin and looked at her a long moment. "Da, you could, but your mates may not like it. Amaraki females do not work unless to help with chores and babies." Indignation flushed her face. "Well, I'm not like most Amaraki females." "No, you're not." She chuckled. "Here." She set a wet head of cabbage in front of her. "Peel cabbage for rolls." There's something else we must discuss, Poideloop.
Amara decided to drop it. This was an argument for her mates, one she wasn't going to lose. She peeled apart the soggy cabbage leaves, wincing when she ripped one down the middle.
What is it, Bonica?
Your wedding night. Amara accidentally ripped another leaf.
Oh.
Do you know what will happen? She made it a point to avoid eye contact. They've already marked me, so I have a good idea. Bonica frowned, shaking her head.
No, I mean the drinking of blood.
Amara's jaw dropped.
I have to drink blood?
Mate's blood. Just a few drops. They dilute in wine. She shrugged. It's not so bad. You must drink for bond to work. Amara grimaced. Alrighty then. Maybe that Strigoli story about the Amaraki being vampires wasn't so far off the mark. Do you know what happens when mates take virginity? Oh, lordy. She focused on the soggy cabbage rather than looking her grandmother in the eyes.
I won't be a virgin anymore?
Not that. Bonica tapped her shoulder, forcing Amara to look at her. You see me share looks with Boniques, or your brothers share looks with each other? Yes. They were always exchanging secretive looks. She figured they were just so in tune with each other, they didn't need words to communicate. Bonica eyed her. You know we are speaking to each other?
With looks?
No. She tapped her head with a wooden spoon.
With words in our heads.
Oh, she said.
I didn't know you could do that.
Was this some sort of wolf telepathy?
That is why virginity important to mates.
She tapped her head again.
Once they take your blood, you speak with them through thought.
Really? Wow. Not sure I want them in my head. She laughed.
Mates hear only what you want them to hear, and you can speak to one or to all. Your instinct will know what to do.
Okay. Amara expelled a shaky breath. Good. I didn't know this about the Amaraki.
It's a very special bond.
She heaved a wistful sigh.
One that cannot be broken.
Alarm bells suddenly went off in her head. So if the Devoras were to steal me, Bonica grabbed Amara's wrist, their eyes locking.
They won't steal you, Poideloop.
Amara wasn't reassured. But if they did, and they took my virginity, Bonica looked at Amara as if she'd seen a ghost.
You would be bonded for life.
Amara fought to speak around the lump of granite wedged in her throat. And I wouldn't be able to go back to my Alaskan mates?
No, not unless mates kill every Devora.
Fear ran through her. I don't want them killing anyone for me.
They won't have to, Poideloop.
She gave Amara a reassuring smile, one that didn't reach her eyes.
You won't be taken by Devoras. We won't let them.
An uneasy feeling twisted Amara's gut in a knot as she sent up a silent prayer to the ancients that the Devoras wouldn't be crazy enough to try to steal her. If they did take her, they'd not only ruin Amara's and her mates' lives, they'd prevent the births of her unborn children. How cruel fate would be to show Amara a glimpse of her future and then rip it away. Chapter 16. Amara held tightly to Constantine and Dmitri as they walked her into the old barn their tribe used as a meeting hall. Her grandfathers had spread the word that they must gather tonight during the full moon to await word from the ancients.
Do not fear, Sora,
Dmitri whispered to her, looking around the room.
The Devoras are not here.
She smiled at him, squeezing his arm as they sat in rickety folding chairs beside their grandfathers. That's good to know. The chairs were arranged in a circular pattern around a low platform in the center of the room. Many shifters Amara recognized from visiting the local farms sat in the circular rows, staring at the pack seated closest to the platform. Her attention was drawn to a family on the other side of the barn. Katerina sat with them, shooting eye daggers in Amara's direction. What the hell had she ever done to that woman, other than being born? Tired of staring at Katerina's twisted features, she turned her attention back to the center of the barn. The man she suspected was their chieftain paced the platform, stopping to glare at her grandfathers.
Klaus Lupescu, what is this about?
The chieftain demanded, pointing an accusatory finger at her grandfather.
And why have you summoned my tribe without my authority?
Tension coiled around Amara's spine as she stared into the chieftain's hooded eyes. She didn't like the way he talked to her grandfather, as if he were a wayward child. Klaus cleared his throat and stood.
Tribal Chieftain Oberon, the ancients are coming tonight.
The room broke into a cacophony of murmurs and gasps. Chieftain Oberon's brows dipped low over his eyes.
They told you this?
There was no mistaking the mirth in his voice. How could he think this was funny?
No.
Klaus nodded at her.
They told Menapuata.
When all eyes in the barn turned to her, Amara fought the urge to sink beneath her rusty seat. The chieftain let out an obnoxious snort.
They haven't visited the Amaraki in 4 generations, and yet they visit your granddaughter?
Klaus looked indignant.
Yes, they did.
When the chieftain turned his iron-eyed glare on Amara, she thought she'd melt in the heat of his blatant ire.
Tell me, did they truly visit you?
His eyes narrowed to slits.
You'd better not lie, child.
She threw up her hands. Why would I lie?
Your pup has a lot to learn about our culture.
Oberon turned another snarl on Klaus.
Starting with how to respectfully address her chieftain.
If you want my respect, you'll have to earn it. She saw no reason to respect a chieftain who allowed his nephews to try to steal virgins from their beds. She knew Tor wouldn't have allowed such behavior in his tribe. Her brothers chuckled, while her grandparents gave her nods of approval. She somewhat regretted her words when Oberon's pale skin turned an alarming shade of red.
You dare to disrespect me?
His words were punctuated by a loud boom that resounded through the barn. The crowd gasped, turning to the source of the sound. She was just about to wet her panties when she saw the protector Amarok, with his midnight black fur and glowing eyes, his brothers and mate flanking him in the doorway. The loud scraping of chairs filled the hall as everyone went to their knees. Amara followed suit, gaping at the formidable pack as they marched down the aisle. Amarok's alpha brother walked beside him in protector form. His other 2 wolf brothers, who were almost as big as bears, their long, sharp fangs glinting in the beam of moonlight, walking alongside the goddess Amara, who was in human form. Amara was stunned when the beautiful goddess approached her and helped her rise. Looping her arm through Amara's, she pulled her to the center of the room. "Come with us," the goddess whispered. She cast a stealthy glance at her family. Her grandfathers gaped at her. Her brothers gave her a thumbs up when she stood with the goddess and the hulking black beasts. The platform cracked under Amarok's weight, dipping in the center as he gave the chieftain a dark scowl. Oberon scurried off the platform and knelt beside his family.
My children,
Amarok boomed, his thunderous voice rattling the ground.
I need not tell you my name. You know it from legend, even though many of those legends have faded from memory, and the ancient scrolls are rarely opened by your chieftain.
He snarled down at Oberon, who cowered.
The Amaraki is a dying race,
he continued.
Your blood grows stale, like stagnant water. This is not the first time this has happened. If your chieftain would turn to the scrolls once more, you would see that the ancients infuse the Amaraki with fresh blood every 1,000 years, as we have done with the Lupescu pack.
Murmurs rose up from the crowd. Amara's heart raced when the giant black protector pointed at her grandfathers.
They should consider it a great honor, not a disgrace, that their son was chosen to save your race from extinction.
Her grandparents and brothers nodded their thanks to Amarok.
Over the next few years, you will find many more lone wolves like Amara returning to the fold.
Amarok opened his thick, hairy arms wide.
Please, embrace them. Do not cast out their parents, for they were indeed influenced by ancient magic.
You ruined my life, a familiar voice screeched. My mates have betrayed me, and I have no daughter to call my own.
Katerina's parents tried in vain to pull their daughter down to her knees, but she shook them off. Katerina might have been a stupid, selfish bitch, but she wasn't a coward. When Amarok and his brothers turned on Katerina with snarls, Amara's limbs solidified, her heartbeat slowing to a loud thud in her ears. Did her stepmother have a death wish?
I know you.
The goddess released Amara, stalking toward Katerina like a wolf circling a baby lamb.
I hear your selfish prayers each night. You want your neighbors to be jealous of your beauty. You do not wish for long health for your parents, or prosperity for your sons.
She tossed back her head with a laugh.
Do you think we'd gift such a selfish bitch one of our precious daughters?
Fiery color raced up Katerina's cheeks.
How dare you!
Silence!
Amarok boomed. Katerina fell back, stumbling over her parents, who didn't bother catching her as she landed on her ass. She gazed at Amarok in terror as he flattened the platform beneath him with a deafening crack, then stomped toward her.
I have seen your fate.
Amarok tapped his forehead.
Your deception will not end well.
Katerina crawled away, then stumbled to her feet and ran out of the barn. Nobody stopped her. The goddess returned to Amara, casting her a knowing grin and looping her arm through Amara's once more. She was grateful for the support, for she'd never been more frightened than when Amarok charged her stepmother. Not that she felt any pity for Katerina, but she did not wish her fathers to suffer on their mate's behalf.
You!
Amarok turned on Oberyn.
You must pardon the Lepescu sons.
Yes, Great One.
His lip trembled.
And you must restore their position in the tribe.
Amarok commanded. Oberyn bobbed his head.
I agree.
Amarok folded his arms, snickering.
I did not ask if you agreed.
Amara hid a smile behind her hand when the goddess nudged her.
Oh, Great Ones,
Bunique Klaus called to them, still kneeling beside his mate and brothers.
Might I ask how we find these lone wolves so that we may protect them from harm?
Spoken like a true leader.
Amarok rubbed his furry chin.
It is you who should be leading this tribe, not a chieftain who allows wolves to steal other wolves' mates.
The crowd again erupted. Amara's gaze shot to Oberyn and his brothers. There was no mistaking the hatred in their eyes as they glared at her grandfathers. Amarok's protector brother stepped forward.
You need not worry about finding your lost daughters. Their mates will find them soon enough. Now, if you'll excuse us.
Amarok swept an arm toward his mate. The goddess left Amara's side and stood by her protector, dwarfed by him as he draped an arm around her shoulders. She winked at Amara, then followed her protectors out the barn door and into the moonlit night. She watched in awe as a thick fog swirled around them, and they disappeared as if they'd been swept into another dimension. That was weird, she mumbled when Constantine and Dmitri came over and helped her to a chair, moments before her legs gave out. Dmitri smirked as he knelt beside her.
It was. Are you okay?
She looked down at her legs, which rattled the legs of the chair. I think so. Numb from shock, she couldn't say much else. A few brave wolves rushed outside, returning moments later to proclaim their gods had disappeared without a trace. Bunique Klaus joined them, his eyes lit with excitement.
Your fathers have been pardoned. May we go get them, Bunique?
Constantine asked.
Klaus!
Someone yelled frantically. Katerina's father barreled toward them.
What is it?
Klaus asked, his legs braced. The older man mopped sweat off his brow.
Katerina has run off with the Devoras.
Amara's brothers simultaneously let out ear-splitting howls. Dimitri's eyes and nose shifted.
She'll never be able to bond with them. It doesn't matter.
Klaus waved a fist in the air.
She betrayed our sons.
Constantine urgently turned to Klaus.
What are we going to do? Go get our sons, as planned,
Klaus said. Dimitri worked a visible knot in his throat.
They'll kill the Devoras, as they should,
Klaus rumbled. Amara was too stunned to speak as she sank into her chair. What if her fathers were killed? Constantine held out his hands.
I think you should wait until we hear from our mother before getting our fathers. Your fathers would not want that.
Klaus shook his head.
The longer we wait, the less chance we have of saving their marriage.
Dimitri snorted.
They're better off without our mother anyway. Grandsons, you don't understand,
Klaus said.
Your fathers are in great danger. If the Devoras plan to bond with Katerina, they will have to kill your fathers first. They may have already done so.
Oh my God! Amara covered her face with her hands. What a big fucking mess. Could it get any worse?
I need you boys to take your grandmother and sister home and watch them,
Klaus said.
Anton will go with you. We are going to get your fathers. Do not leave your sister for any reason. Do you understand?
Yes, Bunique,
they said in unison. When Bunique Klaus knelt beside her, deep lines of worry etched around his eyes and mouth. Amara felt like her world was crumbling. He clutched her shoulders.
Promise you'll stay with your brothers.
Believe me, she swallowed. I'm not leaving their sides.
Good,
he said.
Because your fathers are hidden on the other side of the Transylvanian forest. It will take hours to get there and back.
Her 3 grandfathers kissed Bunica before storming out of the barn. Her brothers helped her to her feet. She followed them outside. Nobody spoke as they climbed into Constantine's truck. No one needed to say a word. They knew their world had been shattered by Katerina's deception. Though Amara was new to Amaraki culture, she knew without a doubt that Katerina's betrayal would bring shame on the entire family. Amara's brothers swore as they pulled into the gravel drive. Parked in front of their grandparents' farmhouse was an old green army Humvee. Amara didn't recognize it, but her family did.
We've been set up,
Constantine said as he put the truck in park. He turned to Amara, his eyes shifting to a bright silver.
Do not get out of the truck.
She flinched, pressing her back into the seat. I won't. He and Dimitri got out, slamming the doors so hard the truck rocked like a ship at sea. Her 2 younger brothers jumped out of the back of the truck. Anton and Bunica sat beside her, squeezing her hands. What was happening? 3 men got out of the Humvee, moonlight reflecting off their coppery hair. Her sulking stepmother was with them. Fear coursed through Amara's veins when she understood exactly what Constantine meant by a setup. Those men had to be the Devoras, and they weren't running off with Katerina. They were returning her. Her brothers blocked their path when the Devoras tried to approach their vehicle. The largest Devora looked around Constantine and directly at her, a manic gleam in his eyes. He had to be the alpha. 3 long scars slashed the right side of his face, pulling his mouth and nose to one side. The guy had clearly been on the losing end of a battle with another protector. What frightened her most was that there was no fear in his eyes, or in the way he held his head. He'd come to do battle and didn't care about the outcome. That's when Amara knew this protector would stop at nothing to get her. She turned into Anton, repressing a shudder. Anton cracked open the window, and their conversation carried into the cab. Morbid curiosity forced her to watch the Devoras parade before her brothers, like wolves stalking a henhouse.
We tried to tell her we wanted a virgin,
Alpha Devora said, dismissing Katerina with a flick of the wrist.
not a used-up middle-aged Katya, but she threw herself at us anyway.
You bastards!
Katerina screeched, lunging for him with fingers bent like claws.
You lied to me!
Andrei and Dmitri shoved their mother toward the truck and threw her in the front seat.
Stay put,
Dmitri said, slamming the door. Bunika leaned over the seat, spitting on Katerina.
Kurva!
Katerina flashed her fangs with a hiss. Bunika backhanded Katerina so hard, blood splattered the window. Katerina wailed, a hand flying to her bleeding mouth. She stumbled out of the truck, ignoring her sons when they told her to get back inside. She turned and ran. Amara's attention was drawn back to her brothers as they pounded their chests.
Get off our property!
Her brothers hollered before breaking into a litany of Romanian swear words.
If you'd just listen to us,
Alpha Devora said.
We are not crossing the Thunderfoots,
Constantine bellowed.
and neither are you.
Alpha Devora stomped the dirt.
This is the thanks we get for bringing your mother back to you? We know the real reason you're here,
Constantine said.
This whole thing was a ruse to get to our Sora.
Constantine and Dmitri burst through their clothes, shifting into protectors with primal roars and chasing the men back into their Humvee. When they drove straight for Constantine, he sidestepped the vehicle and punched a dent in the door as it went by. Amara chewed her nails, worrying her two brothers were too exposed out in the open. The farm animals raised a ruckus, alarmed by the activity in the yard. Constantine snatched open the back door so hard, he ripped it off its hinges.
In the house, Amara.
She didn't need to be told twice. Clutching Anton's hand, she raced with him inside, her brothers and grandmother following at her heels. Constantine and Dmitri ducked under the doorway, securing the door behind them, before tromping through the house. She looked at her grandparents, who didn't tell her brothers to shift back. She hoped they would remain protectors until their fathers and grandfathers returned. The Devoras only had one protector. It would be suicide if they tried to take Amara. So why did she quake with fear? She had to alert her mates that the Devoras were after her. But how could they help her on the other side of the world?
I'll be right back,
she said, racing for the stairs and the phone in her bedroom. Dmitri caught her before she reached the first step.
Stay where we can see you.
There was no getting past a giant Sasquatch as big as a grizzly. That's when she realized she had no choice but to come clean.
My mates gave me a phone. It's upstairs. They told me to call if I feel threatened.
Dmitri scowled down at her.
They can't help you now, Amara.
I should still call them,
she persisted, looking from Constantine to Dmitri.
Listen to your brother,
Anton called as he strode into the kitchen.
I'm calling the Thunderfoot chieftain right now.
He pulled the receiver of an ancient dial phone off the wall and twirled numbers. Amara sat next to Bunika on the sofa and rested her head on her shoulder. Her stomach churned. What if they tried to take her again? Would her brothers risk their lives to stop them? Andrei and Dejan knelt on the floor in front of her, patting her knee and mumbling words of encouragement. The floorboards creaked beneath their weight. She strained to hear Anton's phone conversation, but he covered his mouth while speaking into the receiver.
Well,
Bunika said, after Anton hung up.
What did they say?
Anton sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder.
Their sons are already on the way. They should be here within the hour.
Constantine threw his head back, his nose nearly scraping the ceiling.
Thank the ancients.
Her mates were coming? Amara released a sigh of relief. Once her mates were here, she'd be safe for sure. The Devoras would never risk fighting them. Bunika patted her hand, eyes watering.
I want them to take you back to Alaska as soon as they get here, Amara.
Emotion clogged her throat.
You want me to leave you and my family?
No, Bunika sniffed.
But I want you to be safe, and you're not safe here.
We will keep our Sora safe, Bunika,
Constantine said. Grandmother shook her head.
She won't be safe as long as she's a virgin. Did you not smell the desperation on them? We haven't seen the last of them tonight.
Dejan crossed to the window.
We need to find our mother. No,
Dmitri yelled.
She's not our concern now. Our fathers will deal with her when they return.
Andrei jumped to his feet and ran to the kitchen window.
What is it?
Constantine said. Andrei turned to them in shock.
Our father's house is on fire. No!
Dejan raced past Andrei and threw open the back door.
Wait!
Constantine hollered, catching Dejan and pulling him back inside.
It's a trap. They're trying to separate us from Amara.
Andrei turned to him.
So we're just supposed to let it burn? We can rebuild the house.
Dmitri stood shoulder to shoulder with Constantine.
We can't save our Sora once they've taken her virginity.
Amara followed her grandparents into the kitchen, her heart sinking when she saw the quaint little farmhouse she'd visited with her brothers just yesterday, lit up in flame. She'd never even seen inside. She'd never had the chance to make a single memory in her father's home. And they were coming home to rubble after being banished. If she'd stayed in Alaska, none of this would have happened.
I'm so sorry, everyone,
she said, swallowing tears. Anton hugged her.
There, Nebuata. None of this is your fault.
A loud crack rent the air. She screamed when the roof caved in on one side of the burning house. She turned to Constantine with pleading eyes.
What if I went outside with you and helped you put it out?
No.
The floorboards shook when he stomped a foot.
We're staying here.
Andrei put a hand to his ear.
Do you hear that?
She froze at the look of panic in Andrei's eyes.
What?
She rasped.
Duck!
Andrei screamed, pushing her and Anton to the floor. Amara grunted when her knees hit the floor, her two hairy beast brothers hovering over her. She barely had time to register the rumble of an engine before a vehicle smashed through the front window of the house. Shards of wood and debris flew everywhere before a familiar Humvee landed on the kitchen table. Constantine roared as he jumped to his feet, throwing rubble out of the way before stalking toward his adversaries. Her youngest brothers shifted into wolves, circling the Humvee while its wheels spun. Panting, Dmitri lifted a wall off 2 wolves. It took her a moment to realize those wolves were her grandparents.
Bunika!
She choked on dust, climbing over a broken hutch. They stumbled to their paws, whimpering. Bunik Anton limped. His back leg was bleeding. 3 doors slammed, and suddenly the Devoras, obscured by smoke, were facing her brothers. The air cleared, and Amara saw they were all wielding guns.
Look out!
The guns made weird rattling sounds, like they were toys, as they fired at her brothers. She howled when Dmitri fell beside her, no longer in protector form, but a naked human with a long dart sticking out of his leg. He broke off the arrow with a roar.
Run, Amara!
Time seemed to slow as she watched her remaining brothers shift to humans and fall, brought down by the same darts. How did mere darts make them shift back to humans? Time returned to normal, and she raced for the door, then screamed when she was yanked back by her hair. A stabbing pain shot through her shoulder, and she was unable to shift. She clawed at the beast restraining her, her heart pounding so hard it drowned out her grandmother's sobs.
Bunika!
She reached for her, but her grandmother lay on the ground, a dart sticking out of her back. Amara was lifted off the ground, then collapsed in her captor's arms when a sharp blow pierced the back of her skull. Chapter 17.
Håkon sped through the treacherous mountain pass, dodging potholes and coming dangerously near the guardrails. His brothers sat stoically in their rental car, white-faced, clutching the oh shit handles. Nobody told him to slow down, not after the clouds parted, revealing a giant wolf shadow in the center of the full moon. The shadow had let out a distress cry. It was a warning from the ancients. Amara was in trouble. When his phone rang, Drasko snatched it and put it on speaker.
Amara, are you all right?
Drasko asked sharply. An unfamiliar male growled.
Where the fuck are you? Who is this?
Drasko snapped.
Constantine, Amara's brother.
The man spat.
The Devoras shot us with amethyst darts and took our sister.
Håkon's heart skipped a beat, and he nearly careened over the side of a cliff when he momentarily lost control of the wheel.
When?
Drasko asked.
Just now.
He hissed, then groaned.
We are trying to dig out the amethysts, but there are too many fragments.
Håkon's chest heaved, his mind and body going numb, instinct taking over.
Do you know where they were headed? Andre thinks they're going to the abandoned castle.
Håkon remembered it from childhood visits to his grandparents. He and his brothers had explored it often. He knew Luke could lead them to it if they took a shortcut through the forest. Drasko's eyes were as blinding as twin suns.
Hurry, brother.
Håkon drove onto a side road, barely staying on a small path that led them straight to the forest. Hunters be damned. They didn't have time to drive around the woods. They'd have to cut through if they had any chance of saving their mate.
Get out,
he said as the car barreled toward a ditch. They shifted while jumping from the car, following Luke as he led them to uncertain danger into the heart of the forest. Amara woke with a splitting headache. She tried to move, but her ankles and wrists were tied down. She tried to shift and couldn't. Her shoulder hurt like hell, feeling as if her back had been sliced open. What had happened, and where the fuck was she? She squinted in the candlelight, trying to make sense of her environment. She was in a large, drafty room with a cathedral ceiling. Sheets covered the furniture. The abandoned castle? She shivered as a chill pricked her skin. She was wearing only a bra and panties, and her amethyst was around her neck. She tried to scream for help, but her throat was so raw, all that came out was a wheeze. Then she started coughing so hard, she thought she'd choke. Spooky shadows approached her like wolves stalking an injured lamb. The shadows slowly came into focus, turning into 3 men with coppery hair. The Devoras. The scar-faced alpha leaned over her, nostrils flaring as he sniffed her neck. His eyes glowed as he squeezed her breast so hard, she gasped at the pain. He released her with a grunt, his ominous laughter burrowing inside her skin like insects were swarming through her veins.
Prepare to get fucked, you birame.
No. She tried to shift again and failed once more. The 2 others joined the alpha, wearing nothing but their underwear. Their bodies were covered head to toe in scars, remnants of violent fights. The wiry tracker in the middle was missing an eye. There was nothing but a shallow, rough patch of skin where it used to be. The Gamma was missing both earlobes. Yet those harsh lessons hadn't deterred them from stealing from the Thunderfoots. These guys had gone certifiably crazy. She searched their eyes, hoping she could reason with at least one of them, maybe hold them off until her mates found her. But each brother looked at her with those same devious grins, malice in their bloodshot eyes. The youngest-looking man, the one with the missing earlobes and a smattering of freckles across his nose, held a goblet to her lips.
Drink this.
She refused, but when another fit of coughing racked her, she was left with no choice but to reluctantly accept his offering. The cool liquid was fruity and refreshing, but she noted a coppery aftertaste. Was that blood? Fuck. She spit out a mouthful, though too late. She'd already taken several sips.
"I will kill myself if you separate me from my mates," she said. "I love them, not you."
The alpha sneered.
"They are not your mates anymore."
"They are."
She coughed again when the burning in her throat threatened to choke her. His hot breath seared her neck as he rumbled in her ear.
"You have already taken our blood, Yubirame. Now all we have to do is take yours."
"Wait."
One Eye roughly grabbed her and sniffed all the way down her body, like a bloodhound catching a criminal's scent.
"What is it?"
Alpha Devora asked. One Eye snarled at his brothers.
"She's been marked."
Alpha Devora bared long fangs.
"Did they already take you?"
She swallowed hard, fearing their reaction, but knowing she had to do whatever it took to stop them from raping her.
Yes.
"You fucking Corva!"
Alpha Devora hollered, the 3 long scars on his face standing out against his reddening cheeks.
"You let them take you before your wedding night?"
He slapped her so hard, her head reeled, and her face stung like he'd lit it on fire. She blinked back tears, wishing she could shift and scratch his eyes out. One Eye pushed his brother aside and sniffed her panties.
"I can still smell her virginity."
Alpha Devora fanned his nose.
"But I smell them, too."
Thank the ancients she had let her mates mark her. She sent a silent prayer to her namesake, begging her to guide her mates to her before it was too late. Gamma Devora scented the air, then shrugged.
"I don't smell anything. Trust me, I smell them. 4 mates."
One Eye rumbled.
"They took her in the ass." "You let those filthy American dogs ass-fuck you?"
Alpha Devora hollered. She looked directly into his mangled face, forcing herself to be brave, though she feared he'd kill her in a fit of madness.
Yes.
She screamed when he shifted into a big, hulking, gray beast, raising his claws as if to strike.
"Ancients, help me!"
One Eye latched onto the Alpha's arm.
"Do not kill her, brother. You are supposed to be her protector, remember?"
Chest heaving, the beast looked at Amara like a rabid bull.
"I cannot mate with her when I smell them." "We must,"
One Eye snarled.
"You heard her stepmother. She is favored by the ancients. With Amara by your side, you can usurp our uncle as chieftain."
Gamma Devora snarled.
"Take her, brother. Stop pressuring me."
Alpha Devora swatted his brothers away with powerful sweeps of his massive arms. One Eye ducked.
"Take her, or I will."
With an unholy howl, Alpha Devora charged. The younger Devoras shifted into wolves, biting and clawing at him. Holy shit. Had those scars come from their enemies, or from each other? Amara hoped the Devoras killed each other. Yanking with all her might, she managed to snap whatever had held her arms above her head. She bit through the ropes that bound her wrists, chewing them off with sharp canines, the only remnants of her wolf while in human form. After freeing her hands, she slipped the amethyst off her neck, then shifted into a wolf, snapping the ropes around her ankles. She jumped off the table and took off at a run, howling for her mates as she raced through the dark halls of the castle, the Devoras at her heels. When she saw the light of the full moon shining through a window up ahead, she sprinted to freedom. She'd no idea how far the drop was, but she didn't care. Death was better than being raped by monsters. She leaped through the glass, her fur protecting her from the worst of the painful shards, and soared through the air, landing on the roof with a grunt. She dug her claws into loose tiles, whining when she lost her footing, and slid down the steep slope. Yelping, she slipped off the roof and spun head over tail through the air. The breath whooshed from her lungs when she landed, not on hard, unforgiving ground, but in strong arms. Just as she was about to bite down on the neck of her big, hairy captor, she looked into a familiar pair of golden eyes. Hokan. Chapter 18. Amara shifted into her human form and held on tight to Håkon, crying tears of joy as he carried her back into the castle through a massive set of double doors and set her down on a bench. It's not safe here. She searched the dark, cavernous room, sheets draped across furniture and scaffolding along the walls, looking for any sign of the Devoras. What if they shot them with darts and raped her?
It's safer in here than with the hunters out there,
he said, after shifting back into human form.
Don't worry. We will handle the Devoras.
She tensed when she heard howling outside. She recognized the calls of her mates. They were on the hunt. She didn't like the odds of 3-on-3, even if Drasko was bigger than their alpha. We should help them. Håkon's brows drew together.
Believe me, my brothers will rip them apart. You're staying here with me, where it's safe.
He looked at the cuts on her arms, then ran a hand down her back.
You're bleeding.
His fingers were covered in her blood. She tried peering over her shoulder. The wound hurt like hell, but it didn't feel like it had pierced the bone. They shot me with an amethyst dart. They must have removed it when I was knocked out. She remembered her brothers and grandparents twisting on the floor, darts sticking out of them. They shot my family, too, and they burned down my father's house. She tried to stand. Håkon forced her back down.
We're not going anywhere without my brothers. I spoke to Constantine on the phone. He said they were injured, but he didn't mention any casualties.
Oh, thank the ancients. She slumped against the wall, wincing as pain shot up her back.
Are you okay, Amara?
Håkon's calloused fingers traced the side of her face, where the Alpha Devora had slapped her. His thick fingers dropped to a bruise across her breast, sending a jolt of lust straight to her lady parts. Of all the times to get horny. She looked into Håkon's eyes with a weak smile. I am now. She shivered as a draft tickled her bare flesh. He pulled canvas off a piece of furniture and shook off the dust before draping it around her shoulders. Then he sat next to her, clinging to her hands.
They didn't rape you?
No. She swallowed hard, willing herself to stop shaking. But if they'd succeeded, I would have killed myself.
Don't say that.
He cupped her face.
Please don't ever say that.
His voice cracked like old wood. I'm sorry, but I can't live without my mates. A thought struck her as she bit down on her lip and tasted blood. She'd drunk the Devora's blood. She wasn't certain if she could bond with her true mates now. The thought twisted like a blade in her heart. He kissed her temple.
I would have killed them all and taken you back. I love you, Amara.
She threw her arms around him, burying her face in his chest, unable to look him in the eyes. How was she supposed to tell him she drank their blood? And I love you. He stroked her hair.
Even after the hurtful things I said?
He pulled back, searching her eyes.
I'm proud to call you my mate. You know that, don't you?
She nodded, her need for him conflicting with her fear that she'd already lost him. And I'm proud to call you mine, if he was still hers. When he bent his head to hers, she reluctantly pushed him away. No, don't kiss me. She still had the taste of the Devora's blood in her mouth. He flinched.
Why?
I think I'm bonded to them. She spoke through a chest so tight she could hardly breathe. They made me drink their blood.
The bonding is not complete unless they take your blood.
Really? She heaved a sigh of relief. But I can't get their taste out of my mouth. He stood, holding down a hand to her.
Let's find you a drink.
Just as he helped her up, the bang of a gun ricocheted outside.
Stay here.
He raced to the heavy double doors and threw them open. Moonlight bathed his features in a pale glow, revealing wide eyes and a face contorted with fear.
My brothers are coming. Drasko's injured. What happened?
Håkon asked as Luke and Roan helped Drasko inside. They'd all shifted into humans, running through the forest nude. Amara assumed it was a safer bet, with hunters everywhere, but she feared it made Drasko more susceptible to his injuries. She clutched the canvas cover around her shoulders, her head spinning, when she saw blood dripping down Drasko's side. "Oh, Drasko!" Her heart pumped wildly with fear. "Let me see."
Never mind me,
he said, his golden eyes furious.
Are you okay, Amara?
"A little banged up," she said, "but they didn't rape me."
Thank the ancients,
Luke and Roan said in unison, helping ease Drasko onto the bench.
You don't know how relieved I am to hear that.
Drasko clutched his side, the color draining from his cheeks. "Let me look." She gently pried his hand away, kneeling before him and looking at his wound. 3 small, bloody holes marred his skin. She'd been around her stepdad's guns long enough to recognize buckshot.
We chased them into the forest,
Drasko hissed when she touched a tender spot.
and then we stumbled into a hunting camp.
Luke shook his head.
Those tricky bastards led us right through it. I should have scented the humans, but I was too focused on the Devoras.
"Luke," Amara turned to her tracker mate. "I need antiseptic."
I'll try to find something.
"Check upstairs," she said. "The Devoras had me in a room up there. They might have supplies."
I'll see what I can find.
He kissed her forehead, his lips lingering long enough to make her sigh.
I'm so glad you're safe,
he murmured, and then took off across the hall before racing up a set of ancient spiral stairs. Amara cringed when she heard the steps protesting under his weight. She hoped the castle wouldn't fall down on them. "Lie down," she said to Drasko. "Let me feel you."
I like the sound of that,
he answered with a wink.
I'm next,
Roan piped up. She looked at her Gamma, whose erection jutted in her face. "Are you injured too?"
No, I just want to get felt up.
She refrained from rolling her eyes. Her mate's jokes would have been funny if she hadn't been so worried. When she ran her hand across Drasko's back, in her mind's eye, she saw tiny fragments in his side, embedded in his skin. She released a pent-up breath. "It's a flesh wound, but I have to get the pellets out." Drasko sat up on his elbows, looking at her with a feral gleam in his eyes. It was then she noticed how very naked he was, and how he had a very stiff erection.
Sorry,
he flashed a sheepish grin.
Being naked around you does that to me. To all of us,
Roan added. Håkon ripped a piece of canvas into strips, throwing them at his brothers.
Cover yourselves until we can find clothes.
She repressed a shudder as she thought about ripping off the bits of cloth and having her way with them.
We're in luck,
Luke hollered as he ran down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. 2 large canvas bags were slung over his shoulders. He had a towel around his hips.
The Devoras left their clothes and supplies. Car keys, too. Anyone thirsty?
He pulled a giant bottle of wine out of a bag and tossed it to Håkon. "Me, please." Amara held out her hands, eager to get the taste of Devora blood out of her mouth. Håkon uncorked the bottle, sniffing it before handing it to her. She gulped several mouthfuls. It was cheap and stale, but it cleared her palate. She wiped her mouth. "Did you find a first aid kit?" Luke handed her a metal box containing antiseptic and bandages. The Devoras must have been expecting injuries. Then again, judging by their scars, she understood why they'd come prepared. Håkon and Roan knelt beside the canvas bags, rummaging through the supplies. "Lie back down, Drasko." She made the mistake of flattening her hand against his abdomen, trying to push him onto his back. Hot damn, his abs were solid, just like the rest of him. Drasko refused to budge.
Luke, check her first.
She tried to push Luke away, wincing when her shoulder pinched. "I'm okay." Drasko's wounds were far worse. But Luke wouldn't listen, treating the cuts on her arms and then pulling down the sheet and examining her back. An ominous rumble sounded.
Those bastards put a hole in you.
It was an amethyst dart. Luke jumped to his feet, clenching his hands, eyes glowing bright yellow.
I want to rip their dicks off and shove them down their throats. Not yet,
Håkon said.
We must wait for revenge until Amara is safe.
Her heart dropped. She didn't want any more violence. All she wanted right now was to go home to Alaska. When her mates shared knowing looks, she knew they were telepathically forming a plan. That made her gut twist and burn.
A little antiseptic and a bandage should be good enough,
Luke said, as he pressed something cool on her back. She hissed, jerking away when it started to burn. Luke sat behind her, kissing her shoulder.
Sorry, sweetheart.
It's okay. She blinked back tears, suddenly overcome with emotion. Thank you for taking care of me. He wrapped an arm around her waist, nibbling her earlobe.
You're our whole world, Amara.
She fought the urge to melt in his arms and spread her legs. When Luke breathed in her scent with a low rumble, she knew he'd scented her heat, too. If they took her virginity now, she'd no longer have to worry about the Devoras. Plus, she wanted to get fucked. She grabbed the kit from Luke. We need to help Drasko, she mumbled. Luke handed her a pair of tweezers, and she carefully pulled out each fragment, wincing every time Drasko swore. She was vaguely aware of the others growing restless and pacing the floor while she cleaned Drasko's wounds. She admired her handiwork after she finished, knowing that her medical skills would not be wasted once she returned to Alaska. She was going to continue working with animals, and if her mates didn't like it, too damn bad. She applied antiseptic and fresh bandages to the cleaned area, pleased that the bleeding had already slowed down. This should do until we get you to a doctor.
I don't need one,
he grumbled, sitting up and grasping his side.
That's what you're for. You're as good as any doctor.
He might end up regretting those words when she insisted on going back to work, but now was not the time to discuss her future plans. You know, you really are stubborn.
I am.
He moved closer to her until their knees touched.
Do you forgive me for acting like a fool?
His yellow eyes faded to brown. She wasn't used to this soft side of Drasko, but he warmed her heart. Of course I do. He pulled her hands to his lips, feathering soft kisses across her knuckles.
I love you so much, Amara.
Her heart swelled to near bursting. And I love you, even if you are hard-headed at times. She clutched his face between her hands, barely aware when the canvas fell off her shoulders. She bit her lip when his eyes bulged. She sucked in a hiss when he grabbed her breast, rolling the nipple.
Do you love us, Amara?
Roan asked behind her. She tossed back her head with a groan, resting against Roan's chest, while Drasko grabbed her other breast, making that pulse between her legs throb like a heartbeat. She reached behind her, stroking his smooth face. I love you both with all my heart. She reached for Luke, who was kneeling beside her, and groaned when he placed tantalizing kisses across her palm.
Good,
Luke said.
Because I fell in love with you the moment I saw you at the vet's office.
She melted into Roan's embrace as Drasko pulled the sheet off her body. He eagerly licked his lips, looking at her dripping desire.
She wants us, bro,
he said to Håkon when he knelt beside Luke.
Let's make her ours for good.
When Håkon traced her inner thigh, she spread her legs, praying her mates would end her torture and take her.
Is this what you want, Amara?
Håkon asked.
For us to take your virginity?
If you don't take me right now, she said, I swear I'll climb on top of you and make you take it. That elicited chuckles from her mates, the kind of rich, dark laughter that deepened her desire. Håkon stood, removing the bit of cloth, revealing a thick erection.
Good, because I'm not risking losing you again.
He held a hand down to her.
First, we need to conduct the ceremony.
Luke handed Håkon an empty plastic cup, then sliced open his thumb with a razor blade and squeezed blood into the cup. The other brothers did the same thing, mixing their blood with Luke's. Håkon splashed wine into the cup and swirled it before handing it to Amara.
Drink,
he said, his eyes sparkling with golden flecks. She downed the liquid in one swallow, not disgusted at all by the taste of her mates. In fact, she could have sworn their blood gave her a burst of energy. Her veins began to buzz, like thousands of butterflies were swarming through them.
Do you know the words we have to say?
Luke asked Håkon.
I think so.
Håkon shook his hands out, flexing his shoulders as if preparing for battle.
I've seen enough ceremonies.
He took the cup from Amara and knelt beside her, holding both her hands. The others laid their hands on her arms, infusing her with more energy.
Repeat after me,
Håkon said.
I, Amara, take the blood of my protectors, binding our hearts and souls as one. I vow my love, honor, and loyalty to my mates, my protectors, from now until eternity.
She repeated his words, excitement making the butterflies spin in her chest like a cyclone.
And we take the blood of Amara,
her mates said in unison.
Binding our souls to hers, we vow our love, honor, loyalty, and protection to our mate, from now until eternity.
Håkon's cheeks colored as he flashed an impish grin.
This is the part of the ceremony where our family leaves, and we take your blood.
She eagerly nodded, anticipation making her swell with painful urgency. What am I supposed to do?
Let's make her comfortable,
Håkon said to his brothers. They gathered cushions from the covered furniture, piling them on the floor, then shook out another cover and laid it across them. She giggled as they helped her lie down. It was like laying on a bed of clouds.
Spread your legs,
Håkon said, then positioned himself between her thighs.
We are going to take turns claiming your virginity,
he said to her so seriously it sent a shiver down her spine. Drasko waggled his eyebrows as he knelt beside his brother.
And then we'll take turns thoroughly fucking you.
A soft purr escaped her throat. Take me, Håkon, she said. Please take me.
Say it,
he rumbled in her ear.
Say you belong to us.
I belong to you. She grasped his shoulders, wincing when he speared her virginal barrier, thrusting deep inside her with a roar. The pain was sharp and severe, but over in a heartbeat, quickly replaced by desire. He stilled inside her, panting against her neck.
I've waited so long for this.
Her eyes widened when she heard his thought inside her skull. Me too, she projected. I've been waiting for you my whole life. I just didn't know it.
You feel so perfect, just like I knew you would,
he said.
Pulling out of you is going to be so hard.
She brushed a soft kiss across his lips. Get it over with, so you can come back to me. She groaned when he slipped out, then smiled at Drasko as he settled himself between her thighs. Hi, she bit her lip as he hovered over her.
Hello, beautiful.
Their tongues passionately sparred as he thrust inside her with a grunt. She dug her fingers into his ass when he banged against her bundle of nerves with a shallow thrust.
I'm not going to be gentle with you. And you know what?
His voice was a dark threat in her skull. What? She rasped, squirming against him and wishing he'd hit that sweet spot again. His low chuckle snaked across her senses.
You're going to like it.
He pulled out, and Luke took his place. She sighed, holding out her arms to her tracker. Hello, Luke.
Hello, my beautiful mate,
he said, then slid deep inside her with a slow, deliberate thrust. Thank you for finding me, she projected.
It was my pleasure.
His words rippled through her as his eyes rolled back.
This is so fucking hard,
he said, when he slowly slid out. She bit her lip, smiling up at Roan as he crawled between her legs. Hi, Roan. Thanks for taking care of my dogs.
I left them with my mom and sister,
He said.
Hope that's okay.
Of course it is. He colored, looking from Amara, then to his brothers, who hovered around them.
I don't know if I can control myself.
Yes, you can. I'll make the wait worth it. Promise. His brothers held his shoulders while he entered her, ramming her swollen center with a hard, choppy thrust. Holy fuck, Roan. She was close to coming, so very close.
Fuck, Amara. I want to come in you so damn bad.
He panted hard. He roared when his brothers pulled him out. Håkon was between her thighs again in an instant, lifting her legs over his shoulders.
Are you ready, Amara?
Take me, Håkon. With an animalistic roar, he rammed his cock deep inside her, then stilled, pressing up against her throbbing desire. He kissed her softly, and then he fucked her, slowly at first, so slow that she squirmed beneath him, urging him to move faster. Growling and panting, sweat dripped from his brow onto hers as he increased tempo. He pounded her like he was banging a drum until the bubble inside her burst, and she panted his name in ecstasy. He called her name, then stilled, his cockhead exploding. He melted into her, kissing her passionately.
I love you, Amara.
And I love you, she answered. Her stomach clenched when Drasko took his place.
I told you I wouldn't be gentle.
She should have been frightened, but she wasn't. Anticipation sent a shiver racing across her skin. The air whooshed from her lungs when he flipped her over, digging into her ass with bruising fingers. Oh, please, Drasko, she squirmed against him.
Please what?
He growled. Fuck me hard. She angled her ass higher for better access. She opened to him when his cock circled her clit, swelling her tender ribbon until she thought she'd burst. When he pressed a thumb into her anus, circling her tight hole, she groaned, rocking against him. He jammed his cock into her, causing her to lurch forward. Pain lanced through her. He latched onto her hips, yanking her back.
Don't fight me, Amara,
he rumbled, fucking her with deep, hard thrusts, his finger probing her anus, making both of her holes weep with desire. As he continued to grunt and relentlessly pound her, the orgasms built fast, holding every nerve ending in her body captive when her climaxes finally consumed her, her anus and pussy simultaneously expanding and throbbing as he continued to ram into her. He stilled with a roar, pouring his seed into her, working overtime in her anus, twirling until she got caught up in the vortex and another orgasm hit her. She collapsed as he slid out of her. Holy fuck. He leaned over her.
Did you enjoy it?
She expelled a shaky breath. You know I did. He chuckled softly, nibbling her ear before rolling off her. When Luke gently flipped her over, she draped a hand across her brow, wondering if she had the strength to continue. He climbed up her body, settling between her legs gently and planting delicate kisses across her breasts. Her nipples hardened as he sucked them like a babe trying to draw milk. Oh, Luke. Her tits peaked as he massaged and gently bit them. She arched into him, savoring the exquisite sensations. She wrapped her legs around his hips when he sank into her well-lubed channel. He speared her with short, shallow thrusts, alternating between lavishing her breasts with sloppy kisses and licks and sucking her nipples. Her desire for Luke consumed her until she was finally soaring over the edge. She called out his name when he grunted and spilled inside her. She clung to him when he fell on top of her with a groan. Oh, Luke, she panted in his mouth as he captured her lips in a searing kiss. I love you so much.
I love you, Amara,
he said, kissing her once more before leaving her. When Roan climbed on her, mopping sweat off his brow, She suspected he wouldn't last long. She opened her arms.
Sorry,
he mumbled, his cock bursting the moment he was fully sheathed. He jerked and twitched, his massive cock dousing her like a fire hose. It's okay, she giggled, squeezing his round ass. We have a lifetime to get the hang of it. She lifted her hips, grinding into him, shocked when another orgasm swept through her. His eyes widened.
Did you come?
Her body tingled with an amazing afterglow. Yes.
Oh, thank the ancients. I didn't want to be the only one.
He embraced her, showering her face and neck with kisses. Her other mates joined them, giving her delicate kisses, then squeezing and probing her, making her come alive once more. She sucked in a sharp breath when Håkon rolled her into him, his desire pressing against her belly as he wrapped her leg around his hip.
I'm ready to fuck you again,
he rumbled. Take me, my love, she cooed, wrapping her arms around his neck and eagerly spreading her legs for him. She froze at the sound of a distant howl so dark and menacing, her spine stiffened with fear. Håkon and his brothers jumped to their feet. He held a hand down to her with a frown.
I think the rest of our honeymoon will have to wait.
She reluctantly let him help her to her feet. There was a red bullseye on the sheet. Håkon took her face in his hands, kissing the tip of her nose.
Relax.
He glanced at the bloodstain.
You're safe now.
Håkon rummaged through the Devora's bags, throwing jeans and shorts at his brothers. Luke was the only one who fit into the jeans, so he and the others had to settle for tight underwear and t-shirts that hugged them like children's clothes. They wrapped strips of cloth around their waists like kilts. Luckily, Amara's jeans and t-shirt were in the bag. The shoes were too small for Håkon and his brothers, and too big for Amara, so they went barefoot. They weren't entirely decent, but it would have to do. That was the problem with being a shifter. They were always losing their clothes. Over the years, they'd learned to improvise. Håkon carried Amara through the overgrown brush to the Devora's Humvee parked behind a copse of trees. He set her in the back, helping her buckle her seatbelt. "What now?" she asked, as he sat in the driver's seat and started the engine. His brothers got in and buckled up, growling when another howl sounded nearby. The Devoras were returning. Too damn bad for them. They'd find nothing but the smell of sex and Amara's busted virginity. The thought brought a smile to his face. He looked in the rearview mirror, noting how she trembled while holding tight to Luke and Roan.
Now we take you to get your things and say goodbye to your family.
She nodded, moisture in her eyes. And then we go to Alaska?
Yes.
He shifted into drive. He badly wanted to throw the Humvee in reverse, jump out, and shred those Devoras to pieces. Beside him, Drasko said not a word, his face screwed up tight. Håkon knew it was taking all his willpower to stay in the vehicle. "And what about the Devoras?" she asked, her voice cracking when a howl sounded directly behind them. He looked in the rearview mirror. 2 scraggly wolves and 1 scarred protector, all missing chunks of fur, were closing in on them. He spun the tires and tore off down the road, leaving them in a cloud of dust. He chuckled under his breath, as if those mangy hounds would have been good enough for his Amara.
You don't need to worry about them.
The Devora's sorrowful wails rent the air. "Please don't go after them," she pleaded. "They're tricky. I don't want anything happening to you." Luke and Roan stroked her arms, murmuring words of comfort. Drasko clutched the door handle, turning his face to the window.
Don't even think about it,
Håkon warned.
I'm not that stupid,
Drasko seethed.
Amara, your safety is our #1 concern.
Håkon sped through town, following the smell of smoke.
By the time we get you back to Alaska, your family will have already killed them.
Or they kill my family?
Nah,
Luke chuckled.
we got their dart guns.
Chapter 19. Amara jumped out of the Humvee, racing through the crowd who'd gathered at her grandparents' farm. It seemed the whole village had shown up to help. Håkon and Drasko followed at her heels. Roan and Luke split from the group, saying they were going to help the others. She gasped when she saw the mess. There were people everywhere, helping pull furniture out of her grandparents' house and leading skittish animals into the corral. She scanned the yard for her family and saw Bunika slumped on a bale of hay beside the barn, sobbing into her hands. "Bunika!" she hollered and ran to her grandmother's side. "Oh, Poideloop!" She clung to Amara's shirt. "I thought the Devoras had claimed you." She touched Amara's brow. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Amara's throat constricted with sorrow. Her poor family had lost 2 houses. How would they ever recover? "Is everyone else okay?" Grandmother shrugged. "We'll survive. Our pride is more wounded than our bodies." She heaved a sigh of relief, smiling up at Håkon and Drasko as they joined her. "The Devoras," Bunika said. "Did they—" "No." Bunika looked at Amara's mates. "But your mates did, didn't they?" Amara flushed with embarrassment. "Yes." And how she wished they'd do it again. Their honeymoon had been much too short. "Good, good. Now I know you'll be safe." The dark circles under her grandmother's eyes and her trembling limbs worried Amara. She checked her grandmother's arms, trying to find any breaks, but all she sensed was an overwhelming fatigue and a weary soul, plus a small hole in her back where the dart had lodged. Bunika needed rest, but she'd get none now that her home was destroyed. A familiar SUV barreled into the drive, spraying gravel. Her grandmother was too weak to walk on her own, so she and Håkon helped her while Drasko parted the crowd. Her 3 grandfathers and 4 other men she assumed were her fathers piled out of the truck, gaping at the giant hole where the hearth room used to be.
Our house!
Her grandfathers roared. Bunika fell into Klaus's arms, weeping anew. Klaus's eyes were as wide as saucers.
Is everyone okay? What in Ancient's name happened?
Long story. Grandmother blinked up at him, her lashes shimmering with tears. But Amara is safe, thanks to her mates, and that's all that matters.
And Katerina?
A tall man with honey blonde hair, who looked like a younger version of Klaus, stepped forward, shyly looking at Amara. She swallowed as her fathers gaped at her. She leaned into Håkon, feeling awkward under the weight of her father's stares. She was grateful when Drasko flanked her other side, laying a hand on her shoulder. "Your sons took her back to her parents." Bunika wiped her cheeks, her face contorting into a massive scowl. "The Devoras only used her to get to Amara. They tried to draw us out by burning down your house. When Constantine refused to fall for their ruse, they drove through the wall, shot us with amethyst darts, and took Amara." The men swore in Romanian as their gazes swept the scene, which resembled a war zone. Nikolai pressed Amara's hand between his, desperation in his eyes as he touched her sore cheek.
Did they hurt you, Dragame?
"Only a few minor injuries," she smiled. "My mates showed up in time."
We owe you an apology.
Nikolai released her, his face hardening as he locked gazes with Drasko.
You were right to doubt our ability to protect our granddaughter. You owe us nothing.
Drasko cleared his throat.
Our maid is safe. That's all that matters.
Amara's heart did a little backflip as she reached for Drasko's hand, entwining her fingers with his. "I love you so much right now." He flashed a devious grin.
Good. I'll give you a chance to prove it later.
A trill raced down her spine. Then she turned her attention to the man who had to be her alpha father.
I am Boris.
He shook hands with Håkon and Drasko.
Our daughter is lucky indeed to have you for her mates. We will forever be in your debt. Just kill the Devoras,
Håkon said.
and the debt will be paid.
Boris flexed his fingers.
They ruined any chance we had of saving our marriage, and they tried to rape our daughter. Believe me, we'll take care of them.
Amara tensed at that. She worried for her fathers. She didn't trust the Devoras to fight fair. Then Boris looked down at Amara once more, his gaze softening.
Amara, dear Fika.
Boris grabbed her shoulders, searching her face with glossy eyes.
I was hoping our first meeting would be under better circumstances.
He splayed a hand across his chest.
Forgive me for letting your mother go. I didn't know she'd conceived.
Oh, Father. She wrapped her arms around him. Don't be sorry. I'm happy now.
Such a sweet child.
He kissed her brow.
We do not deserve you.
He nodded to two men who stepped up beside him.
These are your other fathers, Jovan and Jerry.
She hugged them each in turn, reassuring them when they also apologized. Then Boris gestured to the youngest-looking of her fathers, the man she knew had conceived her.
And this is Marius.
Boris's voice shook with emotion.
Your birth father.
Amara could tell by the softness in his eyes and his sweet smile that he was a Gamma. He hugged her, kissing her temple.
Hello, my beautiful Fika.
Hi. She clung to him, relief sweeping through her that he hadn't rejected her. She heard screams, followed by the loud crashing of a wall. The entire front wall of her grandparents' house had caved in. She bit down on her knuckles, doing her best to rein in her tears when her grandparents raced to the house, wildly waving their hands. She turned back to her father, sniffling. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused. He gripped her chin, forcing her to look him in the eyes.
Amara, you are not responsible for the sins of others.
She nodded, unable to reconcile the guilt that consumed her.
You are bonded to your mates, da?
He asked, as he wiped away her tears. She swallowed hard, again, feeling the flush of embarrassment flame her skin. Yes.
Good.
He heaved a groan.
I wanted to spend time with you, but it is too dangerous here for you. How my heart aches for the daughter I've never known.
He pulled her into his arms again, rocking her while holding her tight. A maelstrom of feelings swirled in her chest like an emotional cyclone. She was so relieved and happy that her fathers hadn't rejected her, yet she was devastated for them. They'd lost their mate and their home in one night. How she wished she could stay to offer them comfort. Loath though she was to let go of Marius, she knew she must. She looked over his shoulder at the chaos. Her grandfathers were directing the neighbors as they carried furniture into the barn. She didn't see her other fathers. They'd probably gone to assess the damage at their house. As she pulled out of her father's embrace, she gratefully took the handkerchief he offered her.
Once things settle here,
Drasko said to Marius as he laid a comforting hand on her back.
You are welcome to visit us in Alaska. We have plenty of room for company.
Amara's jaw dropped as she looked up at her mate. He'd welcome Marius into their home? Only a few days ago, he was threatening to tear him limb from limb. Drasko,
Don't worry,
he interrupted, his eyes sparkling with mischief.
I'll remind you how much you owe me later. Thank you,
Marius said, gazing lovingly at Amara.
We would love very much to spend time with our daughter. Marius, we have a lot of work to do.
Klaus interrupted as he strode up to them, mopping his brow with a rag.
What can we do to help?
Håkon asked. Klaus frowned.
You can take our granddaughter back to Alaska, where we know she'll be safe. Of course,
Håkon said.
If you need any financial help with rebuilding,
Klaus held out a hand, shaking his head.
We will not take your money. The Devoras have a nice farm and property. We will claim it as restitution. And if Oberon doesn't back us, we will challenge his rule.
She turned to her mates. Our gods visited us tonight. They said Bunik Klaus would make a better chieftain anyway. Håkon looked surprised.
Amarok and his family visited? They did. The whole village witnessed it. They said our granddaughter was no accident.
Klaus puffed up his chest, smiling proudly at her.
I'll let her tell you all about it.
Håkon crossed his arms, his features hardening.
The Thunderfoots will back any claim you make against the Devoras or your chieftain. Your support will make a great difference.
Her grandfather clasped Håkon's shoulder, leveling him with a somber expression.
Thank you. Now please, get our granddaughter out of here.
Luke had daringly climbed up the side of her grandparents' house and retrieved her things after the stairs crumbled. She was relieved to have her camera and computer, though it soon turned to guilt as she realized her family had lost almost everything. She wanted to stay and tend to everyone's wounds, but a local healer had already started treating them. She shared many tearful goodbyes with her family before getting into the Humvee. Her brothers followed them to the rental car Håkon had driven into a ditch. Håkon and Drasko shifted into protectors, picking up the car like it weighed no more than a child's toy and setting it on the highway. Håkon tossed the Humvee keys to Constantine.
First payment from the Devoras. Thanks,
he said.
This ought to buy some new furniture.
He investigated the dent he'd made in the door.
Maybe we can finally get our grandparents a decent TV.
Amara exchanged more heartfelt farewells with her brothers, promising she'd put in a good word with Tatiana on their behalf before climbing in the back seat with Roan and Luke. After filling her mates in on everything that had happened during her visit, she considered telling them about her future work plans. After the night they'd been through, she decided to save it for after the honeymoon. She was going to work, though. Tradition be damned. She wanted children, but she wasn't going to be a breeding machine for the rest of her life. She fell asleep in Roan's arms sometime during the drive to the airport. She slept most of the flight home, waking up only to change Drasko's bandages and clean his wounds. When they finally got home, she jumped out of the truck, laughing when Håkon scooped her up and carried her across the threshold. She couldn't wait to start a life with her mates. Amazingly, she was even looking forward to babies. Amara sat in Drasko's lap in the hot tub, Håkon massaging her breasts while she stroked Drasko's erection.
I know how you can make it up to me.
Drasko's deep voice rumbled in her brain. He set her on the seat and climbed out, sitting on the side with his legs dangling in the water. She grabbed his hips and swallowed his cock. Håkon latched onto her ass, the bulbous head probing her slick entrance. She sucked up and down Drasko's length and stroked his balls while he growled her name. She lurched forward, sucking Drasko at the root, when Håkon jammed his cock inside her. Though she was aroused, and her sheath was swollen, Håkon's thrusts were met with friction from the water. He changed his tempo, pumping into her with shallow strokes, her climax building fast while she continued to suck Drasko's erection. Her slick folds swelled like a balloon as he banged her sweet spot. Then, ripples of pleasure pulsed across her skin in waves. She sucked Drasko faster, slurping his cock with a sense of urgency as she climbed higher and higher toward that blissful pinnacle. Drasko threw back his head with a roar, bathing her throat in warm seed while he flexed his hips against her mouth. She swallowed his juices, swirling her tongue across his buzzing foreskin before sliding off. She bit Drasko's thigh, whimpering when Håkon fucked her harder, grunting with each thrust. "Oh, Håkon," she begged. "Fuck me, baby, fuck me." He roared when his cockhead swelled inside her at the exact moment her orgasm hit. Her liquefied sheath banged against him, squeezing his cock as he bathed her in his cum. He stilled inside her, grunting while she reveled in the little twitches that zinged through her body. She growled her displeasure when he finally pulled out. She moaned in relief when Luke slid in, gently probing her with smooth, slow strokes. Roan took Drasko's place, and she eagerly sucked his large cock, lapping up his juices when he shot off like a rocket in her mouth.
"Sorry I came so fast,"
he said.
"I just can't help myself."
She slipped off his erection. "It's okay," she teased, nibbling his thigh. "We'll just have to keep practicing until we get it right." She sucked in a hiss when Luke leaned over and toyed with her nipples while increasing tempo. Her next orgasm built fast, hitting her like a brick to the head. She groaned as he pumped through that orgasm, fucking her into another. She came so hard, it hurt, her sheath squeezing Luke like a vice. He threw back his head, stilling inside her, his cockhead throbbing while he dug his fingers into her ass. Afterward, her mates dried her off and sprawled out in the living room, drinking champagne and eating moose burgers and fries. Then they took her upstairs to their bedroom and made love to her in the biggest bed she'd ever seen. After she was thoroughly fucked and so swollen and raw she couldn't possibly bear another orgasm, she fell asleep in Håkon's arms. Amara woke up the next morning in Luke's embrace. His brothers had already left. When he growled in her ear, she wrapped her leg around his hip and let him slide into her. He tenderly made love to her, only increasing tempo when she begged him to. Her orgasm crested slowly while he held her captive in a passionate kiss. He groaned in her mouth, his seed spurting while he rocked into her. She rested her head against his heart while he held her in his arms, kissing her temple and stroking her back. She ran her fingers through his thick hair, their bodies still entwined and sticky from their lovemaking. "Have I thanked you lately for finding me?" She stroked his muscular chest.
"Yes, but I never get tired of hearing it."
She leaned over him, peppering his face with kisses. "Thank you, Luke. Thank you, thank you." She kissed his jawline and chin, squirming against the erection that was still seated deep inside her. "I'm so happy." He clutched her shoulders, frowning as their gazes locked. She stilled, her heart seizing. Something was wrong.
"Amara,"
he said.
"The army called me to duty."
"What?" She dug her fingers into his back, pressing her breasts into his chest and refusing to let go. "When?"
"Last night, while you were sleeping."
He cupped her face in his hands, kissing her tenderly.
"I have to go."
She clutched him tighter. "Now?"
"Yes."
He kissed her again.
"I'm sorry."
Her heart pounded wildly. Her mind reeled. This couldn't be happening. She refused to let him go. "But you can't. It's our honeymoon."
"I'm sorry, Amara. Believe me, I don't want to leave you."
She gaped up at him, feeling as if she was sinking into quicksand as he slipped out of her and rolled off the bed. He cast her a forlorn look before trudging to the bathroom, taking her heart and joy with him. Amara rested her head against Håkon's shoulder, sobbing into a wad of tissues and refusing Roan's offer of food. Luke looked so handsome in his uniform, so damn handsome she couldn't bear to look at him as he sat at the kitchen counter and finished his coffee. He set down his mug and stood.
"Johnson's here. You got everything?"
Drasko asked as he clasped his brother's shoulder. Luke looked forlornly at Amara.
"Yeah, everything except my heart." "Be careful, bro,"
Roan said, grasping him in a hug.
"You've got a lot to live for now."
"I know I do."
Luke crossed to the sunken living room in a few long strides to kneel in front of Amara.
My love, will you say goodbye?
It's not fair. You just found me. She turned from him, sobbing into her hands, her chest aching so badly it felt like it had been cleaved in two. She shuddered when he kissed her temple.
I love you,
he murmured before grabbing his backpack off the sofa and walking out the front door. Her heart hammered as she watched him go. Wait! She jumped from Håkon's lap, swatting him when he tried to pull her back. She raced out to the gravel drive wearing nothing but Håkon's oversized t-shirt and a pair of skimpy shorts. Ignoring the pain that shot through her feet, she marched across the rocks to that goddamn Fed, who was throwing Luke's backpack into the cab of his truck. It's our honeymoon! She jabbed Agent Johnson in the chest, baring her fangs. You can't take him!
Amara,
Luke groaned as he pulled her away from Johnson.
I have to go. It's my job.
He carried her to the front porch and swept her into a passionate embrace, kissing her with bruising strength.
I will do whatever it takes to come back to you,
he murmured against her mouth.
I promise.
She blinked at him through a haze of tears as he handed her off to Håkon. She snarled when that stupid agent had the nerve to come up to her.
He'll be okay. He's the best tracker we've ever had.
She impatiently tapped her foot. Which means he gets called away the most, right? When the agent averted his eyes, she wasn't reassured.
He gets hazardous duty pay when he goes on those assignments,
Johnson answered. She threw up her hands. No amount of money is worth my mate's life.
Your mate is a hero.
The agent patted Luke on the back.
He has helped us capture thousands of terrorists, and I promise you I will do everything in my power to make sure he comes back safe.
She rolled her eyes. How am I supposed to trust you? The agent and Luke shared wary glances.
In my 30 years as liaison for the Amaraki, we have never lost a shifter,
Johnson said. Never? She arched a brow, eyeing the human for any signs of deceit. The agent answered confidently.
Not once.
There was a first time for everything, and she was afraid Luke would be the first casualty.
Please don't cry.
Luke took her in his arms, his lips lingering on her forehead.
Keep a light on for me.
I will, she said, and then her knees buckled. Håkon caught her before she hit the floor. When he carried her back inside, she had to bite down on her knuckles as she stole one last glance at Luke. Håkon sat her on their leather sofa, plying her with food and drink, but she turned away from him. She couldn't possibly stomach food when her heart was breaking. Roan sat beside her, rubbing her back.
I made you breakfast.
I'm not hungry. And even if she was so sick with worry over Luke, she doubted she could keep food down.
Not even for waffles?
He pleaded, turning his bottom lip down in an adorable pout. No. She wrapped her arms around herself, crying while Håkon rocked her. She cried harder when Drasko sat beside her and Roan sat at her feet. They petted her and whispered soothing words, but none of it helped. She feared the shroud of depression wrapped around her heart wouldn't lift until Luke returned. She turned her gaze to the heavens. Ancients, please, keep him safe. This concludes Hungry for Her Wolves by Tara West. Narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2018 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.